In the grand hall of the royal palace, shouting rang out, drowning out the eerie silence. A heavily bearded man, his eyes blazing with fury, turned towards a young girl kneeling. Errol for Brixia. You conspired with the enemy to sell military equipment for personal gain. Do you admit to the charges? Errol remained silent, her deep red eyes unwavering. The Emperor slammed his hand down on the throne and rose furiously. Arrogant wretch, won't you speak? Answer me now. A soldier standing behind her suddenly pressed a sword against Errol's back, the searing pain forcing a cry from her. The jeers from the surrounding stands rose like a wave of fury. Answer quickly, you wicked monster. Not only cursed by demons, but you also betrayed your family, you vicious bitch.
Hurry, go kill the princess! Errol lifted her head, her eyes sweeping over faces filled with contempt, and she asked herself, is this the price? As a member of the Brixia ducal family, though I revitalized the family, my name was never truly acknowledged. The Duke's illegitimate child, the masked princess, also known as the cursed monster. Red eyes. What on earth is on her face? It's disgusting. Fragments of dark memories flooded back, her father, Duke Brixia's words echoing like daggers in her mind. You are not a member of my family. You are merely a monster. I repeat, never show that hideous face to anyone. At that, Errol burst into tears, crawling towards him. Father! I always longed for love and recognition. I tried so hard that I bled. I diligently studied to earn those things, believing that if I worked hard enough, they would eventually acknowledge me. I had to show them that I was useful. Not long after, a summary of military strategy. Did you truly write this? Father finally sought me out. Errol replied, yes, father. Finally, I became a member of the family. A calculating smile played on his lips. Well done. So this girl can also be useful to her father. Back in the present, Errol cried out, no, everyone is mistaken. Her clear voice rang out, making the crowd pause. What did you say? Errol removed her mask and continued, I have committed no crime. The crowd reacted strongly to her words. Monster, a monster! Don't look at her, you'll be cursed. This girl is our protagonist, Errol Frey Brixia, the youngest daughter of Duke Brixia. Errol faced gazes filled with disgust from all directions. Am I a sinner just for being born with a face like this? She wondered. No one cared about the truth.
How do you like it? Are you satisfied now? This is the ugly and dirty appearance you all wanted to see. Emperor, what are you afraid of? Can a word from me cover the world with evil? The Emperor raised his hand to order the guards, while Ariel continued to speak incessantly. Or are you worried that I will reveal something else? Immediately, a sharp sword pierced Ariel's back.
She collapsed, fresh red blood gushing from her mouth. Even her death was decided by others. How meaningless this life truly was. Errol still lifted her head, her eyes blazing red like fire fixed on the Emperor. Her voice, cold yet resolute, rang out. My esteemed Emperor, your Majesty, and to the father I once loved, Duke Olden, I sincerely hope your incompetence will bind you. Having said that, she collapsed. Before losing consciousness, Errol faintly heard her father's words, like daggers piercing deep into her soul. Your Majesty, please don't pay too much mind to what she just said. At the point of death, one can say anything. Errol surrendered to fate. So be it. Better to end it this way. In her delirium, the image of a friend reappeared. Errol, you too can harmonize with this world. This ring will help protect you. Don't forget, light and hope will embrace everything. Sieves Rudden, the only friend who approached me without prejudice. But that voice could not dispel her despair. Errol whispered in her hazy thoughts. No, he was wrong. How could a monster like me ever harmonize with a world like this? Light is too blinding for a monster.
The sensation faded, and before she completely plunged into darkness, a faint voice reached her ears. Miss Errol, please wake up now. Errol jolted awake, sitting up in a panic. Her eyes wide, cold sweat drenched her forehead, as she mumbled, Wake up? A maid carrying clothes entered, hastily reminding her, Miss, you must quickly change your clothes. I heard that Sir Belfort will be arriving today. If you're late, the Duke will scold you. She turned, realizing it was Obera, Errol's wet nurse. Everything felt like an inexplicable nightmare. She wondered in confusion. My wet nurse is dead, isn't she? How is she still alive? Is this hell? The wet nurse continuously urged, There's no time to sit around like this, miss. This old wet nurse is dying of anticipation. Errol clutched her head, trying to find an explanation for the situation. The facts were, her wet nurse, who had died 4 years ago, was here in the room, and Sir Belfort was visiting. But everything was still hazy. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Perhaps I can't go out now. The wet nurse immediately waved her hands in continuous protest. You know Duke Olden's temperament well. If Miss disobeys his orders, I will...
Errol still couldn't believe what was happening. She murmured, It's so vivid, even for hell. Then she reassured her wet nurse. Nurse, don't worry too much. I'll put in a good word with father. The nurse hesitated, but Errol sighed, helplessness clearly visible on her face. "All right, I want to rest a bit now." The nurse advised, "I understand, young lady. Don't overexert yourself." So I had returned to the past from the cold execution ground. I couldn't distinguish if this was a dream or reality, but the moment of impending death was truly vivid. The faint memories before death, the terrible curse I had uttered, and even the deep-seated rage buried within my heart. To be alive again like this, as everyone said, was I truly using a cursed power? Errol took off her mask and looked at herself in the mirror, and as she looked, she was astonished to realize, my birthmark, it's gone? She fumbled confusedly over her face. What was happening? She had never used magic or medicine before, so it was clearly an incurable disease. Errol raised her hand and suddenly realized Sebasarudin's ring was gone. She always wore it as a good luck charm. Where could it have fallen? Could it be that before she died from hatred, she had returned it? Perhaps it was the power of a wise person? At that moment, the room door suddenly burst open, instantly making the atmosphere tense. A loud, sharp voice yelled, tearing through the space, "Errol! Lord Belfort is arriving soon. What is happening here?" The honor of this voice was Duke Audrin Brixia, Errol's father. Errol quickly put on her mask, hiding her now healed face, pretending her health was still poor. He sneered, his voice sarcastic. "A monster like you can also get sick? How surprising!" Errol immediately retorted, her voice firm. "I am a normal person." He ignored her words and said, "I don't have time to listen to such noisy words. You must know what I like, don't you?" Errol felt his every word cut like a knife, thinking to herself, those hurtful, thorny words. This must not be a dream. Duke Audrin turned and left, walking with a decisive air, but before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "This business deal is very important for the budget, so go prepare immediately. If everything goes well, I will consider bringing you to the party." Errol bowed her head, her voice cold yet polite. "Yes, father." Then she clenched her fists. "All right, I'll prepare." The moment I heard Audrin's words, I realized, now having returned to the past, this is what I must do. This is the opportunity I've been given. The foolish Errol Frey Brixia is dead. She slowly removed her mask, revealing a cold face, her eyes burning like fire. "Just you wait, father. I will bring more than you desire." I could not forget the day Olden, who had always been busy hiding me, first took me to a party. In a hazy memory from the past, I was so astonished I couldn't believe my ears, asking again, bewildered, "Really? Really? Am I allowed to attend the party?" Duke Olden sat in his chair, his gaze not even glancing towards Errol. His cold voice rang out, "Yes, if you handle this matter well, I will take you to the party. In return, make sure you prepare thoroughly so as not to tarnish the family's reputation." Errol clutched the pile of papers in her hands. She smiled brightly, overjoyed, her eyes full of determination. "Yes, father, I will do my utmost." Saying that, she immediately turned away. "Now I will go arrange the documents." The man opposite Duke Olden picked up his wineglass, his face full of contempt, scoffing. "What's wrong? Are you bringing that monster to the party? Have you changed your mind now, wanting to be a decent father for once?" Olden paid no mind to the mockery, calmly replying, "I'm not insane, I just said it offhand. If you tell it to do something, it will happily do what's asked, and even complete it more perfectly. It's too troublesome, but this matter is especially important, so it's just throwing out a little bait." The man took a sip of wine and sneered. "You truly are a wicked man. That little girl works so hard." Olden also picked up a wineglass and said, "Then you take it home and raise it." The other man immediately refused. "What if it's cursed? What would I do? I'm not confident enough to raise it. Only you would be capable of that." Olden gave a calculating smile. "That's right, I've come up with a good idea. You absolutely must attend this party, because I will let you witness a great show." Back in the present, Errol stood before the mirror, looking at her mask, her eyes blurring with memories. She couldn't stop reliving the past, while I, at the time, was completely oblivious, unaware that the party I eagerly anticipated would become the stage for a terrible nightmare. In her mind, that image resurfaced vividly. Olden had removed her mask, revealing the birthmark on her face, causing everyone to laugh and mock her. "Oh my God, look at that disgusting birthmark. Look how she's cowering to hide her face, like a monkey in a circus, isn't she?" Only now did she realize how foolish she had been. Did she really think that man would genuinely acknowledge her? A new resolve ignited within her. She sighed and said with finality, "It's time." She pulled the door open, thinking to herself, "But now no one would trample on my feelings again. I will soon strip away your false mask, you incompetent fool." As she opened the door, Olden was already seated inside, a silver-haired youth beside him. Seeing Errol enter, he immediately chided, "You're late, Errol." She stood by the door, looking at his face, thinking to herself, "That face no longer frightens me." Then she spoke, "I apologize, I'm feeling a bit unwell." The youth stood up and said, "You've arrived, beloved daughter Errol. Is your health nothing to be concerned about?" This youth was named Belfort Buzen, a knight of the royal family of the Oslo Empire. Belfort continued, "Actually, I also said there was no need to summon the beloved daughter, but His Grace the Duke insisted on your presence." Errol walked over and calmly sat down on the sofa. "It's all right. Please take a seat first," Olden said, his voice deep and authoritative.
Since Errol is here, let's begin. Belfort placed a stack of loose papers down and said, "Yes, I'll get straight to the point. As this is an important matter, it needs to be dealt with quickly." Olden put his teacup down and said, "I see. Is there a problem with the military boots we supplied?" Belfort nodded, his tone cautious but clear. "Yes, that's right. If worn in the rain or on wet ground, water seeps into the sole of the boot. In this condition, if soldiers are trained in harsh, cold environments, there's a high risk of frostbite. Therefore, I want to confirm if there's an issue in the manufacturing process." Olden immediately retorted, "There haven't been any particular issues in the manufacturing process. It's simply due to a management oversight or an error by the directly involved personnel, isn't it?" Belfort looked at him and said, "The equipment is strictly controlled by the Knight's Order. However, only 1 out of 10 pairs experiences water seepage. That is by no means a small percentage, and it's not an issue that can be easily overlooked. If there's an issue in the manufacturing process, our Royal Knights Assembly intends to demand compensation from Duke Brixia." Olden flinched, his eyes wide, his words becoming a stutter. Compensation?" he roared. "Compensation for what? There's no way there could be a problem with the items supplied to the army by the Brixia family." Belfort remained calm and continued, "I believe so too, but if there truly is a problem, we will proceed with a full inspection of all armor and equipment." Errol held the paper in her hand, something suddenly coming back to her mind. She remembered now. To save costs, the Duke had instructed the use of cheap, substandard components, which resulted in low-quality items appearing. The iron armor we supplied to the army was no different. At that time, I had shifted all the blame to the military officer who had accepted bribes, and the Brixia family had managed to clear the accusations. And I also clearly realized that Olden was more incompetent than imagined, and was an overly greedy person. Olden quickly glanced at Errol, his eyes filled with worry. A faint sweat broke out on him, and in his mind he constantly calculated, "This trouble must be resolved quickly." Errol then spoke, "Excuse me for interrupting you two, but—"
"I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I can't push myself any further. I apologize. Therefore, I ask to be excused, Your Grace." Olden flinched when he heard she wanted to leave, his face darkening. "What? This is disrespectful, Errol." Belfort let out a sigh. "Truly, you don't look very well. I was thoughtless. My dear daughter, please return to your room and rest well." Errol turned and walked away slowly, thinking to herself, "Handle it properly by yourself for once." Olden angrily clenched his fists until they trembled, his heart so furious he wanted to scream, "Errol!" But Errol didn't look back. She maintained a calm expression, leaving only a faint smile before she was out of sight. As she walked along the corridor, she thought, "Try to deal with your own problems for once, Olden. Anyway, there's nothing to be done, and it doesn't concern me. Right now, I don't care whether this family falls into ruin or not." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making Errol stop short and turn her head. "Hey, monster.
"Where's your father, letting you go out alone like this? This man is Duchess Brixia, the eldest son of the Brixia family." Errol replied that she wasn't feeling well. Duchess slowly approached her and said, "Even a monster feels pain, huh? Truly, if you live long enough, you see everything." Errol thought to herself, "That's what they often said when she was Olden's child." Errol retorted with a sharp voice, "I am human, not a monster." Duchess stepped forward, grabbed Errol's hand tightly, and pulled hard, his eyes full of contempt. Could that wicked appearance truly be called human? Errol stood still, not responding, silently enduring the mockery, but deep inside, her anger boiled. Duchess Brixia, just like Olden, had no talent whatsoever. It was unbelievable that the Duke's eldest son was the family's scoundrel with an incredibly greedy nature. Since childhood, he had always obstructed me and picked fights with me. The main point was to humiliate me and rejoice when deliberately touching my mask, just like now. Duchess raised his hand, lightly touching her mask with a mocking smile. "Why wear this? Everyone knows you're a monster anyway." Errol slapped his hand away, a decisive action serving as a wordless warning, her eyes sharp, her voice turned cold and threatening. "Don't annoy me." With that, she spun around and left, leaving Duchess with a painful, trembling arm, his eyes full of surprise, not understanding what had just happened. What was that just now? Not long after, Errol returned to her room. She stood looking out the window, watching the carriage depart, and thought to herself, "Belfort left later than I thought. How did Olden justify it? Even so, it's considered a temporary plan." While she was pondering, there was a loud noise from outside. Olden burst through the door from outside, angrily shouting, "Errol, you lunatic! Do you know how much damage your actions just now will cause?" Errol turned around and calmly asked, "Is that my fault?"
Duchess couldn't hold back, reacting immediately, his voice full of anger. "So, is that supposed to be my fault? Because you got sick and left, I suffered so much." Fine, you could be sick. Even dogs or animals writhe in pain on the street, so you could be like that too, couldn't you? But you shouldn't have left that place. No matter what, you must stop that Belfort for me." Errol thought to herself, I can't think like an 8-year-old. Then she asked curiously, what did you say to Mr. Belford? Olden crossed his arms and snorted, his voice sharp. Say there was a misunderstanding. I mentioned that there seemed to be an error in the military boot production drawings, so continue to admit your mistake and beg for forgiveness.
Errol silently thought to herself, is the design wrong? Is he trying to pin the blame on me? Because I drew that design. Hasn't he caused enough trouble already that he's now accusing me? That's not only unreasonable, but also tyrannical. Olden continued, that Belford guy is probably still in the barracks. I'll send someone to keep him occupied, so go beg for forgiveness and resolve this matter. Otherwise, you'll never be allowed to attend parties again. Faced with these threats, Errol remained strangely calm. Elsewhere, Belford was pondering the recent events. The lady wants to speak with me. What could it be? If it's important enough to send someone, it must be quite significant. Was there something she couldn't say earlier? While he was deep in thought, Errol's voice rang out, interrupting his deliberations. Sir Belford, I apologize for detaining you on your way back. Due to an urgent matter, please forgive this impoliteness. Belford was slightly surprised, but replied with a gentle, concerned tone. It's no problem for me, but are you feeling better now? Let's find somewhere to talk. Errol shook her head, refusing. There's no need. I'll speak right here. First, I will not apologize for this incident, Sir Belford.
You must have heard from my father, but I believe Mr. Belford also reviewed the designs when investigating this matter, didn't you? Yes, the original designs have been thoroughly examined. What are your thoughts? The designs and my father's words. Do you think there's a connection between the two? Belford's face showed contemplation as he offered his assessment. Well, water seepage is primarily a matter of wear and tear or expiration. Errol walked towards the fountain, continuing his line of thought. But it's illogical for an item released less than a year ago to already show wear and tear, which means it's an issue of expiration. Belfort wondered, what do you mean? Errol continued, offering her own assessment. It's very simple. There must have been an anomaly during the production process. Perhaps a high-ranking military officer interfered. Find that person. Belfort paused for a moment, then hesitantly asked back, is that a hypothesis or a prediction, Your Highness? Errol turned her head and said, that depends on whose words you choose to believe.
She mused. Belford doesn't care about others, but is quite righteous. Since I've given him a hint, it's his duty to grasp it. Errol stepped forward, placed her hand on his chest and said, I trust you. Her action made Belford extremely embarrassed and flustered. Princess? Errol turned and left, not forgetting to look back and say, if you succeed, just treat me to a meal later. Afterwards, Belfort returned to report to his superior. His superior asked, did Princess Brixia really say that? Belfort replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yes, that's right. So what should we do? The superior pondered and then said, the princess's words make sense. Begin the investigation, and furthermore, you must meet with the princess in person. The scene shifted to another location, where a tense silence hung in the air. Olden's voice rose, cold and full of pressure. You said you conveyed it to Sir Belford, didn't you? All right, wouldn't it have been better to listen to me? If there had been even a slight slip-up, the Brixia family would have been brought to court over this matter. In the future, it's best not to be disrespectful again. If you understand, then withdraw. Errol left, thinking to herself, from what I observed, it seems Belfort didn't say much to Olden, didn't he? You foolish Olden, do you know what I told Belfort? Issues related to the military are very important in this Oslo Empire. Although it's currently in a state of truce, many battles occurred no more than 30 years ago. The main adversary in the war is the country bordering the Oslo Empire, the Deislevon Empire. Oslo had ambitiously targeted Deislevon's vast rural areas, and Deislevon had set its sights on Oslo's many mines. Although a truce agreement was reached after a long war, they still harbored mutual ambitions.
Furthermore, Oslo is investing half of its annual budget in military upkeep, making its financial situation already precarious. Even if the Brixia family were founding contributors, they would not be able to escape responsibility if implicated in military corruption. The entire family might even face execution. First, I need to sort things out. How could I have returned to the past? Magic or a miracle? The ring is gone, and so is the birthmark. Does my only friend know the answer? How am I supposed to live now, Rudin? While I was deep in thought, someone approached. What the hell? Why are you here? This girl is Arthuri Brixia, the third child of Duke Brixia. Errol replied, because I need to speak with father about something. Arthurine asked puzzled, speak about what? Errol merely replied vaguely, the conversation we usually have. This angered Arthurine. That's what I'm asking. What conversation? Are you looking down on me now?
Errol sighed, thinking to herself, even if she said it, who would understand, and it would only lead to irrelevant and misguided questions. Errol then launched into a lengthy explanation, stating, the disparity between the fundamental cost of each piece of equipment supplied to the central military and the standard mineral extraction data will be a crucial factor in determining the future price of equipment. Furthermore, we are currently in the discussion phase regarding necessary actions concerning technology transfer, tariff reductions, intellectual property rights, and additional technology transfers. After speaking, Errol irritably pressed, is that sufficient now? Arthurine, having understood nothing from the lengthy explanation, stammered, oh, Is that right? I suppose so. Observing her reaction, Errol realized she doesn't understand, of course. Afterward, Arthurine handed her a piece of paper and said, "All right, take this. My performance this time is quite poor. The principal has already warned me. With this score, I'll fail the exam and be expelled." Errol sneered inwardly. How impressive.
Arthurine, oblivious to shame, continued proudly, "But I've already convinced the professor, so specifically I've decided to avoid expulsion by doing a 100-page-long assignment." Errol applied, "Excellent, then do it." Arthurine paused and turned around. She pointed a finger at Errol's face and said, "Hey, why should I do that? You're the one who has to do it. You know, the party is being held at the Imperial Palace. I'm a trendsetter in society, so I can't waste time choosing clothes and doing such trivial things, can I? Because my appearance is crucial to the Duke's reputation. Anyway, I still have to go prepare for the party, so you do this. You always do it, don't you? Well, I'm busy, so I'll go first. I also need to do my skincare." With that, she left, leaving Errol standing there alone. Errol clenched the paper in her hand, crumpling it. How can she be so much like Olden? Even if I said I'd do it, she should have declined. Does she think just saying it makes it done? Errol turned to a maid and called, "Hey." The maid startled and exclaimed, "Yes." Errol handed the paper to the maid and said, "Take this to the Duchess. If you say it's Arthurine's report card, she'll be very pleased." The next morning, as Errol was sitting, she overheard the nanny say, "Did you hear, miss? Miss Arthurine was scolded by the Duchess for her report card, and I heard she's grounded until she finishes her assignment."
The lady said she couldn't prepare for the party and cried, demanding to leave the mansion. Errol sighed. You reap what you sow. "Ah, Nanny, what will you do during the party? It's a week-long national event. Do you have any plans?" Nanny hesitated, saying she didn't have any specific plans. "If the lady attends the party, I might go back to my hometown. If I go through the green forest and climb a small hill, my family will surely welcome me. I've been busy making a living and haven't seen them in over 5 years." Errol asked curiously, "What if I don't attend the party?" Nanny replied without hesitation, "Of course, I'll have to stay here to welcome the lady back. I'll always be by the lady's side." Errol paused. "But then you'd be missing out. You must see your family." Nanny smiled, waving her hand. "Oh no, this old woman has many strong opinions. Don't worry too much. I'd rather stay here than watch my siblings eat pumpkin pie and whine about their broken teeth." Errol lowered her head and thought, Nanny O'Bara, the only one who shared warmth with me during those cold and dark times. I can't let Nanny sacrifice her time like this. "Oh, the tea has gone cold. Let me pour you another."
From this moment, in 1 year, I would die of a serious illness. No, perhaps in less than 10 months. Perhaps the wet nurse is worried she'd have to stay by my side if I remained here. In that case, the wet nurse would die without seeing her family. I cannot only think about my own nightmare. After that, Errol made her decision. She clasped her hands together and said, "Wet nurse, please prepare a dress for me." The wet nurse, a little surprised, asked back, "Huh?" Errol gave a confident smile and replied, "I will give you a week off. Go see your family, because I will attend this party." The trans brought Errol to some party. Olden's voice rang out, "Errol, take off that mask right now." Errol struggled. "No, I don't want to, father. Let me go." Olden gripped her hand tightly, pulling her closer with a mocking smile on his lips. "This father is heartbroken that your beauty is hidden by the mask. Take this opportunity to let everyone admire it, indeed your true appearance." Saying this, he forcefully pulled the mask off her face. The mask fell to the ground and everyone gathered around to look. Seeing Errol's face, Olden began to mock. "Well, everyone, look, my beautiful daughter, Errol Fabricia."
Despite having red eyes and a cursed birthmark, how does she look? Very beautiful, isn't she? People started whispering and mocking her. So beautiful indeed. Oh my God, look at that face. It's horrible. Those are the eyes of a demon. Tears fell from Errol's eyes, her heart aching terribly. Just then the nanny came over. "Young miss?" Seeing the nanny, Errol spoke as if she had found her lifeline. "Nanny, take me away from here. Help me, please. Nanny, please, take me away from here right now." The nanny reached out and touched her face. "So you're very scared, aren't you?" Errol looked up, tears streaming down her face. "Nanny." The nanny's voice was cold and mocking. "Our poor young miss. How can you be so ugly? You'd be better off dead. Die, die, die." Errol woke up with a start from the nightmare. She sat up in bed, panting, drenched in sweat.
She clutched the blanket tightly, realizing it was only a dream. Why did she have to dream something like that? Well, it's not strange to dream about such things. With that, she got out of bed and walked towards the window, gently opening the curtains, for she had already arrived at the Imperial Palace. From now on, the princess will go on strike. The Oslo Empire's banquet is held once every 3 years, together with the founding nations. This time in particular, the banquet will be held right after the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Nobles from many regions, and even envoys from other countries, have come to visit the Imperial Palace. And the capital continues to host magnificent festivals day and night, befitting the reputation of the Brixia family, a great noble family of the Oslo Empire. I was invited to a villa located within the royal palace. I did indeed attend the party, but I requested a room in the most secluded corner to minimize encounters with everyone. My only wish was to remain like an invisible ghost until the party ended, quietly preparing to take down Brixia. As I was lost in thought, hurried footsteps approached. Arthurine flung the door open, her face full of anger as she shouted, "Hey, you did this, didn't you? Take responsibility." Errol remained unfazed by her accusations. Ask me to take responsibility? For what? Errol grunted at her and yelled in a fit of rage. What gives you the right to give my report card to my mother? You also didn't do the task I assigned you a while ago, did you? Do you have any idea how much I've suffered because of you? Because I didn't have time to pick out the dress I wanted. Everything's a complete mess. What am I supposed to do, huh?
I gave you a chance to get a glimpse of the high-class education that a poor, illegitimate child would never see in their life, but you didn't even know how to accept that favor. That's why low-born blood shouldn't be casually taken in. Do you know how pathetic I find you? I personally asked Father to bring you to this party. Are you begging that lowly bastard to do your homework? Errol immediately cut her off, stating bluntly, I know the limits of the work I have to do, but you, the proud scion of the proud Brixia family, can't even solve a simple homework problem? A legitimate child worse than an illegitimate one? How ridiculous. These words made Arthurine explode. Arthurine raised her hand high. What was that? As her hand came down, Errol grabbed her arm. Arthurine struggled. Let go of my hand. You won't let go, will you? Errol, cold and sharp-voiced, said, Is casually laying hands on people also a tradition of the Brixia family? If you've said everything you wanted to say, get out. With that, Errol unceremoniously kicked Arthurine out. Arthurine was furious, her hands clenched and trembling. Then she turned and yelled, Are you crazy? Do you think I'll let you get away with this? I'll tell Father everything. This is so infuriating. Once Arthurine left, Errol had a moment of quiet to consider her next move. The current cash flow is very transparent. The problem is how to use it. One of the most important upcoming events is the establishment of the Royal Guard Knights. If I remember correctly, during the war, Brixia easily took over the equipment manufacturing project of the Royal Guard Knights.
However, if the issue of the quality of military supplies spreads widely this time, Brixia will lose its reputation and have no chance of winning the auction. If we target them at that moment, it will surely deal a major blow, perhaps even the fastest opportunity to take revenge on the family. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I also hope to find a way to escape. While deep in thought, a knock came from outside. Errol immediately asked, Who is it? A voice from outside replied, It's Belfort. Errol walked over and opened the door. Sir Belfort. Belfort spoke. Long time no see, my lady. Have you been well? Errol replied, Yes, thanks to you. She hesitated slightly before asking, But who is the person standing behind you? Belfort then turned to the person behind him. Ah, I forgot to introduce him, didn't I? He is the captain of our Knight Order. The person behind him introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. I am Ethan Lloyd Velstein. Due to an urgent matter, I have come without prior notice. Please grant me a moment of your time. Ethan Lloyd Velstein. He is the next successor of the Velstein family, a family renowned for its martial arts prowess. He is rumored by anonymous tabloids to have never let go of his sword since childhood. Furthermore, not appearing much at parties, he is also famous for having rejected countless marriage proposals. Perhaps thanks to his knightly talent, Ethan quickly rose to become the leader of the Royal Guard Knights.
I never thought I'd meet someone like this. Ethan placed a piece of paper on the table and said, Thanks to your advice, young lady, we have apprehended the corrupt officer in the military. This is the report. Errol bowed slightly, a hint of hesitation in her voice. I'm glad I could help you, but surely you wouldn't need to come all the way here just to inform me of an arrest, would you? It seems something else has happened, hasn't it? Belfort stammered. About that, Ethan maintained his composure and continued. During the interrogation of the corrupt officer, Duke Olden was explicitly named as an accomplice. As you know, our Oslo Empire has many penalties for crimes related to the military. Even if it's the Brixia family, if this issue comes to light, a trial is unavoidable. If fortunate, the lightest punishment would be a fine, but in the worst-case scenario, he would be stripped of his ducal title and his entire family confiscated. And you, young lady, would not escape punishment either. Of course, we thank you for your help, young lady, but we must abide by the laws of the Empire.
Belfort said, I don't think that means we'll settle in silence. In the Brixia family trial, we suggested a review. Erin didn't think much. She immediately wanted to refuse. No, there's no need to do that. Belfort exclaimed in surprise. What? No need for that? Then, Erin picked up the paper, a confident smile on her face as she said, Just follow the law. Even if it's handled according to the law, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I even think I haven't suffered any damage because my original design had no problems whatsoever. There were certainly no issues in the initial stage and production process because it was so detailed that it caused some difficulties for the engineers. Belfort said doubtfully, Perhaps Erin followed the redesigned blueprints later. Errol replied immediately, Not at all. That's the design that Duke Olden impersonated me for. In this can testify in court. Belfort then realized, Indeed, that's it. Henry found it strange, so different that others would find it suspicious. Suddenly, Ethan said, Mask.
surprising both of them. He asked curiously, "Why are you wearing that mask?" Errol asked back, bewildered, "Huh?" Belfort flinched, embarrassed. Then he turned to muzzle his captain, whispering, "Captain, your mouth is a bit—" "I'm so sorry, my lady. Our captain is the type who can't control his curiosity. There's absolutely no ill will." Errol was a little surprised, thinking to herself, "Doesn't he know about the monster princess?" Then she closed her eyes tightly and explained gloomily, "I've had a birthmark on my face since birth. It looks ugly, so I always wear a mask."
Is that answer acceptable? Ethan replied, "It's fine." Belfort awkwardly explained, "The captain seems to have made a slight mistake because he is so dedicated that he feels awkward talking to women. I'm truly sorry." Errol, ever gracious, said, "It's all right. Let's get back to the main topic, shall we?" A while later, as the conversation drew to a close, "I must return now. See you at the upcoming banquet." Errol stood up and replied, "I won't be attending the banquet. I'm not very interested in it." Belfort expressed a hint of regret. "Oh, that's a shame." Ethan bowed his head. "Then I hope to see you again when the opportunity arises." Errol politely replied, "Yes, goodbye." She thought to herself, "What a strange person. The strange thing is that he doesn't seem to know the rumors about me, and I've never seen anyone ask about the mask out of curiosity without malice or sympathy. Such a person would become the best knight in the royal family." Suddenly, Ethan paused for a moment. He sharply turned his head to look at her, which made her involuntarily speechless with a hint of surprise. They looked at each other for a moment. Ethan bowed his head as a farewell and then turned to leave. Left alone, Errol wondered to herself, what was the meaning of that look just now? Truly a strange person. After that, she also returned to her room. Unable to concentrate, Errol put down her pen and sighed, Really, I can't concentrate at all. Why have I been thinking about that man ever since? What was his reason for asking about the mask? Was it truly just simple curiosity? But that look, it wasn't merely a feeling of looking at my appearance. It was as if he was seeing right through me." While she was lost in thought, a startled voice rang out, "Your ladyship, is that Elisa? May I come in?" Errol replied, "Come in, what's the matter?"
Elisa panted as she spoke. "I'm very sorry, my lady, because the Duke keeps looking for you." Errol replied, "My father is in the banquet hall right now. I've already made it clear that I'm not attending the banquet." Elisa bowed her head, panting as she spoke. It's just that the Duke keeps summoning you. If I don't bring you to the banquet hall, he'll chop off my legs. So please, just this once, my lady. Please, save me just this once. I still have several younger siblings to take care of at home. If I lose this job, then—" Errol heard these words and became incredibly furious, her hands clenching so tightly they trembled. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her lips were tightly bitten as she uttered the name, Olden. The scene shifted to the party. At this moment, Olden kept looking around, waiting for Errol to arrive. The man next to him nudged Olden's shoulder and asked, "Hey, did you forget? You said you'd show me something interesting, so when is it going to start? The party has been going on for quite a while, hasn't it?" Olden turned, frowning and said, "Just wait a little longer. She's bound to appear." Suddenly, everyone there became noisy, discussing, "Oh my, this is the first time I've seen her in person." The lady next to him asked, "Who is that?" Olden heard the commotion and said with satisfaction, "Judging by the commotion, I suppose the main character has arrived." Errol calmly walked into the party from outside. Olden saw her, and a cunning smile spread across his lips. "Come here, my beautiful daughter, Errol." Errol walked up and stood opposite him. "Father, I heard you were looking for me." He held a wine glass in his hand and stepped forward, saying, "That's right. I was worried when I didn't see you throughout the party. It must be because of the birthmark on your face that you didn't appear, right? Wouldn't it be heartbreaking if my daughter couldn't attend the party just because of a birthmark on her face? A birthmark cannot hide your beauty, so I've been thinking about what would be best." The ladies heard him say that and immediately started discussing. "The Duke is he's really such an open-minded person." Olden widened his eyes and continued with a brazen smile. "If you take off your mask, everyone will probably gradually get used to your appearance. Let's use this opportunity to properly and officially show everyone the face of the youngest daughter of the Brixia family."
Errol remained silent, not answering. She thought to herself, he called me here with the intention of making a fool of me. Then she spoke, refusing. "There's no need for that." Hearing Errol's refusal, Olden was extremely surprised. "What?" Errol, with a calm demeanor, spoke clearly. "Is it absolutely necessary to reveal my face here? From the beginning, I said I wouldn't attend the party, and I didn't come here for this amusement." Olden angrily shouted, "What are you saying now? Then why are you here?" Errol raised a hand to her chin, a scornful smile gracing her lips. "I wonder what's going on, since you're being so insistent. Surely you're not intentionally trying to humiliate your daughter in front of everyone, are you? If that's not the case, then I'll take my leave." With that, she turned to leave, making Olden angrily clench his teeth. Olden immediately grabbed her arm. "You arrogant girl, are you defying your father's words now? That's right. What's so hard about taking off a mask? Take it off right now." His attitude and tone made Errol recall images of this party from the past. Her face darkened, and she broke out in a sweat. Olden reached a hand towards her mask, saying, "If you find it too difficult,
I'll help you.
Errol's eyes widened in alarm. No, I don't want to go through that again. Thinking this, she immediately pushed him away, causing him to fall sprawling onto the ground. He yelled, "Errol, stop right there." Errol ignored him and continued to leave. As she was walking, someone deliberately tripped her, causing her to fall to the ground. Everyone there began to whisper, "No upbringing. It seems she hasn't learned proper etiquette and manners." Errol quickly sat up, clutching her face. Her mask had also fallen to the ground. She exclaimed inwardly, "My mask!" Olden approached and said, "That's right. You should have listened to your father. You were a disgrace to the Brixia family for causing such a commotion at the party."
Errol's face darkened. "No, don't let them find out I don't have my birthmark now. To bring down Brixia, I must avoid revealing my situation as much as possible. It's not time yet." Errol reached out her trembling hand to pick up the mask. Just then, someone approached, making her freeze. A young man with golden hair picked up her mask. This person was Ethan. He handed her the mask and asked, "Are you all right, beloved daughter?" Errol immediately took the mask, not forgetting to express her gratitude. "Thank you." After that, Ethan glared at Olden. Olden was a little surprised. Ethan Lloyd Velstein. Why is he helping Errol? Then he spoke. "In this case, you should pretend nothing happened. Even if you are the heir of the Velstein family, it's still the same. How dare you interfere with the affairs of the Brixia family when you are not yet a prince? This cannot be overlooked." At this moment, a young man entered from the door and asked, "What's all this commotion?" Olden spun around and stammered with a trembling voice, Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince smiled and said, "Looks like quite a lively scene, doesn't it?" This young man's name was Eston Duchess Oslo, the Crown Prince of the Oslo Empire.
Eston continued, "To dare to disregard the Crown Prince and enjoy himself like this, Duke Olden looks rather regretful, doesn't he?" Errol looked over. She also recognized this person. The other was His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. His next words startled Olden. Just by looking, anyone would think this was a party hosted by Brixia. Parties are meant for everyone to have fun. That's how they truly shine. But in this situation, only the Duke seems to be having fun. Isn't that right, Duke Brixia? Olden angrily clenched his fists until they trembled. The Crown Prince is absolutely right. I have committed an act of disrespect. Eston put his hands on his hips and said with a smile. The Duke catches on quickly. On Ethan's side, he extended his hand and asked worriedly, "Lady Errol, are you all right? Take my hand and stand up." Errol was a little surprised. She replied, "All right." Everyone started gossiping loudly again. Did everyone see one side of her face was covered just now? That ugly birthmark seems to be real.
Red eyes are a sign of a demon, aren't they? There's a reason for her nickname Demon Princess. Madam, don't stare. What if you look and get cursed? Errol turned, her fiery red eyes glaring at the two of them. Both of them immediately flinched. Her gaze. Then they shrieked, "Evil! A demon! The curse is real! Look at those terrifying eyes! She's a demon, definitely cursed by evil spirits." Errol was all too familiar with these mocking and contemptuous remarks, so she simply turned away without responding. Her actions did not escape Ethan's notice. He then stood up abruptly and said, "Everyone, stop." He then stepped in front of Errol, his cloak billowing, and declared, "This banquet is hosted by the royal family, and all invited guests have the privilege to enter and exit the sacred royal palace. Therefore, if anyone utters anything more rebellious than this, I shall consider it an insult to the royal family." Errol was surprised by these words, and she wondered, why? Ethan continued, his voice clear and firm. "In the name of Ethan Lloyd Buston."
Errol wondered, puzzled, why he was helping her. A moment later, the two of them entered a room. Ethan asked, "Are you really all right? You've injured your leg, so I think it would be better to call a doctor." Errol replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Even if I were to see a doctor, they would just refuse treatment and say it's due to a curse or something." Hearing her words, Ethan felt a pang of emotion, choked up and uneasy. Errol regarded it as something normal. She said, "That's just everyday life, so I don't really mind it. Thank you very much for what happened just now. Thanks to your help, I was able to escape that place safely. Others don't even want to touch me, and my father is the same. Anyway, thank you again, Sir Ethan. I'll rest for a bit and then go up to my room. Please go in first." Ethan took something out of his coat pocket, making Errol wonder. "Sir Ethan?" Ethan sat down and gently lifted her foot. "Please excuse my presumption," he said. Errol was surprised. "Huh?" Ethan explained. "This is a first aid method knights use for ankle injuries. Even if it's only for a moment, it might help." Ethan didn't hesitate to wrap her injured foot. Errol thought to herself, "How embarrassing. Perhaps it's because no one has ever shown such kindness to me, except for my nanny. Since I was little, even when I got injured, I was never treated. All I ever received was ridicule for being weak and not like a monster." Her brother and sister took turns mocking her, saying, "That's right. Why are you stumbling around on the stairs like that?"
"I thought monster blood was a different color. That's why I didn't think I needed any help. I just assumed enduring it alone was natural." After bandaging the wound, Ethan said, "It's done, my lady." Errol replied, "In private, you don't need to call me my lady." Ethan looked up, a little surprised. "What?" Errol placed a hand on her chest and said sincerely, "Just calling me Errol is fine." Ethan hesitated. "Errol." Errol smiled and replied, "That sounds much more intimate. Please call me that from now on." Suddenly sounds drifted in from outside.
The atmosphere here is quite cheerful, isn't it? Ethan, seeing him arrive, exclaimed in surprise, Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Eston walked in, resting his hands on his hips, and asked, Are you all right, my Lady Errol? Ethan immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Errol also bowed politely. I am honored to meet the son of the Empire. Eston waved his hand. Don't say such stiff things. Please make yourselves comfortable. Errol asked curiously, Is there something Your Highness needs here? Eston pulled out a chair, sat down, and replied, Well, I was a little concerned about what happened earlier. Besides, I also wanted to meet my Lady Errol in person. Errol asked in surprise, Meet me? Eston's voice was calm. Lately, your name, my lady, has been mentioned dozens of times every day. I'm sure you already know why, don't you?
Errol understood Eston's meaning. She asked, Is it corruption related to military supplies? Eston smiled and replied, That's right. He leaned back in his chair and continued, As you know, our Oslo Empire has signed an armistice with our enemy, Slaven. As a result, half of our annual budget has been invested in military maintenance costs, and our financial situation is not very good. At this time, Brixia, the exclusive supplier of equipment, is implicated in corruption, even with such accusations. From the royal family's perspective, it's not easy to touch the Duke, a founder of the nation, without solid evidence. So I've been very troubled. But then, unexpectedly, Duke Brixia's youngest daughter, the masked princess, offered a suggestion to clarify the matter. Furthermore, she requested that it be handled according to the law, which is why I am here. Anyway, I deeply regret what happened just now. It was my carelessness to assume such a person was normal. I didn't think that would happen in front of so many people, but fortunately, Ethan arrived just in time. Moreover, I didn't know I had such a deep connection with the guard knight. Ethan exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty.
Eston brought his hand to his chin, smiling, and continued, I'm sure the young lady knows. This boy is famous for not attending parties. But just now I saw him escorting the young lady very skillfully, even abandoning his duty to protect me. Ethan flinched awkwardly. Please, sir, don't say misleading things. I came to see the young lady to apologize for what happened this morning. Eston asked curiously, Apologize? What happened? Errol, standing nearby, interjected, making Ethan turn his face away in embarrassment. It was simply asking why she was wearing a mask. Eston replied, I hope the young lady will forgive his impoliteness. This friend of mine isn't very perceptive by nature. Errol didn't blame him at all. She replied, It's all right. I've already received the apology, and I don't find it disrespectful at all. On the contrary, I find it quite remarkable. Sir Ethan is the first person to ask me that. The reason I wear a mask is very simple. I only use it because many people are afraid when they see my face. I'm used to it now, so I don't find it inconvenient. And I also have something I'm curious about. Ethan immediately asked, What is it? She replied, Do you have any other reason for asking me that question? Ethan looked into her eyes, and he only uttered one word, Beautiful. I saw integrity and clarity in her eyes. Not caring about others' judgments, her gaze was utterly principled. Furthermore, seeing that she wasn't afraid to expose her family's corruption and coolly grasp the situation, it's clear she possesses outstanding ability. Therefore, it makes me somewhat suspicious that such a person would hide her face. And above all, the fact that she has a birthmark on her face and red eyes cannot conceal the young lady's abilities. Errol looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, for the first time someone had seriously acknowledged her. Then she spoke. Everyone says I have cursed eyes. Aren't you afraid, Sir Ethan? Ethan replied without hesitation, Not at all. Eston, sitting opposite, also spoke with a smile. Me too. On the contrary, I find them very beautiful. After all, aren't you the only one in the Empire with blood-red eyes, to the point where everyone is captivated? Isn't rare synonymous with special? It's the same with royal blood. Not everyone is born talented, so simply being born into the same lineage is already considered special. What I mean is, just like how I became the crown prince for being the sole bloodline heir. Of course, there are those who envy and covet my position, but isn't that proof of my uniqueness? Sometimes, being forced into something comes with its own allure. Therefore, it means you don't need to wear an inconvenient mask because of others' deliberate gazes, because you are a person who recognizes your own worth. Errol spoke, her voice choked. Let's see, if you had seen my bare face before, would you still say that? Eston looked bewildered and asked, What? Errol clenched her hands into fists. Brixia's illegitimate child. Cursed eyes. Monster maiden. Everyone only sees, believes, and judges based on outward appearances. Whether I wear a mask or take it off, my fate will still be discussed by others. It's better to hide behind the mask. That way I might be less vulnerable to harm. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had seen my bare face before, he would think differently. Ethan, stunned, called out, Errol. Errol seemed about to shout, You tell me to take off my mask so easily because you don't know what kind of emotional state I've been living in. Suddenly she paused, realizing I've said such pointless things. Then she bowed her head in apology. I have committed an act of disrespect. I hope your highness will not mind what I just said. I ask to be excused. Ethan tried to hold her back.
Wait a moment, Errol. Errol didn't turn back, despite his regret. She hurried away, her steps growing faster. I'm too sensitive. Why did I say those things? His Highness said those words for me, because I am a person who recognizes my own worth. Why had I... Lost in thought, she forgot that her leg was injured, so the wound hurt more. Errol stopped and sighed. How much have I messed things up? Even when I returned to the past, everything around me remained the same. My father and family treated me like a monster. Everyone called me a devil. My very existence is a sin. Should I continue this meaningless struggle in an unchanging reality?
I had rather be somewhere alone. While she was deep in thought, someone approached and called her, making her startle and turn around. Errol, are you all right? Errol was surprised. Sir Ethan. Ethan walked towards her and said worriedly, since your ankle is injured, it's still difficult for you to walk. Let me help you. Errol immediately refused. No, I'm fine. But her pain flared up again, making her wince. Ethan noticed these actions. He stepped closer and offered his hand. Let me help you. Errol hesitated for a moment, then she took his hand gratefully. Thank you. After that, Ethan helped her walk along the corridor. She thought to herself, she had sensed it before, but doesn't he find her a nuisance? Why does he care about me so much, even acting disrespectfully in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Ethan suddenly spoke. Errol, actually there's something I want to tell you. Could you call me Ethan? Errol's eyes widened in surprise. What? His voice gently said. Sitting beside you today, I realize that despite being hurt, you still uphold your integrity more steadfastly than anyone else. I want to understand your true thoughts, so I hope you'll call me Ethan, as someone by your side. I will also treat Errol as such. Errol couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, this person, how could he? Then she replied, I understand, Ethan. The next day,
Errol sat on the bed, unable to forget what had happened. I can't forget what happened last night. What do you call this? Suddenly, someone outside opened the door and entered. Errol asked, what's wrong? The maid replied, Milady, a guest has arrived. Errol wondered, a guest? Errol quickly went to meet the guest. Looking at the person in front of her, she wondered, why would this girl come to see me? The guest spoke, long time no see, Errol. Errol recognized this person as well, Baressa Brixia. Unlike her other siblings, Brixia's eldest daughter was quiet and shy. Unlike Arthurine and Beretus, who openly bullied me, she completely ignored me. Why would a girl like that?
Baressa spoke up, saying she had heard about their father's severe actions towards her in the ballroom. Are you all right physically? Errol immediately replied, it's not just once or twice. I know my own limits. Baressa's fingers fidgeted. I'm sorry, I was busy with work and arrived a day late, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Take this. I brought it just in case. Use it when you need to. After handing the gift box to Errol, she sighed and wanted to leave. I just came to give you this. I'm leaving now. Get some good rest. Errol gazed pensively at the gift box. A mask? What? Why suddenly this? I don't know why this is happening now, but I can't focus on every single thing. She carelessly tossed the gift box into the closet, her eyes filled with determination. Because from now on, I must act quickly. Meanwhile, Olden was furious. His foot stopped and crushed the newspaper as he muttered, damn it, who wrote this article? Damn it, if it weren't for that girl, there wouldn't be an article like this. He recalled Errol's words. I wonder what's happening because father is so resolute. Surely father wouldn't intentionally humiliate his daughter in front of everyone, would he? He snarled. I'll show you what happens if you keep acting so arrogant and feigning ignorance. After that, he immediately went to Errol's room. Errol, where is that girl Errol? The maid saw him and became anxious. Now the princess has been out for a while. Olden pushed the maid away forcefully and yelled, get out of the way. The maid cried out in pain. When he opened the door and went inside, the room was empty. There was no sign of Errol. He stepped inside. Something wasn't quite right. Had she already fled? Suddenly, something caught his attention. He walked over to a stack of documents. This is... Seeing his own image on the paper, Olivia angrily crumpled the paper. He turned to the maid and asked in an angry tone, where is it? The maid looked bewildered. Huh? Olden clenched his fist in anger. Errol, I mean that monster. Answer me now. Where is it? The scene shifted to Ethan, his voice speaking. This is where the Royal Military Accounting ledgers are kept. Errol said with great gratitude. Thank you, Ethan. Thanks to you, I can view the documents I wanted. Ethan replied, because this is a place with many important documents, an authorized escort is required. If you need help, call me anytime. Ethan asked curiously, but which one are you looking for?
Errol took the book from above and said, the Brixia family will audit all transactions signed within the last 10 years, and if there's a significant discrepancy in the recorded amounts, the probability of corruption is very high. Ethan asked doubtfully, but the manager has already checked it, so everything has gone smoothly without any problems until now. Errol flipped open the book and replied, if it's a double-entry ledger, that's a different story. One only needs to take advantage of the large volume transactions of military supplies to record different quantities. What came to me were the initial documents, while the final transaction details of the Rotto family were managed by my father. Therefore, I cannot verify the amounts against the actual transaction quantities, making it very difficult to provide accurate grounds.
However, now we can easily get a handle on it thanks to some reliable assistant. Ethan's face flushed as he pondered. Reliable. Errol suddenly stopped at a page in the book and exclaimed,
It seems I found one. Look here. The amount of money related to the components for the iron armor is incorrect, and even the components themselves are different from the original design. Similar to the military boots. Ethan took the book, looked through it for a moment, and said, "That's strange. Wasn't the intermediary manager aware of this?" Errol replied, "I couldn't even spot the smallest detail. Clearly there are many other things besides this. Even if one did notice, it would be very difficult to question the Brixia family. Furthermore, our family doesn't just supply 1 or 2 military provisions, so it's not easy to get a full picture. However, there's also another possibility. What if the intermediary manager tried to conduct an inspection but was blocked by someone's orders?" Ethan looked surprised and said, "That?" Errol continued, "It's possible."
Both simultaneously agreed, bribe high-ranking officials. Errol agreed, that's right. Ethan also realized, so that's how it is. Then their eyes met. Errol smiled and casually said, "Fortunately, I have the original blueprints for all the military supplies Brixia has delivered in the past 10 years. If we dig into each one this way, we can uncover most of the corruption cases to date." Suddenly outside, the doorman's voice tried to stop someone. "No, you can't." Olden's voice roared, "Get out of the way." After pushing the doorman aside, Olden stepped inside. As soon as he saw Errol, he yelled, "So you're here, Errol. How dare you do such things? Are you flirting with young Master Velstein here? Come out with me immediately." As his hand reached out, Ethan immediately stepped in front of her to protect her. Ethan glared, his voice firm. "I also felt this at the party, but you were being overly authoritarian with your daughter, Duke Brixia." Olden gave a truly villainous smile. "Young Master Velstein, this is our Brixia family matter. As a father, if I want to speak with my daughter, what right do you have to stop me?" Errol decided to speak up. "It seems you have a lot to say, father," Ethan called out in surprise. "Errol!" Errol confidently stepped forward. "I'm the one you're looking for, father, so let's talk directly." But father had said, "This is a matter for the Brixia family. But please finish in 10 minutes because Sir Ethan is waiting for me." Olden let out an angry snort. Upon arrival, Errol spoke. "We've arrived. In this precious time, let's have a frank conversation, father and daughter." A loud slap rang out. Olden had just slapped her, his hands still clenched tightly, and said, "You ungrateful wretch. Arrogance isn't enough. You dare to dig behind my back like a rat." With that, he grabbed Errol's hair. Olden leaned close to Errol's face and said, "There's a limit to disrespectful behavior. How dare you stab your own father in the back? Don't forget, you are Brixia's illegitimate child. Framing you for corruption wouldn't even be a problem. So if you don't want to die, don't do such pointless things." Errol neither cried nor resisted. She simply smiled, which somewhat surprised Olden. Smiling? Errol coldly asked, "Are you finished? There are still 5 minutes left, Duke." Her defiance made Olden grind his teeth in anger. He raised his hand. What arrogance! Before the hand could even come down, a voice from outside rang out. "Stop!" Outside, 2 knights were chatting with each other. "Running 10 laps around the training camp has me dead tired. Please, just let me be today. Come on, just 1 drink tonight, okay?" The blonde dodged away, complaining, "Get a little further away." The purple-haired one hooked an arm around his neck and said, "I said I'd pay." The blonde grimaced. "Whoever died from not having a drink? I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep." Inside, Errol lifted her feet and said, "What a pity. If I had just gone through with it, father could have seen Brixia's proper upbringing. I missed the chance to appear on the front page of the weekly newspaper. It's changed. It's definitely different from before." Olden grabbed her hand and yelled, "What's your reason for resisting now? What will you gain by betraying Brixia? What do you truly believe in?" Then he flashed a cunning smile. "Ah, so that's how it is. Ethan Lloyd Velstein. It's because of him, isn't it?" Errol hesitated. How could? Olden pulled her closer, his voice still sounding like he wanted to shout. "That's right. Now you're finally heading in the right direction. That party looked incredibly intimate, a place to put all your trust. Why would he choose someone like you? Young Master Velstein's taste is indeed peculiar, but then again, that's good. Marry young Master Velstein. If you, an illegitimate child, become Velstein's lady, it would be a profitable business deal. Isn't that right?" Errol snatched her hand back. "Are you crazy, father?" Olden, emboldened, pressed on. "You're the crazy one. Looking back now, you're just as crazy for a man, unable to distinguish right from wrong, with that same rude and irritable demeanor, exactly like your mother. Behave yourself if you don't want to end up like your mother." Hearing these words from his mouth, Errol was furious, her hands clenched, her gaze still cold. On this side, Ethan was still reading the book from earlier. Errol approached and said, "Ethan, I'm sorry for being absent for so long." Ethan saw her and replied, "You're here, Ari?" Suddenly he paused, looking at her face, which was red from Olden's slap. He quickly rushed over. "Errol, what happened? Your cheek is all red." Errol remained calm as if nothing had happened. "It'll subside soon, don't worry. Anyway, too many eyes are watching. Let's go to my room first and talk." A moment later, Ethan produced a small bottle of medicine and said, "This is a good ointment for scratches. Applying it will help. Actually, I've been wondering if Errol would lead the charge in exposing her family's corruption, as it's related to the family no matter what." As Ethan spoke, he applied the medicine to her face. "But perhaps today I've learned the exact reason. I won't ask what happened, but if you need help, just tell me."
She was extremely grateful. Thank you, Ethan continued. Even if it's not about corruption. Whatever it may be, if you ask, I'm always willing to help. Errol was deeply moved by his words, hearing them from someone else for the first time. Errol asked, can I consider this a gesture of goodwill? Ethan immediately replied, as much as you want. Errol continued, as I said earlier, if we investigate each ledger one by one, most cases of corruption occurring in the military can be resolved. If so, military costs would be saved, we could eliminate the corrupt individuals and build a stronger empire. I will help you with that. Ethan wondered, Errol, what would you gain by going to such lengths? The fact that you are a member of Brixia cannot be changed. You might even be executed. Errol replied without hesitation, that's not scary at all. Anyway, I'm already planning ahead, and part of that plan is to ask Ethan to protect me. Ethan asked, me? Errol continued, of course, this is also a condition for the proposal I just made, but I trust Ethan. You've helped me time and again when everyone else avoided me, even my own family. That's why I was so sure that if it were Ethan, I could trust him. Ethan pressed, so if this goes through, Errol, you'll automatically leave the mansion, won't you? Errol nodded, for now. Ethan pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, excellent. Errol immediately extended her hand. It's a deal. I'll be relying on you from now on, Ethan. Ethan replied to her, I'm the one who should be thanking you, Errol. I will definitely protect you. Errol was unaware that their conversation was being observed by a crow outside the window. She said, I've brought the copies of the ledgers. Ethan continued, perfect timing. So let's start by reviewing the important parts first. We can't catch the kingpin right away, so we'll go step by step, from the bottom up. The crow quickly flew to a long-haired man. The man said, you're doing very well.
I had truly hoped to see you again soon, Errol. In Ethan's thoughts, taking an interest in others was a nuisance, but I couldn't just ignore it, because to maintain one's standing in aristocratic society, one must be sensitive to the feelings of others. Therefore, I chose to let those around me respond as they wished and not interfere too much in my affairs. I had always lived that way. After all, I had heard many rumors about the masked princess. When Belfort mentioned her, I heard so much that I found it annoying. It was clearly that strange, right from the first moment I saw her. What ultimately was the reason for that feeling? Errol finally opened her eyes. She said, I'm sorry, I fell asleep during my rest. Ethan, holding the book in his hand, replied, it's all right. Since you've been working since morning, it's understandable. Errol, seeing him still poring over documents, asked, aren't you tired, Ethan? Ethan replied, of course I'm tired. Errol made a suggestion. Then take a short break. You weren't still working while I was asleep, were you? Ethan replied, I was just sorting things out a bit.
Errol looked at the stack of documents piled up like a mountain and, wiping sweat from her brow, said, just a moment, it seems like everything has been arranged. He shyly glanced at her. Then he called out, Errol. Errol looked up and asked, what is it? Ethan said, may I ask a question? Early the next morning, Errol sought out someone. She thought to herself, the reason I, someone who dislikes parties, attended the Crown Prince's celebration party was not only for my wet nurse, but also to meet the nobles essential for my future plans. The person I am meeting now is the most capable among the vassals serving the Brixia family. The servant standing outside the door saw her approach and politely announced, the lady requests an audience. Once inside, standing before the man, she thought, and this is the most important first step for me. This man is Count Jove, a vassal of the Brixia family. Seeing her enter, he looked up and asked, what brings the lady all the way here so early in the morning?
Errol sat down on the chair opposite him and replied, I have come to inquire about your health. I heard you were also up all night working yesterday. Now that I think about it, you didn't need to bring your children to this party, did you? Zio replied, yes, well, because there are many matters to attend to. The children are working on their assigned tasks in the domain. Errol asked, Count Grieve, how long have you served my father? He immediately replied, it's been 20 years, but why does the princess ask that? Errol asked directly, if that's the case, then you must know my father well, mustn't you? He replied, I only know a few trivial things. If I don't even know myself well, how can I truly understand others? Errol's voice was calm. But among those things, there's one thing you surely know. Zio asked curiously, what is it? Errol spoke frankly, her voice becoming serious. I'm talking about my father's debauchery and incompetence. Upon hearing this statement from her, Zio was somewhat surprised, and his face darkened. He asked, are you trying to test me now?
Errol took a piece of paper from her pocket. She immediately retorted, that's not it at all. I sought out the Count not by my father's command, but for my own purposes. To be precise, I am here to present a proposal. My father is incompetent, but refuses to admit it. If time continues to pass like this, the problems of the Brixia family will explode one after another, and eventually nothing will remain. Before that happens, I have a proposal. Zio took the paper, glanced over it, and said, I know what the lady wants to say, but this alone cannot bring down the Brixia family. Furthermore, to be honest, I truly don't understand why you are trying to destroy your own family. Errol continued, her voice slightly choked. The family doesn't acknowledge me as a member. They only see me as one of their possessions. Moreover, this is also to protect the entire Brixia family. Can a father who is busy blaming others protect the Grieve family in an emergency? Right now, the Count's elite children cannot leave the territory. Errol confidently extended her hand and continued, You choose, invest in me or dedicate your loyalty to the very end and become the choice is yours, Count. Before knowing the outcome, Errol was already back in her room. She tiredly flopped onto the bed. I'm so tired. Mary saw her sigh and turned to ask, you were out for quite a while today, weren't you? Did things not go smoothly? Errol replied, it was tough because the conversation wasn't very smooth, but the outcome isn't bad either. She mused dejectedly. Even so, it's not a good outcome.
I have successfully recruited 8 out of 13 targets. However, Count Grieve, whom I bribed a few days ago, has made a good impression on the other vassals. As for Olden, he's only concerned with partying and gambling, completely oblivious. Now all that's left is to follow the plan. While deep in thought, Mary spoke up. This morning an item was delivered for the princess. Errol wondered, an item? Who sent it? Mary brought the gift box over and said, there's no sender listed. It seems to be anonymous. Errol was suspicious. Anonymous? Someone sent me a gift? It's not a bomb, is it? Upon opening the gift box, an exquisite white dress caught her eye. The maid said, I'll put it away. Suddenly the maid paused and exclaimed, huh? Isn't this the dress made at Jerry Odeman's shop?
Errol asked, puzzled, Jerry Odeman? Mary explained, lately he's been the most famous designer in the capital. He's the man who sets trends with his groundbreaking dress designs, and he only makes a maximum of 4 to 5 pieces a year, so everyone is eager to get one. Errol thought to herself, I think Arthurine said something like that. Then she turned to Mary and asked, but why was this dress sent to me? Could it have been delivered to the wrong place? Mary immediately refuted cheerfully. That's impossible. The recipient's name is clearly written as the princess. To think we get to see a Jerry Odeman dress with our own eyes. The princess must be thrilled. Errol wondered to herself, who on earth sent it? Could it be? Errol recalled her conversation with Ethan. She asked, puzzled, a masquerade ball? Ethan replied, as you know, the last day of this festival is a masquerade ball. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has invited Princess Errol, and he wonders if you intend to attend. If you find it inconvenient, I will speak with him privately.
Errol pondered. Yesterday she had suddenly cornered the Crown Prince. Although she wasn't confident in dancing, if she wanted to apologize, she had to participate. After making her decision, Errol resolutely replied, no, I will go. We talked about it like that? So Ethan was the one who sent it? But isn't this cut too deep? Revealing outfits are trending lately, but this is the first time I've seen such a deeply cut outfit. Mary said with a smile, however, it seems to suit you. Because it's so beautiful, passers-by will surely turn their heads to look. Errol replied, it's the dress that makes it so. Mary immediately retorted, not at all. I have a keen eye, and it's clear that you would look great in a tight-fitting outfit like this. This situation reminded Errol of an unpleasant memory. There was a time I dreamed of a magnificent dress, though that dream was shattered long ago. A dress this dazzling and revealing? I'm only going to meet the Crown Prince to apologize, but won't it make me stand out too much? I'd rather tell Baressa and borrow a dress. No, I don't like that idea, so forget it. Then she sighed. There's no other way, is there? Mary, prepare for tomorrow's masquerade ball. Choose this dress. Not long after, at the party, Arthurine, beaming with joy, said, finally, this day has come. Although I couldn't get Jerry Odeman's limited edition dress, with this level of beauty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will surely notice me, won't he? The two of us wearing masks and dancing hand in hand, isn't that just too romantic? Baressa immediately shattered her dream, saying, Arthurine, you won't have a chance to marry the Crown Prince anyway. Arthurine asked, is it because you were chosen as the belle of the ball 3 years ago? Baressa's voice was cold, her face expressionless. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Arthurine winked at her sister, smiling. I will also achieve my wish, so just you wait and see, because at this ball, I will be the belle of the ball alongside His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Baressa sighed. I know, so please just don't cause any more trouble. She held her head in frustration, thinking to herself, why is my personality becoming more and more like Father's? Do you remember what Father said to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? It would be lucky if Arthurine wasn't expelled for her disgraceful behavior. Now that she thought about it, ever since that party, Errol seemed to have only stayed in her room. She was worried, so she went to check on her. She wondered if Errol was all right. Should I talk to her again when we return to the mansion? No, on the contrary, it might just put more pressure on her. Before she could finish her thoughts, Errol walked past, causing Baressa to freeze. Who is that? She wondered. For some reason, I feel a sense of familiarity. Is there such a noble lady in high society? A moment later, she saw Eston standing on the podium. I wonder if everyone is enjoying the party, she thought. The founding ceremony has reached such a magnificent scale. Errol held a glass of wine in her hand, a shy expression on her face. She tugged at her dress, thinking to herself, as expected, this outfit attracts far too much attention.
Her shoulders and chest were both exposed like this, but fortunately she had an additional scarf draped over her. Errol had complained then that it was truly too revealing to wear. Mary handed her a cloak and asked, what if you draped an additional scarf over it? She thought to herself, since I've already committed, I must see it through. Never mind that. I need to quickly apologize to the Crown Prince about what happened that day. The Crown Prince raised his wine glass, smiled and said, "I hope everyone will do their utmost for the prosperity of our nation." She looked around, thinking to herself, hasn't Ethan arrived yet? He was the one who asked if I was coming. Or is he already in the crowd? Suddenly someone approached. "My lady, you truly look exquisite. May I have the honor of the first dance with you?" Another young man, unable to resist her beauty, also stepped forward. "Oh, too late. I was just about to ask you myself." The two exchanged meaningful glances. "I've been sitting nearby watching this whole time," a third man interjected, "and I've already stepped forward to invite her." Errol, puzzled, thought to herself, is this what masquerade balls are usually like? She then swept her hair back and declined their offers. "I apologize, but someone is already waiting for me."
She thought irritably to herself, this is too troublesome, I'll just refuse everyone. The two men, feeling a bit awkward, quietly left. Of course she already has a dance partner, someone this beautiful would naturally have one. "My apologies, my lady." Errol thought to herself, "Beautiful, my foot. How can you tell when both you and I are wearing masks? Perhaps it's because they're nobles that they're so good at sweet-talking. I wish His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would appear soon so I can go back. I'm still worried about my attire." Errol took a sip of wine and grimaced. This wine is really strong. Just then, Eston approached and said, "It seems this is your first masquerade ball, my lady." He extended his hand to Errol. "Would you care to dance with me?" Soon, to the melodious tune, they shared a dance. "That dress suits you very well." Errol asked curiously, "This dress, could it be from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Eston refuted, "No, it's not. It was Ethan's choice. I merely sat and watched, but Ethan has an eye for things beyond imagination. I had thought you would suit darker colors more, but I was wrong. You are truly dazzling." Errol stammered, I am reflecting on what happened last time. I apologize for my disrespect to Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Eston didn't understand her meaning. He asked with a hint of surprise, Why? Did you secretly commit a transgression behind my back? Or perhaps you're bothered by what I said earlier when I was with Ethan?" Errol replied, "I made a mistake by expressing my one-sided feelings to someone I had never met." Eston leaned closer and whispered into her ear, "So what?" Errol quickly responded, "Huh? I don't care about those things. You are dancing with me now, so just focus on me."
Eston embraced Errol, asking wonderingly, "Errol, why do you have to beg for forgiveness for that? On the contrary, I'm the one who should apologize. It seems I spoke carelessly without considering the life and thoughts you've experienced. I'm no different from you." Errol looked at him, a little hesitant in her words. "Like a deity?" Eston looked straight into her eyes. "Everyone only looks at the Crown Prince's appearance. Only you aren't curious about what kind of person I am, just like the mask you wear. Anyway, thanks to you, I've learned something, which is why I prepared this meeting to repay you. If I hadn't personally sent the invitation, it seems you wouldn't have come to the ball. I apologize. Please forgive me for what happened that day. Now you seem to have adapted. I mean, to the ball. We've practiced dancing enough. Now it's time to enjoy the ball. It's time to step out of the supporting role." At this moment, Ethan also arrived, approaching her, holding his mask in his hand. Ethan's face was slightly flushed. "Do you like the dress?" Errol revealed her entire dress, stammering, "Ah, this one. Does it look good?" Ethan nodded, his face growing even redder. Even better than I imagined."
To be honest, this is also the first time I've seen the real thing. I only chose the color. The entire design is Eston's." Errol was a little surprised. "It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's? No wonder. I thought it was very unconventional. But did you really just choose the color? Could you really envision how it would turn out just by picking a color?" Ethan was embarrassed. He immediately put on his mask to hide his awkwardness. "Wait a moment, let me put on my mask." Errol smiled, adjusting her sleeve. "All right, that's enough of an answer. That day Ethan said I had an honest gaze. Do you still think so now?" Ethan didn't think much. He replied firmly, "Yes."
Errol asked doubtfully, "What if that thought is just fleeting curiosity or a momentary misconception? We haven't known each other for very long." Ethan pondered for a moment, then replied, "That's certainly possible." Errol froze, her voice slightly choked. "Is that so?" she thought to herself in disappointment. "Just as I expected." Before she could think much further, Ethan extended his hand. He bowed slightly and said, "That's why I think we should get to know each other better for a while longer. Let's meet more often from now on, Errol." Errol also extended his hand, reciprocating his sincerity. "All right." After that, the two began to dance together. Nearby, Eston observed everything, holding a glass of wine in his hand and smiling. Not long after, the ducal family departed, and Arthurine's wailing could be heard from outside. Her mother sighed. "There isn't a single quiet hour, let alone a day. How can you be so noisy even until you get into the carriage to go home?" Her brother, standing nearby, also shrugged and said, "Well, there you have it. After all, the belle of the ball clearly belongs to another young lady now. I don't know why you still prepared and acted so importantly."
The Duchess frowned. "Beritas, you're no different." Olden clutched his head, lamenting, "If only I hadn't bet the diamonds then, I would have gotten my capital back." The Duchess immediately reprimanded her son. "Throughout the party you flirted so much. Even the young ladies were sending signals begging you to restrain yourself." Beretus, however, considered it a point of pride. He placed a hand on his chest and said, "They say brave men win fair ladies. Don't I look dashing?" Arthurine on the side frowned, her eyes welling up. "What are you saying? That's absolutely hideous." Olden, unable to stand their noise, turned and yelled, "What? Are you done talking? You're so noisy, it's killing me. All of you, shut up." Beretus turned to scold his younger brother. "It's because of you that father got angry, wasn't it? How dare you address your older brother so disrespectfully? Go learn some manners." On Errol's side, she stood deep in thought, musing, "How could those vulgar people belong to a ducal family? I can't believe I worked so hard to save such people. Luckily, I've realized it now." While she was lost in thought, someone approached and called her name, Errol. Errol startled and turned around. "Huh?" Beressa hesitated. "I mean, are you also here for the masquerade ball?" Errol was a little surprised. She thought to herself, "I thought no one would recognize me because my costume and mask made me unrecognizable. Were the other clues too obvious?" Beressa continued, her eyes filled with a hint of sadness. "If not, I apologize. I must have been mistaken. Actually, at the ball, I saw someone who reminded me of you."
She was the beloved daughter, chosen to be the belle of the ball, both haughty and graceful in everyone's eyes, to the point that even I wished to possess such an aura. Errol replied, "Anyone can achieve that kind of aura." Beressa hesitated slightly. "But for me, it's not easy." Errol continued, "Are you saying I have that aura, and that's why I'm getting that compliment? Regardless, it's not me." Beressa waved her hand and left. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying such pointless things, aren't I?" Having said that, she left, leaving Errol alone to ponder. Why does she keep striking up conversations anyway? I can't figure it out. A while later, Errol was seen sitting on the sofa, sighing. Indeed, festivals are full of tiring things. At this moment, the nanny came over. "You're back, young lady."
Errol immediately perked up and jumped to her feet. "Nanny, did you have a good time back home?" But when she looked again, her nanny's pale and weary face made her worried. "Nanny, you look so worn out. Did something happen during your leave?" The nanny forced a smile and said, "Nothing happened. Don't worry about it." Errol worriedly took the nanny's hand and said, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" The nanny still tried to act as if she was fine. "I know you're worried about me, young lady. Don't worry anymore. You should shake off your fatigue first." With that, she pushed Errol inside. "I prepared the bath for you. Let's go." Errol still couldn't stop worrying. "You're really okay, aren't you?" The nanny replied, "Yes, yes, of course." Once in the bathroom, the nanny attended to her every need. The nanny gently asked, "Is the water warm enough?" Errol dipped her feet in and replied, "It's just right." The nanny instructed, "Then I'll go out. Call me when you're done." Errol immersed herself in the bath and replied, "Yes, thank you." Only now could Errol finally relax her body. It had been a long time since she had been able to unwind so comfortably. "Count Grieve has finally decided to bet on me. As someone who handles matters quickly, a letter should arrive soon. Olden has fallen into my trap. Everything I aimed for at the founding ceremony has been achieved smoothly. I need to find a more concrete way to bring down the family. Anyway, I should make use of a highly influential family like Brixia, shouldn't I? Do I have such connections among the people I met at the founding ceremony?" Suddenly, she recalled the image of herself smiling and dancing with Ethan, and her face turned red like a ripe tomato. It must be due to her tired body that she's having such useless thoughts. It's better to think of something else. That's right, there's also the matter of the nursemaid. It was clear that the nursemaid was given leave, yet when she returned, she looked even more haggard. Could it be that her body was weaker than before? The reason the nursemaid left me was because she unexpectedly fell down the stairs due to physical weakness. My memories after the nursemaid's death are very vague. Aside from the memory of throwing myself into frantic work with no one to rely on, I couldn't bear to see the nursemaid leave me again. A moment after she had finished bathing, the nursemaid brought her a cup of tea. "Here's your hot tea, young lady." Ariel extended both hands. "Thank you." Ariel, sitting on the bed, asked, "Nursemaid, how do you feel about quitting your job and returning to your hometown now?" The nursemaid, while tidying up the flower vase, asked curiously, "What happened at the festival? Why do you suddenly want to send this old woman away?" Ariel replied, "I'm serious. Please quit your job and go back to your hometown." These words made the nursemaid freeze. She immediately turned and asked, "Young lady, have I made some mistake? We've been together for so long. Why are you so heartless now?" Errol immediately replied, "I'm not chasing you away. You've taken care of me for 20 years. I think you need to rest now." The nanny, without a second thought, said, "If necessary, I will take care of you for the rest of my life." Errol held the teacup in her hand, smiling as she said, "You've lived for your family your whole life, so now please live for yourself. I want you to spend the rest of your life with your beloved family, and I hope you will live happily ever after." Hearing this, the nanny fell silent for a moment. She said, "You've grown up, young lady. I never thought the day would come when the child who used to hold my sleeve with her tiny hand would say such words. Life has called profound, but now I have nowhere left to return to." Errol's eyes widened in surprise as she asked again, "Nowhere left to return to?
What do you mean by that? The nanny burst into tears, her tears falling uncontrollably. As you know, young lady, my hometown is in the southern region. It's so far that it takes 2 days and 2 nights to get there from here. The plants and birds were all so beautiful that people often came there as a resort. However, that's no longer the case. Everything has burned down without a trace. Everyone is dead.
Everyone living in that village. Errol immediately ran to her wet nurse. What? So? The wet nurse, sobbing, replied, Yes, our family is all dead too. Only a pile of burnt ashes remains. Errol was stunned upon hearing this terrible news. Elsewhere, a fireplace was blazing fiercely. A voice spoke up. The content of the news sold recently is quite distinctive. What's happening in the south? This reeks of money. On Errol's side, she had now received a letter. To Princess Errol Fabrixia, I have investigated the situation in the south that you entrusted me with. As you know, the southern region was originally governed by the 2 families, Delphius and Bulgen. Even after being annexed into the empire, perhaps due to the enclosed terrain, these 2 families still wielded strong influence to restrain each other in the southern region.
However, I have learned that over the past 20 years, both families have hired soldiers on an unusual scale. They even purchased weapons and armor of unknown origin to exert pressure on each other. This is why Marquis Vol'jin harbors ill will towards Marquis Delphius. If it were merely a rift in their relationship, both the scale and the circumstances seem suspicious. Errol held the letter in her hand, thinking to herself, something is definitely amiss. After my conversation with the wet nurse, I asked Count Grieve to investigate the southern region. No matter what, I don't want to see the wet nurse distraught again. Weapons and armor of unknown origin. What if they were military equipment smuggled out of the empire? It could be an illicit transaction not recorded in military ledgers. The Brixia family's corruption, the death of the wet nurse's family, and even the conflict in the southern region, flaring up at a convenient moment.
Is all of this truly just by chance? Regardless, first I need to find even the slightest clue. Dressed like this, I probably won't be noticed, right? At a certain tavern, Errol stepped inside. It was incredibly crowded. Who should she ask for guild information? A waiter saw her and immediately said, Look, this isn't a place for children like you, so get out. Errol replied, You look young too. The male waiter immediately snapped, I'm an adult, I'm 18. Errol replied, Oh right, I'm an adult too. The waiter pouted, You don't look like one bit. You look like a strangely dressed child. A woman walked over and pulled his ear, saying, Why are you so rude to a customer? He flinched. Mom, but... Errol was a little surprised to hear him call her that. He called her Mom. She looks really young. The mother asked, What is our business motto? The boy replied with a trembling voice, Never put off till tomorrow the gold you can get today. Then she said, If you know that, then go take orders at that table over there. My apologies for the late greeting, because of that boy.
Fabella, it's too noisy here. Let's go downstairs. Then Fabella led her downstairs. It was quite chaotic just now, wasn't it? You can comfortably take off your mask here. Errol replied, It's fine. More precisely, is this truly the Information Brokerage Guild? Fabella sat down on a chair and said, That's right. I brought you here because I thought you were a client from this side, weren't you? Errol replied, No, you guessed perfectly right. Fabella smiled. My judgment is always spot on. Errol put down her teacup and said, Since there's no time, I'll get straight to the point. I need information regarding Marquis Delphius and Marquis Vol'jin in the south, as well as the recent disputes between the 2 of them. Fabella was a little surprised. She asked, Why would something be happening in such a distant region? Do you have family there, perhaps? Errol said nothing, picking up her teacup and taking a sip. Seeing this, Fabella spoke up. Indeed, a calm client. I understand. Just a moment. Let's see where it is. The documents about the south are clearly kept here, but thinking about it, it's quite strange. Errol turned and asked curiously, Why is it strange? Fabella held a piece of paper in her hand and said, For the past 20 years, no one has sought any information about disputes in the south, yet in the last 2 months, 6 such pieces of information have been sold. Errol asked curiously, Can you tell me who bought them? Fabella placed the paper on the table. Of course it was a secret. This was a profession where trust between clients was paramount. In the information brokerage, I receive money for each question. Information is money, after all. The previous one was a simple question, so I only charged 20 Cooper coins. Errol was stunned. Ah. Fabella's face brightened immediately upon seeing the money. Transaction complete, thank you. Errol thought to herself, She's not wrong, but I feel like I've been deceived. After receiving the money, Fabella continued. However, information related to the southern dispute, apart from recent years, has almost never been sold. So the information from 5 years ago is the most recent. Is that acceptable? Oh, and by the way, this one costs 1 gold coin. Errol silently concluded, That alone isn't enough. Then she spoke, I wonder if you could search for specific information if I commissioned you. Fabella continued, readily agreeing. Of course, if you wish, we will find the most recent documents. Naturally, there will be an additional fee, but Errol rummaged through her belongings. Then let's deal for the latest information. Fabella hesitated slightly, saying, although I don't know how long it will take, for now, this is the only information available. Errol placed a pouch of money on the table. That's the advance payment. If you find the latest information, I will pay the remaining amount, totaling 10 gold coins. In return, bring the information within 1 week. Fabella was astonished. She picked up the gold coin and thought to herself, 10 gold coins is enough money to support a family for a year. What is this youth's identity? How can they so easily possess such a large sum of money? Fabella couldn't discern the person in front of her. Errol stood up abruptly. I'm done here. I'll take my leave.
Fabella hesitated, calling her back. Wait, why did you pay in advance without even looking at the news content? The latest news might not even be useful. Errol replied, even if it's a loss, I still need that news. Anyway, I've already paid in advance, so I hope you'll deliver valuable news. Oh wait, you also look for people here, don't you? With that, Errol left. Will it be easy to find the nanny's grandchildren? Earlier, Errol had told Fabella, I want you to help find a boy and a girl around my age who went missing in the South. Specifically, they are 15 or 16 years old, and the girl is the older sibling. Each person is worth 10 gold coins. The sooner they are found, the higher the reward. You understand, right? Fabella decided she had to secure this lucrative opportunity. She thought to herself, is he a rich young master? I must add him to the VIP list.
Back to the present, Errol mused. For now, all the day's tasks were done. It was time to head back before it was too late. Suddenly, someone passing by accidentally bumped into Errol, causing her to fall to the ground. The person looked very familiar. He turned around. I'm sorry, are you hurt anywhere? Errol immediately recognized the voice. This voice. Why was Ethan Velstein here? Over at the tavern, Fabella's son said, Mom, there's something I want to tell you. Fabella wondered, what is it? He replied, wasn't that guy just now really strange? Fabella agreed with her son. He was a bit strange indeed, especially his eyes. Was it the look of panic behind the mask? He wondered, to that extent, huh? Fabella pulled her son's ear. But what about that? You just don't want to work right now, so you're deliberately changing the subject, aren't you? If customers start digging up dirt and bad-mouthing us, our business will be ruined. He cried out in pain. Please don't pinch my ear anymore. I'm an adult now, an adult. Fabella smiled. In my eyes, you're still just a messy little boy, okay? He grumbled. How long are we going to talk about this? Anyway, that person, I heard he asked about the Southern dispute. How do you plan to find out about that? Fabella hesitated for a moment. Let's see. I don't know either. Her son's next words made Fabella freeze. Knowing about a place like that brings nothing good. There's nothing left, so what is there to find out?
Fabella slapped her son. Stop talking. Go clear the table now. He frowned, having been scolded so many times already because of that guest. Oh, it stings so much. He wished that guest would fall while walking on the street. Sure enough, Errol was sitting on the ground and Ethan approached, asking, Are you hurt anywhere? Errol immediately covered her face. Why did they have to run into each other looking like this when everything about her seemed suspicious? Still, it was dark, so he probably wouldn't recognize her, right? Ethan was silent for a moment, then sat down and called her name, Errol.
Hearing that she had been exposed, Errol was startled. She turned away awkwardly and said, You've got the wrong person. Ethan immediately grabbed her. No, wait a moment, I need to confirm. Suddenly, someone ran up and called him. Captain, so you're here. I heard you needed to quickly return to report on the investigation's findings. What are you doing being rushed like this? Ethan turned back and said, Wait a moment, I have some business with this person. Belfort hesitated. Yes, but there's no one here. Who are you talking to, sir? What are you doing sitting alone on the street? And when are we going to finish work? But when he turned back, Ethan no longer saw Errol anywhere. He stood up and called Belfort. Belfort replied, Yes, sir. Ethan ordered, Tomorrow morning during training, you'll run 20 laps around the parade ground. Belfort flinched as if struck by lightning. What? No way. Why on earth? Meanwhile, Errol had quietly slipped away and secretly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Belfort. The scene shifted to another location. Eston sat at the table, merely smiling like a statue without saying a word, while the Duke's face darkened. Unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. 10 minutes have passed. What is the reason you summoned me here, only to say nothing? This man was Duke Velstein, Ethan's father, and the head of the Velstein family.
An sprang to his feet. Just because I'm an old god doesn't mean I have all the time in the world. If we're just going to sit here silently, I'll take my leave first. The Marquis immediately stopped him. Sir, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also gathering his thoughts. An complained. You always say that, so isn't it the Crown Prince who's living with my son now? The Marquis raised his hand and asked, What does that have to do with this right now? Eston finally spoke. The reason I've summoned everyone here today is because there are some important matters to discuss. The Duke asked, So what is this all about? He continued, The unrest in the south. I'm sure you're all aware of the conflict between the Delphaeus and Vulcan families. The problem is that recently a supplier has emerged for those two families. Upon investigation, it was revealed that a portion of our military officers had taken supplies and appropriated them for personal gain. If these illegal transactions were to cease internally, we could resolve the issue, but An lowered his gaze. If it were to spread externally, it would become a major problem, just like the South is now. Outwardly, it seems like a power struggle, but the amount of supplies provided is too vast for that to be the case.
A lord bearing responsibility for that for 20 years. This is truly unbelievable. The man beside Marquis said, but it used to be a small kingdom, so who knows? Marquis continued, is it still the same as it was 400 years ago? Eston immediately replied, that's right. Currently, in the southern region, many indigenous people have migrated, and those who remained are engaged in trade but cannot earn profits as before. In this situation, the people secretly supplying materials are military officers and high-ranking nobles. What if the situation in the south is not just a conflict between two families? On continued, so are they stealing our weapons and selling them to Diaslavan through the south? Marquis said, sir, how can you say such terrifying things? On sighed, did I guess something? After all, a young person's vision is limited.
The reason thugs like Diaslavan stopped fighting 30 years ago is because they could no longer supply themselves from their own country. Even if they tried to buy from abroad, they couldn't. If something went wrong and diplomatic issues arose, causing collateral damage, who would provide supplies? Only one nation can provide stable supplies to Diaslavan right here, our Oslo Empire. Since they couldn't openly import weapons from a hostile nation, they instigated the Southern Civil War to deceive the public. If we exploit that loophole and trade weapons through the port, everything will be perfect. Another duke worried, but if a ship of that size passes through, our side cannot help but notice. On remained very confident, saying, once the transaction is complete, we'll just blow it up and all evidence will vanish into the deep sea. Isn't that right, Crown Prince Eston? Eston agreed. Precisely. Therefore, if any noble is involved in this matter, I am considering punishing them, regardless of status or rank, for treason. Their failure to stop the migration of indigenous people from the south seems intended to spread rumors naturally, but the astute ones have already figured it out. On crossed his arms and asked, what does your majesty say about this?
Eston replied, health issues are very important these days, so I haven't told father yet, fearing he would be shocked. I hope war won't break out again because of this incident. On said, 30 years ago, up to 1 million lives were lost in the war. I don't want to see that horrific scene again. As the Crown Prince, Eston also agreed, I feel the same way. Duke Marquis turned and said, first, let's send someone to the south to thoroughly investigate the internal situation. What do you all think? That is my plan. On asked curiously, who can we send? Your son? Marquis sighed. Belfort's face is too well known. The local nobles would surely recognize him. Eston asked, then, besides that young man, is there anyone else trustworthy we can send? Marquis stared at On as if wanting to say something. On immediately bristled. My son? No way. Being cooped up at home and pressured to get married doesn't qualify him to go anywhere. Marquis replied. However, Knight Captain Ethan has never been dispatched to the local areas. Considering his capabilities, wouldn't he be a reasonable choice?
On casually said, my friend, or is it because last time I didn't include you in the fishing trip? That's why you're like this, so petty? Marcus flinched when his sensitive spot was hit. Why are you bringing that up now? Eston, still calm and smiling, said, please, both of you, keep your private matters in check. Of course, I'm very disappointed. On also cooled down. All right, next time I'll take you along, so don't be angry anymore and retract what you just said. Eston continued, it seems there's no suitable person, as Count Gevin said. On, surprised, asked, what? What was that? Eston continued, I will speak with Knight Captain Ethan, so let's stand up first. After that, Eston turned and left, leaving On behind to lament, hey, sir. Marcus tried to calm him. Please, calm down. Not long after, on Ethan's side, he angrily stood up and exclaimed, what on earth are you thinking?
Sending the princess to investigate the south? Why drag Errol into this? Eston calmly crossed his arms and asked, is it not good? I merely thought the princess was suitable for this task. Ethan continuously questioned, this is a place where one doesn't know where or when riots will break out. Do you think it's right to bring along your beloved daughter who has never held a sword before? Eston maintained his usual calm. You can simply protect her. It shouldn't be difficult for the head of the Royal Knights, should it? Ethan was worried. He strongly disagreed with the Crown Prince's suggestion. If many people attack at once, even I would be overwhelmed, should Errol fall into a dangerous situation. Eston placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder to reassure him. Don't overthink it. Besides, the two of you work well together. Ethan stammered slightly. Work well together? That's not the issue. Eston asked curiously. So why do you think you absolutely must protect my beloved daughter unconditionally? Can't the princess protect you too? Ethan, a little surprised, asked again, what do you mean? Eston smiled, handed him a piece of paper, and said, on the contrary, thanks to my beloved daughter Errol, I think both of you will return without a scratch. So have a pleasant trip. Honeymoon.
The scene shifts to Errol, who stands before a desk, muttering, found it. These are Olden's hidden ledgers. After the party, Olden will be away for 3 days. We can't miss this opportunity. Luckily, it paid off. Not having to see that person's face truly feels like a new lease on life. Just then, her brother approached, a haughty look on his face, and scoffed. What are you doing here? Father isn't even home today.
Errol replied coldly. No particular reason. Baractea sneered. Judging by your expression, is it about that useless matter at end? Errol turned to him and asked, what's wrong? Baractea, still arrogant, said, something wrong? Your tone sounds a bit disappointed, doesn't it? Since your brother isn't feeling well, I thought it would be more comfortable if you gave me a massage. Errol immediately retorted, didn't you tell me not to touch you before because I'm a monster? Baracteus avoided her gaze and said, that was back then, but now, let's call it a sudden change of heart. Errol swept her gaze across his face. It's a good thing your personality is still the same. Just keep treating me as if I don't exist, like you do now. Baracteus was surprised. What? Errol continued. Just continue to live like that from now on. Baracteus grabbed her hand. Just you wait.
Errol angrily slapped his hand away. Stop it. Aren't you tired of constantly bullying others like this? Baracteus angrily raised his violent arm. This damn bitch is overly pampered, daring to disrespect me. Suddenly, Ethan walked over and grabbed his hand. Now, upon reflection, this isn't a method of education, but rather a problem among the men of this household. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Perhaps breaking this hand is the only way to correct his behavior. Baracteus was startled, thinking to himself, why is Ethan here? Then he spoke, young Master Velstein. Well, are you now intending to confront me to protect that illegitimate child? Ethan tightened his grip on his wrist. Perhaps I should break his shoulder too, shouldn't I? His hand trembled in pain. How dare you do that to me in my own house? Ethan flung his hand away. No, to be precise, it's not your families, but the Olden Brixia families. Baracteus, seething with rage, clenched his hands until they trembled. That. Errol, standing behind him, immediately said, stop it. Aren't you losing face? As a noble, the least you can do is maintain your dignity. The servants also gathered around, curious. What's going on? That young man looks so wicked. Errol pushed Ethan away. Let's go, Ethan. Ethan turned and replied, all right.
Baracteus angrily kept shouting, what's going on? Are you here for a tour? Can't you people stop talking? A moment later, the two had left the place. Ethan asked curiously, is it always like that? Errol, not understanding, asked back, what do you mean? He continued, is her personality naturally so strong? Errol replied, yes, is there a problem? Ethan asked, so that Duke is actually the young master? Errol immediately replied, that's what I meant. After that, Errol led him into a room. Here, this is the only soundproof room in the mansion, so I brought you here. Ethan said, I see. This might be a bit rude to say, but I think it's Errol's room. Errol looked bewildered and asked, what do you mean? Ethan sat down on a chair and said, I don't mean anything bad by it, but it feels as neat as Errol's personality, especially seeing the worn-out furniture and books. One can tell how much effort Errol has put in. Errol was surprised. She thought to herself, what kind of person does this young man actually see me as? What did he see to say such good things about me? Ethan continued, you must be very surprised by my sudden visit. Actually, I sent a letter of inquiry to Duke Brixia, but since he's away, Errol said, he has left the mansion for a few days on leave.
Ethan was a bit flustered. He said, I also thought about whether to postpone it after hearing that news, but time was too pressing, so I had no other choice but to visit myself. Errol asked suspiciously, what happened again? Ethan awkwardly asked, I wonder if you have any vacation plans. Errol still didn't understand what he meant, so she asked again, vacation plans? Ethan replied, actually, I was directly sent to assess the recent situation in the south. Errol put her hand to her chin, pondering. The Imperial Palace is also concerned about matters in the south? Ethan explained. Belfort has visited this place several times before, so they ruled him out due to the high probability that the locals would recognize his face, and they said they needed someone of status to intervene in case of an emergency. Errol turned to ask, that person is Ethan? Ethan nodded and replied, that's right. However, if I go around looking by myself, there's a high chance I'll be suspected. Errol wondered, puzzled. That's probably true, but why is he explaining this to me? He clutched his head and continued, that's why I said I couldn't go, but that scoundrel, no, Eston made a suggestion.
He said that all they needed to do was appear unsuspicious. Errol asked, how would we pretend? He replied, the South has a port and the sea, so it's considered a resort destination for newlyweds. It's especially rumored that noble couples often vacation in the southern region. If we disguise ourselves as newlyweds to avoid suspicion, it would probably seem natural, wouldn't it? Errol suddenly realized something. Could that newlywed couple be, she gasped, me and Ethan? Ethan awkwardly covered his face, speechless and utterly embarrassed. It's just a suggestion. Errol isn't a knight or a soldier, so it's fine to refuse. You don't need to answer right away, as you must be quite surprised. You don't need to feel pressured. Errol thought to herself, isn't this enough pressure already? But why me? I'm not good at swordsmanship or magic. All I know is how to use my mind. Do I really need to step up in a situation where I'm not even sure if Olden will intervene in the southern affair? Ethan reassured her. The scenery is as beautiful as a famous resort, so even if you think of it as a vacation. Errol mumbled, beautiful? Perhaps through this I can learn about the situation in the south that my nanny mentioned.
Errol clenched her fist, perhaps having made her decision. I have one condition. I want to find my younger brother and sister who are around my age. I heard they went missing in the South. If you help me find them, I will agree to go with you. Ethan looked up and said with a firm tone, I will try my best, even though I cannot guarantee that I will definitely find them. Errol asked, so when do we depart? Ethan immediately replied, in about 2 days. Not only transportation, but most things will be prepared by the royal family. You just need to pack your clothes and then we can depart.
Errol mumbled, just bringing myself should be enough, right? Ethan offered her a shy smile and extended his hand. Traveling might be a bit difficult. However, there are still many things to see and eat in the South. Leave the work to me, Errol, and just relax. Errol felt a little happy inside. Relax completely, she thought. I only wanted to go because I was worried about my wet nurse. But then she spoke. Wonderful. Instead, I will do my best to be a fake lady. I look forward to your assistance, fake husband. Not long after, Errol stepped down from the carriage. She let out a sigh, goosebumps rising on her skin from the cold. They were later than expected. She had planned to leave early because she heard they would be switching to a different mode of transport at the palace. But before she left, her cousins had made a fuss. Errol, going on a trip? Beric Taz complained. It's best not to get close to him, Arthurine threatened. I'll tell father everything. Errol held her head. She didn't know why they were acting so troublesome. Anyway, it wasn't a carriage, but some other form of transport. What could it be, after all? She heard that the preparations weren't easy. From a distance, someone was already welcoming her and Ethan. Come quickly. Did you encounter any trouble on the way here? Errol was astonished when she saw it. A magic door.
The gate that only high-ranking nobles could use due to the immense manpower and cost. Eston thumped his chest proudly and said, I've made preparations so you two can travel comfortably. To prepare, I spent 3 days sweet-talking the elders, so I'd be very pleased to hear your thanks. Errol looked at the sulking wizard behind him and remarked, that wizard over there was definitely sweet-talked. Ethan approached. Isn't it only possible because His Majesty the Emperor approved it? Then he took the luggage from Errol's hand. Give me your luggage. Eston smiled. I convinced my father, so it's my credit. Ethan took the pile of luggage and asked, all right, is this all the luggage? Eston replied, most of the luggage has already been sent south by carriage. Ethan asked suspiciously, you didn't put anything strange in there, did you? Eston grinned, showing all his teeth. Go ahead and check. Errol, standing silently beside them, thought to herself, these two seem closer than I thought. Eston turned to her and called, Errol, it's going to be tough with the busy schedule, but you can rest as soon as we arrive, so hang in there. Oh, and also,
you'll need this. Errol wondered what it was. Eston explained, this is a potion that changes hair and eye color for 1 day. I thought it would be necessary since the goal is to avoid drawing attention. I've prepared many things for the trip, but this is quite expensive, so only use it when necessary. Errol was grateful. Thank you, sir. Eston rested his hands on his hips, a smile still on his face. What for? I'm the one who should be thanking you. Now that everything's ready, let's get going. Before entering the gate, Ethan stopped and asked if she wanted to go first. Errol was a little worried, asking, will it hurt? Eston calmly threatened, it'll hurt like hell. Ethan shot him a glance. It won't hurt at all. Please be quiet for a moment. Then he extended his hand towards Errol. Or we can go together. Errol smiled back. Thank you. In a short while, the two arrived at their destination. We're here. This is our inn. Errol exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe it. Long-distance travel can be this comfortable. Ethan stood before her and said, we've disguised ourselves as newlyweds, so it seems there's only one room to avoid suspicion. Errol flopped onto the bed and replied, of course. Ethan asked worriedly if she was all right. Errol wondered, what's wrong? He replied, we're sharing a room. Errol remained very nonchalant. Isn't this a wonderful place, considering everything? Ethan then sat down on the bed next to her, and they both looked at each other with a hint of awkwardness. Errol's face flushed, and she turned away. So that's what you meant. Seeing her discomfort, Ethan stood up and continued speaking.
Actually, I'll go find another room. We don't have to get that into character, so I'll sleep separately tonight. Errol thought to herself, flustered, because she had never shared a room with anyone else before, and it felt like she was trying to kick him out. Then she tugged at his sleeve. No need. Ethan turned his head. Huh? Errol continued. It's not necessary to sleep separately. Ethan froze stiff. Huh? Errol spoke up. Anyway, whether we like this situation or not, we have to stick together. If we're apart, how can we practice?
Ethan's face also flushed at this moment, but he wondered, aren't you uncomfortable? Errol replied, I trust Ethan. Ethan was still a little embarrassed. However, Errol patted the spot next to her and said, from what I have learned so far, Ethan is someone who wouldn't do anything against a knight's qualities, even though we haven't known each other for long. In any case, I don't want you to break your mission because of me. It's better to make everything clear than to do things halfway, isn't it? I've also made up my mind. Ethan wondered, made up your mind? Errol didn't say anything more. She directly flopped down onto the bed. Ethan stammered shyly. Errol? Errol said, now we are a newlywed couple, sleeping and waking up in the same bed every day. She patted the spot next to her and said, so this is nothing. Ethan, you should get used to it quickly.
Ethan was drawn to the idea, but still a little shy, so he stammered, "Well then." After lying down, Errol asked, "Comfortable?" Ethan closed his eyes, enjoying it. "It really is comfortable." Errol continued, "From now on, we'll just sleep like this." Ethan asked worriedly, "Is that okay?" Errol opened her eyes, turned to look at him. "What's not okay about it? We're husband and wife from now on, after all." Hearing the words husband and wife, Ethan felt a little embarrassed inside.
Then she asked, "What's the next plan?" Ethan first explained the plan he had already set. The plan was to visit the city in the southern part, which was the territory of Count Jackson Peter, a vibrant city. After gathering information there, they would move down to Aperia Port for inspection and then return here. Errol immediately asked, "If it's Aperia Port, then that's where merchant ships doing business on the northern sea route enter and exit, right?" Ethan smiled and replied, "That's right. I plan to rob a notorious smuggling organization there." Errol broke out in a sweat and asked, "Rob?" Ethan replied, "There's assistance, so don't worry too much. Besides, although we can't make a hasty judgment, perhaps we can achieve Errol's goal." Errol asked, "Do you mean at the port?" He calmly replied, "We will have to personally verify it, but during the investigation, more information will emerge, so we need to consider it carefully. From a personal perspective, I hope that the person Errol is looking for is not at Aperia Port." Errol looked at him, a little confused, and thought to herself, "I want to ask why, but somehow I feel like I shouldn't." At Duke Brixia's mansion, seeing him return, the three children immediately stood up to greet him. "Father, you're back." Olden stood before the three and asked, "You're here? Where is that monster? What is it doing? Why did you talk about it, but I don't see it anywhere?"
Beretus replied, "That girl." Arthurine immediately interrupted, "Errol has gone south." Olden was surprised. "South? Do you mean she went south alone?" Beretus replied, "She went with young Master Velstein." Olden exclaimed in shock, "What?" He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Errol has gone south with Ethan Velstein. What are you plying? Could it be that they've realized something? So they intend to ruin my future. I can't just sit back and take it." He then ordered, "Butler, prepare a telegram immediately." In his heart, he was determined to act before that woman could find anything. On Errol's side, her face clearly showed surprise. "What in the world? I told you not to reveal it, so why did you put these outfits in?" "Ha, that's the work of these two wet nurses and the Crown Prince." Ethan turned around. "Are you ready?" When she turned around, Ethan froze for 5 seconds at her beauty after she had changed into a lovely and adorable dress. Errol said shyly, "This is the most presentable outfit. Is this how people in the South dress? Because I've never seen it before."
Ethan also awkwardly turned away. "No way," he thought, "that Eston guy." He then added, "It looks nice, but it's too flashy, so let's find something new." Errol replied, "All right." Ethan explained, "If we spend a lot of money in a big city, it might attract attention, so it would probably be safer to buy something here first." Errol naturally agreed with his words. "I agree." Ethan continued, "Well then, there's still time before our next schedule, so let's go and come back." Errol replied, "Yes, let's do that." Both were a little awkward. "First, please wait a moment. I'll go change," Errol said. "All right, take your time," Ethan replied. A little while later, both of them were outside. Errol looked around in surprise. "It's really crowded." Ethan explained, "I heard that a local festival is currently taking place. It is believed to have originated from a festival held to commemorate a truce between two small rival kingdoms in the south in the past. They say that by concealing their identities behind masks and blending in with each other, public unease could be alleviated." Errol understood. "Ah, so that's why everyone is wearing masks." Looking at the smiles on the faces of the people around her, she thought to herself, "Everyone looks so happy. No one finds it strange to wear a mask. It turns out I can also blend in with everyone like this." While she was lost in thought, someone called, "Errol." Errol startled back to the present. "Yes?" Ethan said, "How about that shop over there?" Errol looked at the shop he pointed to and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "It's beautiful. I've never bought clothes for myself, so I don't really know, but that should be fine."
They approached and opened the door. A voice from inside rang out, inviting them in. A smiling woman greeted the two. "Welcome to Big Style, the first salon in the South leading the latest trends." "Oh my, seeing you two so surprised, you must be from far away, aren't you?" Ethan stammered, "Yes, I apologize if I've upset you." The woman approached and said, "It's all right. It's normal for newcomers to be surprised at first glance. This is our traditional attire, Roofland. Especially young ladies, they're all shy at first." Errol's face flushed as she secretly thought, "I can't deny that." Ethan cleared his throat to regain his composure. "About that, I came to look at clothes." The woman smiled. "Oh, that's right. Young master is looking for clothes, aren't you?" He said, "I'm looking for practical clothes. Since I enjoy walking, I want something comfortable for movement."
The woman continued, "So you're looking for clothes for an outing. Please wait a moment, both of you." A moment later, she was seen holding several boxes of items in her hands. As you can see, summer outing attire generally features many bright colors. Blue fabric suits you very well, especially for someone with beautiful silver hair like the madam. Dark colors and black would be most flattering. Moreover, even if you wear it to the beach, you won't feel awkward. So wearing yellow clothes, especially recently, due to the weather, I think I'll leave this for the madam to evaluate. So which one do you prefer, esteemed guests? Errol stammered. Well, that is, take them all. Afterwards, the woman handed the boxes to Ethan. Dress well, won't you? A moment later, the two returned to their carriage. As they walked outside, Ethan said, What happened? You look completely dispirited. Errol continued, It truly is a place brimming with enthusiasm. Ethan looked over at a couple affectionately embracing nearby. Perhaps that's why even in public there are such intense displays of affection. Suddenly a voice spoke up. You two, you must be from far away, aren't you? That level of affection is a common sight here among Southern lovers. Newlyweds display even more. Ethan was startled. Excuse me? He said, People who travel together, that kind of scenery can rekindle a burning flame even if the relationship has cooled. You two are also a newlywed couple, so you must be even more passionate. He gave a forced laugh. Ha, yes.
All the luggage has been loaded onto the carriage. You two, please enjoy the festival. Finally, the carriage departed. An awkward atmosphere filled the carriage as they sat, both remaining silent. Ethan propped his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, the affectionate gestures of a newlywed couple. Errol and I, in this posture, it won't do. After all, that matter. Errol folded the paper she was holding and called, Ethan. Ethan jumped. What is it?
She said, I just heard that everyone here is very affectionate, touching each other warmly and sitting on laps is a basic action. Ethan had a big question mark in his head and he said, that's right? Errol continued, so what I mean is, shouldn't we try practicing a bit? Ethan exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Errol went on. Even though we come from a different place, it would be very strange if every newlywed couple had awkward displays of affection, so I think it would be better to practice beforehand. Isn't that good? Ethan was embarrassed. He was silent for a moment, then said, I think that's a good idea. With that, Errol awkwardly sat on Ethan. Ethan asked, Are you okay? Errol replied, Yes, and you, Ethan? Ethan hesitated. I'm fine too, it's just that... Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, causing Errol to fall down with a scream. Ethan immediately caught her. Errol fell onto the seat with Ethan above her. Their eyes met, and the two got closer and closer. Ethan then pulled her up. You're not hurt, are you? Errol's face was as red as a tomato. She said, I'm unharmed, but don't you find me heavy? Ethan replied, Not at all. Errol said, Even so, that's enough practice for now. Ethan continued, Once we pass the south gate, we won't have time to practice anymore. More than that, I think it will also take a lot of time to get used to it, so from now on, we'll have to practice regularly. Ethan thought to himself, someone's heart is about to burst, but she's the only one who remains calm, isn't she? His whole body was flushed red by now. He recalled Eston's teasing words to him, Go and obey your wife's words. Maybe even in her sleep she smells. He cursed silently to himself. Damn it, Esther. Elsewhere, a soldier ran up, a paper in his hand, and said, Hey everyone, gather round. Someone immediately asked, What's all the fuss about? The soldier, holding the paper, said, An urgent arrest warrant has been sent from the capital. So we're supposed to conduct searches and then arrest them? Why are we following orders from those capital folks? It's probably just a waste of time. Even Marquis Delphius agreed to the deal. They said that if caught, they must be brought to the capital immediately, no matter what. Just how brutal is this criminal to warrant such measures? He presented the paper. One person was a cute boy, and the other was a beautiful young girl. The official picked up the paper. Girl, let's see. Characteristics, it says she wears a mask and has a large birthmark on her face. Sitting in the carriage, Errol asked, You said we'd go to the city gate, right? After that, we can go on our own. Ethan replied, I didn't specify the exact itinerary. First, the first city we'll visit is up front. Besides, these are temporary identification papers. We only changed our genders and kept our names, so there won't be any major inconvenience. Errol asked worriedly, There's no risk of these fake identification papers being discovered, is there? Ethan reassured her. Since they were issued by the central government, verification in the South is very troublesome, so they'll overlook it. I also don't think anyone would dare to forge the identity of a noble. Errol pondered, then asked, Come to think of it, the South is very different from other regions, isn't it? Ethan replied, Because the climate, geography, and culture are different in every aspect, it can be considered a different country. Furthermore, thanks to its natural scenery, it has become a popular tourist destination. Most people work at sea, so many incidents and accidents occur. Errol then asked, Aren't other port cities the same? Ethan raised a hand and said, Similar, but with slight differences. The ports in Oslo, with the exception of the south, are centrally managed, thanks to which pirate plunder is less frequent, but the southern coast is not like that. Most merchant ships head north, which is an illegal area for pirates. Therefore, merchant ships often open negotiations with pirates to ensure safety. Pirates no longer attack merchant ships, but instead target fishing boats and transport vessels. If that's not enough, there are cases where they go ashore to plunder villages. Hearing this, Errol's face darkened. Seeing this, he asked, What's wrong? Errol doesn't need to worry. In her heart, she was extremely worried, thinking, There's really nothing dangerous, right? Ethan placed a hand on his chest.
Although the South is indeed tough and rough, it's clearly a wonderful resort area, so Errol can forget about other things and enjoy the holiday. Even so, let's rest a bit while we travel. Errol held a stack of papers in her hand. Then I brought something to read, so I'll look at this. Ethan, you should rest too. A little while later, Errol had fallen asleep, leaning her head against the carriage window. Ethan looked at her and smiled. He stood up, moved towards Errol, and gently rested her head on his shoulder.
Ethan whispered, "Good night, Errol." As she slept, her nightmares returned, the contemptuous whispers about her. "Oh my God, look at that disgusting birthmark. She definitely looks like a circus monkey, even with a mask. A monster is still a monster." Errol wanted to scream, "Stop!" but the harsh words wouldn't cease. No matter how much you struggle, it won't change the fact that you're a monster. Errol cried out in pain, "Stop it!" Suddenly she heard someone's voice. "Errol, it's okay. Don't mind their words." Errol wondered, "What is it?" The warm, deep voice continued, "The reason I look at you is..." Errol wondered, "Who is that?" The voice was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The voice echoed in her mind again. When everything ends, Errol felt this voice was truly warm. Ethan, seeing she wasn't well, repeatedly called her name. "Errol, Errol, Errol." Errol woke up with a start, sweating profusely, her head throbbing with intense pain.
Ethan asked worriedly, "Did you have a nightmare? You were moaning." Errol clutched her head and mumbled, "My head." Ethan asked curiously, "Your head?" She thought to herself, heartbroken and choked up. As expected, not wearing a mask is a problem. In my previous life, I was called a monster until I died. Does one birthmark disappearing mean I'm no longer a monster? This time, if I'm lucky, it will coincide with the mask festival. Otherwise, everyone will look at me with contempt. Ethan kept calling, "Errol, look at me, Errol. If you were that tired, I should have woken you up sooner." Errol turned her face away. Thank you, I'm fine now." Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, an urgent message just arrived. There will be a check at the gate of Goffrin City." Errol was surprised. "A check? Why?" He said, "It seems they're looking for someone. It might even be us." He said they're comparing people to a simulated image. Errol picked up the bag Eston had given her and said, If that's the case, then we just need to avoid being discovered." Ethan looked at the bag and said, "It's Eston's potion. That's a good idea, Errol."
She handed Ethan a vial, saying, "This is yours, Ethan." Ethan replied, "Thank you." "All right then." With that, both simultaneously took a sip. After drinking, Ethan's hair turned black and his eyes became sea blue. He asked, "How do I look? Has my appearance changed?" Errol replied, "Yes, the potion took effect immediately. What about me?" Ethan looked at her and said, "Your appearance is still the same." Errol was astonished. "What? How can that be?" Ethan tried to reassure her. "Errol, don't panic." From outside, someone's voice echoed, "Cooperate with the inspection." Ethan turned, worried. "First, just hide behind me." A guard approached and asked, "Are you Viscount Edward?" Ethan presented a letter and said, "Yes." The guard asked, "The person behind you is?" Ethan added, "She is my wife. Is there a problem?" The guard looked back and forth at the paper in his hand. "It does look similar," he mused. "The distinguishing features are a mask and a birthmark on the face, so it's simple enough. Madam, could you please remove your mask?" Errol was utterly stunned by this request. The guard said, "This is an inspection under the Lord's direction, so we ask for your cooperation." Ethan poked his head out. "Look here. Do I look like someone with nothing to do? Are you going to detain me like this under the Lord's orders? You dare to insult a nobleman?" The guard was extremely awkward. "My apologies, sir, but since there's an order, everyone passing through here is obligated to comply. This inspection is the Lord's directive, an order from Marquis Delphus."
If cooperation is difficult, we will use force to drag them down. Ethan's face darkened with worry, thinking, I didn't expect Marquis Delphius to be mentioned here, and that simulated image is clearly Errol. Who on earth created this scheme? The guard continued to urge. "I ask again, Madam, can you please remove your mask?" Errol was incredibly tense. Her breathing became rapid. "My breath, I can't breathe." Ethan grabbed her hand. "Errol, I'll count to 3 and we'll run immediately." Outside, the guards continuously urged, "Please, get off the carriage quickly." Errol was stunned, asking herself, "Run away? But if we flee in this situation, it will only make things worse. We'll probably be chased throughout our time in the South." "I just need to take off my mask," she thought. "I hate making things complicated because of me." Then she refused, saying, "No need, Ethan." Ethan turned to her in surprise. "Huh?" Her trembling hand reached up to the mask. "I'll take off the mask." She thought to herself, "That's right. The birthmark has disappeared now anyway. I can't be held back by this forever." Ethan tried hard to stop her. "Errol, you don't have to force yourself." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Please wait a moment." The guard turned, asking curiously, "Who are you?" The young man, panting, placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am a messenger from Count Philpott."
"I've come to pick up Earl Philpott's close friends. The Earl asked me to invite them, but we seem to be going in different directions. Please take a look at this." The guard's face darkened as he saw what the young man was holding. "This?" He immediately turned to the carriage, bowing 90 degrees. "My apologies, sir. We have been disrespectful to the Earl's close friends. Please be generous and forgive us." Then he turned and ordered, "Clear the way." He continued, Therefore, I wish you and your lady a pleasant journey." A moment later, everyone was seated at an eatery. "A bit late for introductions, isn't it? I am Hogdesser, the one who received orders from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Only then did Ethan realize. "Henry, is this the person Eston sent?" Hogdesson handed him a letter and said, "His Highness asked me to deliver this to you."
The content of the letter is as follows. How are you? Are you enjoying your time with your beloved daughter Errol? I trust you haven't made any strange mistakes, have you? Oh, I forgot to mention that I've sent an attendant to follow you. If you reach Good Front, you'll surely meet him, so ask him for news. You two must have had a tough time. Your dearest friend, Eston. Hogdesson continued eating. I am very honored to help you two. If you need anything, feel free to call. If there's an inspection or any necessary items, I'll be there in a flash. I'm quick on my feet, but today I was a little slow. Oh my, this is a famous dish here. Please try it. Errol replied awkwardly. Yes, yes. Ethan tucked the letter into his clothes and asked, First, what's all this about inspections and wanted posters? Hogdesson replied, The detailed information will be announced in the official report, but it seems there's a mole. Clearly, everything was quiet until yesterday, but early this morning, a wanted poster suddenly appeared. Ethan put a hand to his chin, pondering. If it was early this morning. Errol continued, It seems they must have known about our departure. Hogdesson handed a plate of food to Errol and said, I was the first to receive news from the royal family about your arrival here today, and this dish is delicious too, but the wanted order was issued before I could even prepare.
The traitor stole the information. I still can't confirm if a betrayal occurred, but regardless, revealing secrets is a big deal. This occurred during a highly classified mission, and it will undoubtedly lead to issues later. Ethan asked curiously, What about Eston? Hogdesson said, munching on a whole loaf of bread, Although there are no other opinions, he will likely take action soon. Errol asked worriedly, Is there anything concerning the Brixia family? Hogdesson replied, Nothing in particular. Errol then said, If so, could you relay a message to His Royal Prince to keep an eye on the Brixia family? Hogdesson offered a handkerchief and said, I will convey that message. Would you like a handkerchief? Ethan, irritated, immediately pulled out his own handkerchief. Then just leave that to Eston. I have one too. Who is this Count Philpot you mentioned? Errol took the handkerchief, thinking to herself, Then I'll use Ethan's. Hogdesson replied, He is Marquis Delphius's right-hand man. Ethan asked curiously, The Marquis's right-hand man? Hogdesson explained, He is the second in command in Marquis Delphius's faction.
Ethan mumbled, Can you just casually sell information about such figures? Hogdesson winked, holding out a gold coin, and said, Count Philpot is also a powerful figure, a much easier front than I thought. I absolutely love this. If you knew how much this cost, you two would be shocked. Of course, I bought this identity document from the Count at a high price. Take it. With this, pretending to be a friend of Count Philpot within a certain scope won't raise any suspicion. Errol took it and replied, Thank you. Ethan clutched his head. We came to investigate corruption, but we're accepting bribes? Hogdesson, with an innocent expression, said, Oh dear, after we finish the job, we'll get the bribe money back anyway, double the fine even. Ethan said, That's truly Eston's devilish scheme, quite cunning. Hogdesson instructed, the coachman has already been informed of our lodging. This time it's quite a good place. There won't be any inconvenience for the two of you staying together, will there? Are we done here? Ethan couldn't help but sweat at this young man. Thank you. Hogdesson rummaged for something and said, Although I've left the necessary luggage at the inn, first I'll provide you with some very important news. Ethan asked curiously, The most important news? Hogdesson replied, The movements of our investigation targets, Delphius and Vol'jin, have been rather strange, so you two should observe carefully as you go. Shall we get up now? I've eaten very well. The scene shifts to Eston, who was seated at a table listening to his subordinate report. Your Highness, we have grasped the new movements of the two factions in the south. The two factions, Delphius and Vol'jin, have been clashing quite fiercely along the Ducat Plains, but recently both sides have dispersed their main forces towards the coastal ports and cities, leaving only minimal troops behind. Eston, holding a paper in his hand, asked, What could be the reason? The subordinate replied, Nothing has been confirmed yet, but there are analyses suggesting it's related to a pirate suppression campaign. Eston sat cross-legged, his face still calm. Now it's about punishing pirates. They haven't openly dealt with that in the past. The subordinate bowed and replied, Recently, the imperial family has started paying attention to the situation in the south and seems to have become aware of it. Do you want to nip that in the bud? Eston chuckled. In that case, it would only be proof that the nobles have been taking bribes from the pirates. If not, how else could they afford to maintain an army with such small taxes? The subordinate agreed. I think so too. Eston put the paper down. Becoming nobles, then colluding with pirates to plunder commoners. How arrogant. Well, that's about to end. The scene shifted to Errol. A hotel that's no less than a noble's mansion, huh? I now know why Hogdesson boasted it was such a good place. The butler said with a knowing look, Oh, leave everything to me, but you are noble aristocrats, aren't you? Errol grumbled to herself. The room is good, but the butler is a bit much. Errol called. Ethan. Ethan asked, What is it? Errol looked up and said, What do you think about what Hogdesson just said?
Things seem much more complicated than they initially appeared. Hearing that, Ethan lowered his head. I regret bringing Errol here. Errol was surprised. Regret? She thought to herself. Indeed, in a situation like just now, it must have been inconvenient with someone like me. I couldn't even take off my mask in the end. Before she could say anything more, Ethan spoke. It seems I've dragged Errol into danger for my own convenience. It wasn't strictly necessary to pretend to be husband and wife for this undercover mission. Errol was so excited to travel with me, and I was wrong to only look at the optimistic side. Errol immediately waved her hand in protest. No, how could it be Ethan's fault? Ethan continued. No matter what you say, it's still the truth.
I will reiterate to uphold the promise I made before. Since I involved Errol, I will take responsibility and protect her, even if it costs my life. Errol was stunned, her face flushed as she thought to herself, what nonsense is he saying? How could a royal knight's life be for me? But Ethan had never lied, not even once, to the point where she had no choice but to trust him. Then she smiled and placed all her trust in him. I know. I trust you, Ethan. A moment later, Errol opened the door. Ethan, it seems this is the luggage Hogdison hid earlier. We didn't know where it was kept, but it turns out it was inside. There seems to be something quite important in it. Ethan approached. I suppose so. It was clearly set aside. Ah, so it's here. This is a communication device. Errol was surprised. An earring that small? Ethan explained. I heard that although it's small, its functions are very precise. Belfort said it's convenient and designed for women. Could Errol wear it for me? I'm not used to this. Seeing his embarrassed expression made her chuckle and think, he's really adorable sometimes. Then she said, give it to me. I'll put it on for you. Ethan handed her the earring. Then I'll have to trouble you. Errol took it and put it on her ear. After putting it on, she asked, how is it? Not too conspicuous, is it? Ethan reached out, adjusted the earring for her, and smiled, saying, it suits you perfectly. The color is just like Errol's eyes. Errol shyly turned away. Thank you. Seeing this, Ethan became flustered. Sorry, I don't know why my hand just... Suddenly a voice came from the earring. Can you hear me? Ethan saw her flinch and asked, Errol, is something wrong? She replied, it seems like it's connected. From the other end, Hogginson spoke. So you can hear me. It's Hogginson here. I apologize for the sudden contact. Ethan whispered, only Errol can hear the message. Could you tell me what it says? Errol nodded. Hogginson continued, I'm contacting you to explain because it seems you two have found the... Inside the bag, you'll find research documents from 6 good front banks that have been investigated to understand the flow of money in the South. Most of these banks are owned by nobles, and there are several accounts of unknown origin containing enormous wealth. Errol also gave Ethan a rough summary. Hogginson continued, check the documents, and if we base our investigation on these, it will be easier. So if anything comes up, contact me through this. Ethan put on his coat. The work is piling up. Errol wondered, are you going out now, sir? He replied, I suppose I have to. Errol also hastily reached for her coat. If you're going out, let's go together. Ethan stepped forward to stop her. Aren't you tired? It's going to get even busier later, so you should rest today. Errol hesitated awkwardly. Yes, but... Ethan walked out the door. I'll be right back. Now alone in the room, Errol couldn't help but ponder. He cares about me, and he himself must be tired too. To be honest, I've never traveled around like this before, so I'm a bit tired, having lived my whole life in the mansion. Indeed, I can't stay put. I'm already out, but where should I start? After all, the Information Exchange Guild.
Suddenly the butler appeared, running up and exclaiming, Baroness Edward, what's the matter with you being dressed like this? If there's anything you're unhappy about, just tell me. Errol replied, because I need to go somewhere. I'll just go out for a bit and then come back. What an unexpected meeting at midnight. The butler complained, it's very dangerous to go out alone, isn't it? Madam will go with an escort. Errol, bewildered, said, an escort? Surely one can find a safe path. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Then she added, all right, then I'll leave it to the butler. The butler immediately smiled. Ah, madam, that's a wise decision. The butler turned to the escort. Hey, come over here.
She secretly prayed, hoping he would be somewhat trustworthy. Soon a guard arrived, and the butler said, Madam, please take this person with you. He is strong and calm. The man with a scar on his face said coldly, Hello, Viscountess Edward. I am Ben. Errol looked up at him. Yes, I'll be relying on you. She thought to herself, strange, this person, why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Soon, both of them went outside. Outside, people were chatting noisily. Look, go slowly. Errol walked beside her guard, thinking to herself, this person, I think I've seen him somewhere before. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? While she was deep in thought, Ben spoke up and asked, Madam, are you heading to the Information Exchange meeting? Errol was surprised. What? How did you... Ben calmly said, you even deliberately disguised yourself, so I guessed. Errol pulled down her hood. That's right. Ben continued, the Information Exchange meeting is here. It's called the Red Pub. Errol exclaimed, thank you for leading the way. In just a moment, the two arrived at the Red Pub. Errol went inside. A server saw her arrive and asked, how may I help you? Errol approached. I'd like to retrieve the entrusted information. I requested it from the Capital Branch regarding finding someone in the South. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, oh really? Who are you looking for? An ex-lover? A cheating spouse? Or a first love? Errol frowned and replied, "Hey, I'm not free enough to ask for such things." The other person smiled. "How heartless. Many people risk their lives for love beyond imagination. What about you? You're my type. How about dating me? Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm still very pure."
Ben immediately coldly bowed his head and refused. The other person still smiled brightly. "Haha, what a pity. I should end our conversation here. Follow me this way. I will provide the information the young master desires." Upon reaching the room, she asked, "Did you meet Fabella in the capital?" Errol asked back curiously, "What about that?" The other girl pointed to herself and introduced, "She's my younger sister. My name is Leona. I hope you can help me." Errol just coldly uttered an "ah" and thought to herself, no wonder she seemed familiar.
Leona picked up the paper in her hand and said, "First, I've done my best to meet the request, and the latest information has been organized to a certain extent." Errol got straight to the point, immediately asking, "Is there any news regarding the conflict in the south, Count Delphius and Count Vulcan?" Leona's gaze returned to a serious expression. "My dear, if you interfere in that area in the south, you'll find a corpse that even rats and birds won't know about. This is a lawless region, with only a magnificent facade covering the rot within. The cute young master from the capital probably doesn't know, but..." Errol worked and asked, "So, have you sent people in yet?" Leona paused, staring intently at Errol. Then Leona picked up the paper again and continued, "Of course we have. You've given us a lot of money. First, let's start with the search for the person. I tried to track them using the personal information you provided, but it's harder to find than I thought, as if they're deliberately hiding themselves." Errol asked suspiciously, "Do you mean they can't be found?" Leona replied frankly, "To be blunt, yes. There are two possibilities. We haven't been able to find them, or they're dead. While searching, I discovered something quite interesting." Errol, sweating, asked, "What is it?"
Leona replied, "Giving it away for free would be such a waste. Let's pay extra from now on, okay?" Errol let out a weary sigh. "Then I'll take my leave." She wondered, who said they weren't sisters? Seeing this, Leona quickly stopped her. "She said the darling was rich, so I was just joking a little. But this is certainly not ordinary news. Try considering paying more." Errol was at a loss for words. "I'll consider it after I've heard it." Leona replied, "While searching for the children, we discovered several suspicious points. First, the fact that we, an Information Exchange Association, couldn't find any traces is a pretty big problem. Even if they were dead, we should have found bodies. However, in the past 2 years, over 40 cases have occurred that we couldn't find any trace of." Errol was astonished. 40 cases? Leona leaned back in her chair. Crimes happen anywhere in the world, and kidnapping is a common one. Therefore, it's inherently very difficult to distinguish between cases. But this time, it's a little different.
Perfectly vanished, as if they ascended to the heavens. And all the missing people are children of the same age, aren't they? Errol immediately asked, "What about their whereabouts afterward?" Leona replied, 2 years have passed, and nothing has been revealed. If we investigate further, there might be something, but for now, it's still the same." Errol immediately took a money bag in her hand. "Then let's speed up the search. If that information truly concerns the children, we must hurry." Leona's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. She picked up a gold coin, utterly delighted. "A big client, I like it. Leave it to me, but you should also remember that we might not find them." Errol stood up abruptly. "I don't want to think about that anymore." Leona asked, "If so, is our transaction concluded here?" Errol turned around. "I'm leaving now, Ben. Let's hide back." Ben, who was conversing with the other men, asked, "Is the business finished?" Leona reappeared. "Your name is Ben, right? So I'll call you Benny." Errol flinched, thinking to herself, "Seriously?" She wondered aloud, "Why that name?" Leona said, "Benny, you're so cool, baby. I think I've met someone with a similar personality." Ben avoided her gaze. "Since I used to be a mercenary, it's possible we've met somewhere." Leona, a little suspicious, put her hand to her chin and said, "Is that so?" Ben replied, "Yes." After that, the two also left. Leona didn't forget to say goodbye. "Everyone, travel safely. I'll contact you as soon as I have information." As they went outside, Errol pulled her hood up, thinking to herself, "From what point should I share this with Ethan? This isn't over yet, is it?" Suddenly, someone approached from behind and asked, "Have you finished your private business?" Errol flinched. The person who appeared was Ethan. He crossed his arms and said, "Even if you're with mercenaries, traveling late at night like this is dangerous." She thought to herself, "I haven't told him where I'm going yet." Errol immediately left. "You've got the wrong person." Ethan pulled her back. "That's impossible. I know we know each other." That night, in front of the tavern in the capital, "You're somewhat enjoying this dangerous hobby, Errol." Errol turned around and said awkwardly, "Shall we go back together, Ethan?" It was then that she realized she had indeed been discovered back then. After returning, Errol took off her coat and said, "Anyway, Ethan." Ethan also took off his coat. "Huh?" She wondered. "How did you recognize me?"
"I was very surprised that you recognized me immediately last time, and it's the same this time." Ethan said nothing. He just burst out laughing. Errol was startled and wondered why he was laughing. Ethan waved his hand. "When I returned to the hotel, the butler told me that Errol was wearing strange clothes and went out. I'm not trying to tease you." Errol immediately turned back to question him. "My outfit isn't that strange." Ethan cleared his throat, regaining his composure. If it's Errol, a workaholic, she probably wouldn't go out just for fun. In her heart, she uttered 3 words, workaholic. Ethan teased her again. Because she's also not the type of person to abandon her husband and have an affair, Errol exclaimed. Ethan! Ethan smiled and continued. I thought you went to the information exchange forum to investigate. Luckily, I guessed correctly, didn't I? Anyway, aren't you hot? It looks stifling. Errol replied. It's fine. The outfit is thinner than I imagined. Oh, you mean the mask? On the contrary, taking it off would be more inconvenient. I always wear this. Ethan gently instructed. Even so, if you feel hot or tired, just say so. I'll prepare a private room where you can take off your mask and rest comfortably. To me, Errol's safety is the top priority. Do you understand? Errol was surprised and moved, said, Thank you. Today's work is done for now, so let's go rest. You should take a bath soon. Ethan froze. Huh? Oh, all right. After that, Ethan also left, leaving Errol alone in the empty room. She reached up to touch her mask, muttering, Even with a mask on, a monster is still a monster.
When she was a child, she crawled towards a servant, who reacted strongly. Don't come near me. When she approached Arthurine cried out, How unlucky. Tell her not to touch me. I've been infected too. What will I do if something happens to my face? Even into adulthood, the whispers didn't diminish. Monster. She's the monster princess. If you look into her eyes, you'll be cursed. Errol gently removed the mask from her face. She walked to stand before the mirror, gazing at her reflection, her heart aching. It's not true.
I'm human, after all. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room. Errol slowly opened her eyes, looked at the hair in front of her, and said, Ah, Ethan's hair. So it was back to normal. Wait, stop for about 2 seconds. Errol's face flushed, but why did it feel a little suffocating? Why is Ethan? No way, their faces are too close. Ethan also woke up and called, Errol. Then he immediately realized and was startled. Good morning. A moment later, Ethan poured Errol a cup of tea. She said, That was rude of me. Ethan awkwardly handed her the tea. It's jasmine tea, isn't it? Errol stammered. If you prefer something else. Ethan sat down on a chair and said, No, it's fine. I can drink it all. It's good for the brain when waking up in the morning. Errol pondered. Even though it's not very tasty, does he dislike jasmine tea? Then she spoke. So Ethan also has foods he dislikes. In that case, what kind of tea do you like best? Ethan replied, I like sweet ones best. Cocoa is fine too, or perhaps lemon with a little honey, or things like orange tea are also good. Everyone says it's quite unexpected. When we return, may I give you some of my favorite teas? They might not suit your taste though. Errol looked at him with a little surprise. It really was unexpected. Errol picked up her teacup and said, That's great, I'm really looking forward to it. Ethan smiled. I'll put a lot of thought into choosing them. They're not for just anyone, because they're Errol's own teas. Hearing these words, Errol fell into deep thought. The special treatment Ethan was showing her right now was not light at all. No matter how foolish one might be, anyone would know that this was not merely how one treated a friend or a beloved daughter. But what if my face was still ugly? Assuming that were the case, would Ethan treat me as he does now? Then she spoke. Ethan, may I ask something? Ethan replied without hesitation. Of course, go ahead.
She said, The question is a little impolite. I want to apologize to Ethan first. Sir, don't you consider me a monster? In response to her question, Ethan, a little puzzled, said, I don't know why people call Errol a monster. Errol replied, You know, sir, the birthmark, the black birthmark that spreads across half my face, my distinct red eyes.
I was called a monster due to my unusual appearance compared to others. Even my own family shunned me. But you were different. The very first time we met, you approached me. Ethan hesitated. Errol continued, that's why it sometimes confuses me. The only emotions I've ever felt towards others are anger, fear, discouragement, disappointment, and despair. How am I supposed to interpret Ethan's actions? Are they simply acts of morality? If not, are they emotions beyond mere goodwill? Assuming the former, I hope he won't come too close. I don't want to be drawn into impersonal attentiveness. But if it's the latter, she recalled smiling and saying to Ethan, I trust Ethan. Errol thought, actually, no matter what, I need Ethan after all this is over, even if it's just to protect myself. Then Ethan took her hand and said, I will take responsibility and protect you, even if it costs me my life. These words made her wonder, but if he protects someone who betrayed their family, I wonder if Ethan will suffer any harm? Am I taking advantage of his feelings for my own selfishness? Then she continued, therefore, suddenly someone outside opened the door and entered. Viscount Edward, it's Ben. Ethan, not having heard the full story, was furious. I'm busy now, come back later. Ben said, it's urgent. Ethan said, wait a moment, let's hear how urgent it is. If it's not worth it, then, Ben replied, I've come to deliver a message. Count Philpott invites both of you to a party.
Tonight? The Count invited us? Ethan asked, surprised. Ben replied,
Yes, it's the wedding celebration party for Lord Goodfront. Ethan took the letter. Understood. Then he turned to Errol and said, Count Philpott has invited us to the party. It's a bit unfortunate, but perhaps we should attend. Errol replied, Since we've been invited, there's no other choice. If we impersonated close friends and don't show up, it'll look very suspicious. Ethan agreed. I concur. It's tonight, so we better get ready quickly. Errol put a hand to her chin, wondering, But why would Count Philpott invite us? We've already paid to impersonate close friends. Ethan crossed his arms and said, I guess it's not about demanding more bribes, is it? Errol looked bewildered. Bribes? Ethan continued, I heard the Philpott family isn't particularly prominent, but recently there's a rumor that he suddenly crippled Dulphius's right-hand man, Philpott, whose only weapon is wealth. What could he have done? It was then that Errol realized, so it's bribes. Marquis Dulphius and Marquis Volchan have been at odds for a long time, so they'll need money. Ethan immediately confirmed her words. Almost right. To resolve the issue, Dulphius has been taking money from his vassals, while Volchan has been taking bribes from pirates. Furthermore, if we consider the issue of smuggling, Errol said, that means if the Daeslavan Empire truly intervenes in the southern situation through smuggling, I think it's highly likely they'll join Marquis Volchan's faction, as most of the northern seaports are within Marquis Volchan's territory.
Ethan agreed. I think so too. So let's keep this speculation in mind and observe the situation at the party. Errol immediately nodded. Okay. Ethan continued. And what we were just talking about earlier, Errol raised her hand. It's fine. We can continue next time. Ethan smiled. A moment later, we've arrived, my Lord Viscount. You must be tired. Ethan helped her down from the carriage, smiling as he complimented. Errol, you look very beautiful. Errol's face flushed as she replied, Thank you, Ethan. You too. Suddenly, she realized something. Ethan, there's a problem. Ethan asked, puzzled. What is it? She asked awkwardly, What do we do if we don't know what Marquis Philpott looks like? A moment later, the two stood lost in the party. Errol held a glass of wine in her hand and asked, It's probably fine if we just hide like this and then leave, right? Ethan also looked embarrassed. Not a bad idea. She looked around, thinking to herself, But with the festival happening all over the south, I thought people would also be wearing masks at the party.
Ethan turned his head and asked, Errol, is something making you uncomfortable? Errol lifted her mask and said, Well, it's just that I feel too conspicuous. Anyway, our masks are for tourists, so surely no one here will find it strange, right? Ethan replied, I hope so. More accurately, someone is approaching right now. Errol wondered, Who is it? Could it be? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. You two shouldn't stand in the corner like that. Please enjoy the party in the spacious hall. Errol wondered to herself, Is this Marquis Philpott? Ethan held up a hand and said, I prefer to enjoy myself slowly rather than in a crowded place. He hesitated. I see, but if you two are talking secretly with masks on in the corner, people might misunderstand it as an affair. The two were stunned after hearing that. Errol was a little displeased. She said, It's not the truth anyway, so why should we care about what others think? He twirled the wine glass in his hand. The young lady truly understands the wisdom of life. No matter what others say, they don't know the truth, so there's no need to pay attention to them.
I am Viscount Ruthless. I have passed on the good front title to my son and received my title from my father. Ethan politely said, It turns out your son is the guest of honor at today's party. Congratulations. Ruthless smiled. Thank you. Haha, this is my 4th marriage now. I hope this time we'll live together for a long time. Errol frowned with difficulty, while Ethan forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. She let out a sigh. I'd like to say hello to Count Philpott. Do you know where he is? Ah, Ruthless asked. You mean Count Philpott? He's over there. Errol looked in the direction he was pointing. Where? Ruthless asked. Can't you two see? It's the lady with the fiery red hair. Haha, that lady is quite popular today, isn't she? Both exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Errol nodded gratefully. Thank you for pointing her out to us. We'll go greet the Count now. Ruthless waved goodbye. Have a good time, you two. Ethan exclaimed in surprise. I thought for sure that was a man. Errol felt the same way. This really makes one think, she added. Then the two walked over and called out, Count Philpott.
Philpott turned around, smiling to welcome the two. Welcome Viscount Edward and Viscountess. This was the person they were both looking for, Earl Royce Philpott. Ethan placed a hand on his chest and politely greeted. Thank you for inviting us, Earl. Philpott smiled. It's nothing. It's been a long time since I've seen my dear friend. She thought to herself, his acting skills are quite good, aren't they? Then Ariel also bowed politely. Greetings, Earl. I am Viscount Edward's wife. Philpott smiled. I've heard much about you, my lady. I apologize for not being able to attend the wedding. Ariel replied, Oh no, your kind thoughts are more than enough. Suddenly, Philpott's smile held a hint of hidden meaning as he asked, By the way, do you two have some time? Both seemed to realize something was about to happen, thinking, Is it time already? Philpott quickly led the two of them to a secluded spot. Philpott immediately pulled at his collar and complained, Damn it, who wears a high-collared shirt in this weather? I'll have to cut it off when I get back. From now on, I'm stopping this ridiculous charade.
There is a reason for inviting you here.
Errol asked curiously. What is it? Philpott stated bluntly. I don't care what you're doing in the South. At most, you're someone sent by the royal family to investigate. I only want one thing from you. More money. Ethan asked curiously. How could we be from the royal family? Philpott said. That doesn't matter. Errol was puzzled by her words. Doesn't matter? Philpott picked up a fan and said, Anyway, even if the Crown Prince himself came down, it would be too late to stop what's happening here. Now the royal family will have to make a choice. Eliminate both or choose just one side. So have you decided to invest in me yet? Errol said, Your words seem rather veiled, Countess. Please explain further. Philpott crossed her arms and replied, As you know, the conflict between Marquis Vol'jin and Marquis Delphius has been ongoing for a long time, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. In recent years, Vol'jin's power has begun to grow overwhelmingly. They have waged an all-out war based on a sudden increase in funds, and because of that, Marquis Delphius and we have fallen into a financial crisis. Ethan said, You speak as if Marquis Vol'jin was the one who started the all-out war first. Ethan immediately replied, Because it is the truth. Ethan continued, So you're accepting bribes because you're worried Marquis Delphius will be pushed back.
Philpott shrugged. We couldn't possibly suffer such damage. No matter what the royal family thinks about this situation, we are still the victims. Errol crossed her arms, frowning as she said, Compared to the ransom demand, this seems a bit low in value, doesn't it? I'm just saying it's unfair. Philpott smiled. I know. Ultimately, you're curious whether the Daislavan Empire will intervene, aren't you? It's simple. Marquis Vol'jin's faction colluded with the pirates. Iperia Port is both a major port and Vol'jin city, so Daislavan will surely side with Vol'jin. Errol put a hand to her chin, pondering. Indeed, as predicted. Philpott reached into his chest, pulling something out. What's more, there's evidence. I discovered this when raiding Marquis Vol'jin's supply lines. These are Daislavan gold coins minted this year. Not just one or two, but a large quantity. Doesn't that mean they are colluding with each other? If you provide more money, you can leave with this evidence.
I will help prove that Vol'jin has a complicated relationship with Dyazislav. This is also Marquis Delphius's intention. Ethan immediately remarked, Hearing this, it seems Delphius always stands on the side of justice, while Vol'jin is the villain. Philpott's eyes flashed. If one who harbors rebellion isn't evil, then what is? So what do you all intend to do? Ethan hesitated, replying, For now, I will think about it further. Suddenly someone rushed in, apologizing for interrupting the conversation. Count Kreza is looking for Count Philpott. Errol wondered aloud. Count Kreza? Philpott clutched their head in confusion. He's Marquis Vol'jin's confidant. I knew Marquis Vol'jin said he'd send someone, but I didn't expect him to send that person. Philpott then left. It's best to go back now. When the other two didn't follow, Philpott turned back and smiled, asking, What are you doing? We have to go meet our enemy, don't we? Upon entering, they saw Count Kreza smiling and stroking his mustache. Aiza, Count Philpott, you've become even more beautiful in the time we haven't met. Philpott forced a smile and replied, Yes, and Count Kreza is quite robust himself, isn't he? Kreza laughed, replying, Oh dear, it's just because I haven't been able to marry, but my face is still bright. By the way, are you with guests? Philpott crossed their arms and replied, I'm chatting with a long-unseen friend.
Kreza approached, wondering how his friend inside was doing. Philpott opened the fan she was holding and smiled. I don't think I necessarily have to tell you that much, Count Kreza. Kreza raised a hand to his chin. Is that so? But do you know about this? I heard that spies have infiltrated the South. Philpott wondered, why are you suddenly bringing that up? Kreza hinted at the two of them. What I mean is that the royal family hasn't paid attention to the South all this time, but I heard they've recently started paying attention again, sending spies to find out about the situation in the South, haven't they? Errol, hearing his words, thought to herself, even if the South has a strong animosity towards the royal family, to the point where nobles call the royal family spies.
Kreza continued, I heard that this Good Front territory has had its defenses strengthened under the orders of Marquis Delphius. However, I also heard that the spy is currently here. Philpott frowned. I've heard about the spy, but never that they were here. Besides, I personally sent out the invitations for this party. Kreza immediately interrupted her. One more thing. That spy always wears a mask for some reason. Philpott could no longer hold back, and angrily exclaimed, It seems you're talking about two of my close friends? So are you implying that I've colluded with a spy? Kreza chuckled. I had no such intention. Although we are in opposing relationships, aren't we both from the southern region? There's no way I'd think that the Count has colluded with the royal family to oust us. Then he turned to Errol and Ethan and said, So, it's confirmed, isn't it? Errol wondered. Confirmed? He replied, In other words, aren't you one of those masked spies? I heard they wear them to hide grotesque faces with hideous birthmarks. What reason does this lady have for wearing a mask? Errol immediately tried to explain. This is my first time in the southern region, and it happens to be during the mask festival, so I just assumed everyone would wear masks to the party.
Kreza made a suggestion. Oh really? Then I suppose it's fine to take off the mask now, isn't it? Ethan angrily stepped forward to intervene. How rude. What are you doing to our guest? Kreza turned his head. I am currently resolving the misunderstanding surrounding Count Philpot. If we are close friends, shouldn't we all the more resolve such misunderstandings? Errol interrupted him. So what if I take off my mask? Kreza, not hearing clearly, asked again, what did you say? Errol replied, I want to ask, if I take off my mask and my appearance is not as you described, then what? Kreza said, if it can somehow dispel everyone's doubts, then that's enough. Errol placed her hand on her chest. She said forcefully, is that truly enough? Many eyes are gathered here in the banquet hall. You accuse Count Philpot of being a royal minion and force me to remove my mask. Kreza asked again, puzzled, what are you trying to say? This question was exactly what Errol wanted. She smiled and said, if you want to shove a sword into someone else's mouth, shouldn't you also worry that the sword might stab back into your own mouth? Kreza angrily shouted, how dare you lecture me? Philpot forcefully opened his fan, and her words became sharp. Beau's words aren't wrong, are they, Count? Honestly, I'm also quite displeased. Even so, I can't believe you would behave so rudely towards a friend you haven't seen in a long time. A simple apology won't be enough to let this slide. What will you do if your prediction is wrong? How do you intend to proceed, Count? Kreza let out a shout, a knowing smile spreading across his face. So you want to reveal yourself, I see. If she's not a spy, I'll hang myself. But if what I say is true, Countess Philpot, you'll have to hang your own neck. Philpot turned to look at Errol, who gave a slight nod. Ethan was worried, still not understanding Errol's intentions. Errol clenched her hands, her trembling hand reaching up to the mask she was wearing. Her eyes were sharp. The dice had been cast. This time she had to unmask herself. Ethan, standing behind her, anxiously ran forward and called out, Errol! Errol turned to him. Ethan, she smiled. The things we didn't finish saying then, let's continue them later, okay? With that, she turned to Kreza. You must keep that promise, Count.
Kreza crossed his arms and sneered. This is taking too long. Errol took off her mask, because you will surely regret it. Her eyes were tightly shut. Then she lifted her head high. There was no birthmark on her face, contrary to what he had said. Everyone immediately started whispering, there's no birthmark, so she's not a spy. Errol thought to herself, what should I do? Everyone is looking at me. It's okay, no one is calling me a monster. Errol's voice trembled with anxiety. You see, I am just an innocent friend of Count Philpot. Count Kreza, you are mistaken. Kreza flinched. How can this be? All right, there must be some trick with this mask. As he spoke, his hand reached towards Errol's face. Ethan wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed Kreza's hand and shouted, where do you think you're going? Stop it. How long do you intend to be so stubborn? Philpot from behind also spoke up. That's enough, Count Kreza. Are you all right? Kreza cried out in pain. My wrist is about to break. How can you say such a thing? Is this how you treat a distinguished guest? Philpot glared, her voice cold. Oh, your neck is about to be severed. Does a little wrist pain matter? His face immediately darkened, becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. He said, What? What did you say? Philpot calmly replied. The Count himself said that if he was wrong, he would hang himself.
Kreza stammered. That's just an expression. At the same time, someone brought a sword. Philpot, hands on hips, said, surely you're not unaware of the laws of the South? Kreza frantically screamed, Count Philpot, please reconsider. This isn't the way. Philpot drew the sword. What do you mean, not the way? Kreza was restrained. He tried to persuade Philpot. That matter, let's discuss it with words. Wasn't I invited to become a vassal of Marquis Vulcan? Philpot held the sword, slowly advancing towards him. I know. All the more reason for you to set an example, isn't it? The rules of the South dictate that one must keep one's word, and if not, one must pay with death. You know that, don't you? The Count said he would risk his neck, and now he's backing out. Ethan stepped forward to shield him. Errol stepped back. Philpot raised the sword high and continued. No matter what, the Count ultimately has no other answer but death. That neck I will do my utmost to claim. Kreza panicked. Jin, I'm sorry. The sword slashed down from above. His scream echoed throughout the hall, making everyone panic.
Philpot ordered, take him away. I will protest this directly to Marquis Vulcan. Meanwhile, Kreza lay in a heap on the ground, muttering, help, help. He was then dragged away. Philpot turned to Errol, smiling, and said, Madam, I apologize for causing you trouble. I will go and sort out the situation. Please enjoy the party. Errol ran over and grabbed her hand. Wait, it's about the hanging. What did you believe about me that you accepted that person's offer?
Philpot replied, it's just that you're my close friend, and I saw genuine trust in my close friend's eyes. Besides, I can also use this as an excuse to take advantage of the Von Jin faction, which is a win-win for both sides. Errol pondered. She had heard Ethan say something similar before. After that, the chaos ended, and Count Philpot promised to send us information soon. After everything, the two returned to their room. As soon as they arrived in the room, Ethan asked, what happened? If Errol had a birthmark, she could have died right there. Errol turned and asked, why are you angry? Ethan was startled. Angry? I'm sorry, I'm not angry with Errol, but I've been overthinking and couldn't control my emotions. Errol asked, choked up, my face really looks ugly, doesn't it? Ethan immediately retorted, of course not. Errol immediately took his hand and asked, then why don't you look me in the face? Ethan's gaze still averted. He said, that's not the reason. However, I'm thinking about why Errol has to wear a mask. She replied, because I'm called a monster. Ethan continued, that's not even the issue. I thought Errol wore a mask because she wanted to hide something.
but that's not the case. I thought Duke Brixia might have forced Errol to wear a mask and given her an absurd nickname. I was angry and sad. Errol looked up at him and replied, "It's not the reason Ethan thinks. There's clearly a reason why I'm called a monster, and it's also true that I'm touched by the kindness you've shown me."
However, the only one who saw me as Errol, not a monster, was Ethan, an old friend and my nanny. Therefore, perhaps I also don't want to take off my mask, partly because deep down I wish to receive your empathy. Ethan, stunned, asked again, "Empathy?" Errol revealed her feelings. "I already said it this morning, didn't I? I was swayed by your kindness. When I saw that you didn't discriminate against anyone, I also unconsciously wanted to rely on you, even if I'm not the only one." Ethan choked up. He recounted his past. "Empathy, huh? I'll tell Errol something. Actually, 5 years ago, when I was a knight apprentice, I also used to wear a mask. And 5 years ago, when I was a knight apprentice, I once accompanied my father to a hunting competition. At that time, I went deep into the forest alone, where there were deer tracks in a place like this.
Unfortunately, I woke up the master of the green forest, a black panther. To survive, I ran away, but the panther circled back and forth as if playing. My fate was soon sealed to become its prey. If my father hadn't come to save me, I would surely have died, as my whole body was covered in countless wounds. He ran over, holding his child in his arms, shaking him awake repeatedly. "Ethan, wake up, Ethan!" Back to the present, Ethan pushed his hair aside to reveal a scar. The scar was still there, and it was actually a miracle. At that time, my face was severely injured, and everyone who saw me was terrified and even avoided me. It's quite funny, isn't it? Just scars on my body and face, yet it was as if they saw a monster. So I wore a mask to avoid people's gazes. Errol felt a bit of empathy. She said, "This is the first time I've heard about it." He explained, "Because not many people know about this." So going back to what we were discussing earlier, I did notice Errol because of her mask. Actually, I remembered how I looked back then and wanted to treat her kindly, but it wasn't just simple concern or sympathy. Errol asked curiously, "So what does it mean?" Ethan replied, "Perhaps it's admiration." Errol didn't understand him. She asked again, "Admiration?" Ethan replied, looking into Errol's eyes, which held a straightforwardness that he lacked. She was always confident, spoke clearly, and expressed her opinions distinctly. Errol blushed shyly and blurted out, "I just did it because it was what I had to do. It's that simple." Ethan immediately countered her words, "It's not simple at all."
Actually, I've been avoiding everyone just because I have a large scar on my face. Even though it wasn't my fault, I still locked myself in my room and even neglected Chechel, the sword I should never have let go of. Errol forever was different. Despite everyone's unreasonable words, she did what she had to do and proved how valuable her existence truly was. Honestly, that demeanor attracted me. My father always told me to meet people who possessed qualities I lacked. It's laughable that I thought I lacked nothing, but after meeting Errol, I realized I was wrong. That's why I'm so glad for her. Appearance doesn't matter. Even if others call her a monster, or even if she truly is a monster, I don't care. She possesses something I don't, and that alone makes her a captivating person. My feelings for her are absolutely not a mistake or a misunderstanding.
The morning conversation, I hadn't heard what came next, but I would answer first. Errol recalled the words she had spoken to Ethan, wondering how she should ultimately interpret his actions. Were they simply moral acts, or if not, were they emotions exceeding mere goodwill? If it was the former, she hoped he wouldn't come too close. She didn't want to be drawn into impersonal attentiveness. And if it was the latter, she wondered in surprise. Could it be? Ethan raised her hand, and bowing his head, he said, "I am not friendly or gentle with anyone else. Those are things only Errol gets to enjoy. The concern and friendliness I express are solely for you, so you can be as confused and mistaken as you like. That's what I mean." Ethan's sweet words left her speechless with delight. The next morning, Errol's face was haggard. She hadn't slept a wink after all. Yesterday he had said such words, but just as she was about to reply, he said he had some business outside, left her and went out alone. Only she was so restless that she couldn't sleep.
Am I the only one overthinking Ethan? While deep in thought, someone called, "Errol, over here." Errol startled and looked over. "Oh, Ethan." "No, I'm doing it unconsciously again." Ethan said, "Good morning, Errol." Errol approached, hesitantly saying, "Hi, good morning." She tried to calm herself. "Don't let it bother you anymore." Ethan handed her a glass of water and said, "I've ordered a simple breakfast." Errol took the glass of water. "Oh, right." Errol tried to calm herself. "Don't mind it. Am I the only one feeling awkward in this situation? It seems like I'm the only one getting flustered every day." Ethan noticed she was a bit strange and worriedly asked, "You don't look well. Was your sleeping place uncomfortable?" Errol stammered, No, I slept very well. No problems at all." Ethan replied, "Is that so?" She thought to herself, "That's right. Something urgent must have come up." Ethan spoke up, "I apologize for suddenly leaving last night. Something came up." Errol reacted strongly. She immediately stood up. "No, you don't need to worry about it. Something must have happened." Ethan gripped the glass of water in his hand. "Errol, is it because of what I said yesterday? If you're unhappy or in a bad mood." Errol awkwardly waved her hands. "No, that's not it at all." Ethan asked again. "Really?" Errol looked at him.
She thought to herself, all right, admit it. Otherwise, being too happy is the problem. Last night, seeing Errol's reaction, he was startled. Oh no, did I speak without thinking? Ethan stammered. Well, that's what I mean is... Unable to say anything more, Ethan buried his face in his hands, utterly embarrassed.
So Ethan found a way to retreat. I have something to do. The scene shifts to another location. So, just for relationship advice, you even used an emergency communication device to wake me up at this hour? On the other end of the line, Ethan replied, this is an emergency.
Eston stepped off the bed to reassure him. Calm down a bit. You mean you did something similar to confessing your feelings, but you're wondering if you can share a room later? Ethan replied, yeah. Eston said, why not? You've already decided to pretend to be husband and wife, after all. Ethan hesitated. But this... Eston took out a pill and said, no buts about it, just share the room. However, what's this similar to confessing feelings? A confession should be a proper confession. When I asked if you cared about the princess, you said it wasn't like that. It was due to your inclusive nature, blah blah. Ethan asked, all right, what should I do now? Eston looked puzzled and asked him back, why are you asking me? Just act normal. Simply guide the conversation gently, as if nothing happened. And now, leaving the princess alone is the worst thing you can do. Go back quickly. Oh, that's good. You two will be sharing a room. I hope you can create a pleasant atmosphere and achieve good results. Ethan wondered, what results? Eston teased. Duke Velstein said he wants to see his grandchild soon, so it's a perfect opportunity to show him filial piety. Ethan angrily yelled, get lost. Eston lay on the bed, bursting into laughter. Well, that took a lot of effort. We should have talked a bit more before hanging up. The call ended. Ethan stood alone, leaning his head against the wall. Grandchild? Great-grandchild? What nonsense. Back in the present, Errol called his name, startling him. Huh?
She asked, are you all right? Ethan replied, oh yes, I'm perfectly fine. Looking at Ethan's plate, she asked, you've only cut one piece of vegetable this whole time. Ethan sighed, I've been thinking about some random things. Errol wondered, random thoughts? Ethan, returning to his calm demeanor, said, by the way, regarding our next destination, it seems we've gathered enough information around this area, so I intend to go a bit further. Errol immediately realized his intention. He's changing the subject. Then she raised her hand and asked, in that case, could we stop by Piloso Village on the way? Since it's the hometown of the missing people, I thought we might be able to find some clues there. Ethan picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. Piloso Village? Where is it? It just so happens to coincide with the route to our next destination. However, there's a problem. Errol wondered, what problem? He asked, do you know about Pyro's Forest? Errol shook her head and replied, I don't know. Ethan continued, it's a place dubbed the Desert of Forests, stretching across the south. Errol asked again, both a forest and a desert? Ethan replied, yes, all the plants growing in Pyro's forest are withered, and not even a trace of living creatures can be seen. But when autumn and the rainy season arrive, it's said that poisonous creatures awaken, and it becomes a poisonous forest. And coincidentally, it was autumn in Pyros. Errol suggested, can't we go around the edge of that forest? He replied, if we do, it will take us much longer to reach our final destination, Iperiaport. Errol leaned back in her seat, realizing there was no other way but to go through it. Ethan said, but if we set off today, we'll reach the forest quickly, and we might only need one day to cross it. Errol flinched nervously. Do we have to sleep a night in the forest? Ethan smiled. Nothing major will happen because I've arranged something special. Errol looked bewildered. Arrange something special? A moment later, Ethan led her to a carriage. This is the carriage we'll be taking. Errol asked, isn't it just a normal carriage? Ethan tapped the carriage and said, I've cast a spell so that low-level animals can't approach it. Since it's magic used by nobles to cross the Pyros forest, safety is guaranteed. After Pyros, it's just one more day's journey to Pilosa village. Errol stepped into the carriage. It must be a non-stop journey, right? Ethan followed her in. Because it's a long journey, it will take a few days in the carriage. It might be a bit inconvenient, but I assure you we'll get some rest when we reach the village. Errol replied, it's fine, that's enough, it's nothing. Ethan's face flushed. Errol was truly amazing. I always think of Errol, but... Before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly shouted, Viscount Edward!
The butler rushed over from somewhere. Oh dear, if I had known you were leaving so early, I would have lent a hand. I am truly heartbroken that you are leaving so soon after arriving. Have the two of you enjoyed breakfast yet? Those were all the most exquisite dishes our head chef painstakingly prepared. If you found them satisfactory, please inform the Count at the end of your trip. Ethan slammed the door shut and said coldly, certainly. Then he turned to Errol. Let's go. Errol agreed. Okay.
Leaving the lonely butler alone, even so, I guess I'll still get a lot of points, right? The carriage began to roll, and Errol sat by the window, gazing out. Ah, the air is cooler. Ethan also looked out the window and advised, it seems we're approaching the forest because it's starting to rain, and the temperature will drop even further soon. So Errol, it would be better if you put on an extra coat. Errol asked curiously, what about you, Ethan? Ethan replied, I'm fine. After all the clothes I brought are summer clothes, so I don't have a coat to wear. Errol immediately asked, would you like to borrow my coat? which left Ethan stunned. Ethan waved his hand. "If it's Errol's coat, it won't fit me. Your kind thought is enough." Errol interrupted. "There clearly is one. I wonder if this one will work." Quickly, Ethan couldn't refuse her offer, but something felt off. Errol said, "It fits perfectly. How lucky." Ethan seemed a bit embarrassed wearing her coat. "It's really warm." Errol, could she be looking? Errol's face also flushed red as she covered her mouth, laughing. "Not that. Nothing at all." Then she turned away, unable to stop smiling. Ethan worried about her again, asking, "Are you all right, Errol? Even if you catch a cold?" Errol immediately replied, I'm fine." She suppressed a laugh, thinking to herself, "It's funny, but also a bit embarrassing." Then she said, "That coat suits you, doesn't it?" Ethan replied, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, the two were completely unaware that a swarm of bees was flying towards them. Following that was an extremely terrified gaze. Outside, scattered showers. Inside the carriage, Errol laughed and asked, "Isn't it torn in one spot?" Ethan, embarrassed, replied, "It's just a misconception."
Anyway, someone said it suits me, so I'll also use Errol's outfits from now on. Errol couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking there wouldn't be any outfits left for her to wear. While they were chatting, someone called out, "Sir, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but we have arrived at Pyro's forest." Ethan replied, "Oh, is that so? Proceed slowly. Put on your coats just in case." The coachman immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Ethan asked, "You're still holding on to the things I gave you, right?" The coachman raised his hand and replied, "I have it inside the bracelet." Ethan instructed, "Don't take it off. Keep it safe, as it's very dangerous if it's kept far from you." The other person immediately obeyed. "Understood, sir." Errol asked worriedly, "Will the coachman be all right? They're in even more danger than us." Ethan turned to reassure her. You don't need to worry about that." "Errol, could you give me your hand? Don't take it off. Always wear it on your wrist." Errol held up the bracelet she was given and asked, "What is this?" Ethan replied, "It's a miniature version of the spell covering the carriage. There's nothing wrong with being prepared for all situations. Of course, the coachman also received similar bracelets, so there won't be any major problems. Rain, however, is unavoidable." Errol sighed, feeling relieved.
Suddenly she paused and asked, "What about Ethan?" Ethan smiled and replied, "I'm fine. How about this? Isn't it enough if I just stick close to Errol?" Errol was taken aback, her face flushing. "That works too, I guess." A moment later, Errol sat in the car looking outside, thinking to herself, "It's too dark. There seems to be no light at all." Then she looked at herself in the car window. Thinking back, this is the first time I haven't worn a mask for so long. I always thought that if I didn't have a mask, the world would collapse, but it turns out I adapted faster than I thought. When I was little, I once asked Sevis Rudden to remove my birthmark, but Sevis said something else instead of saying it was impossible. She remembered her friend's words from before. It seems difficult now, but one day the time will come when Errol gets what she desires. When I was little, I completely believed those words, but in the end, Sevis left, and I died. But the truth is, after being resurrected, the birthmark disappeared. Sometimes I wonder, was it just a comforting lie when I was a child? Or did he say that because he knew everything that would happen in the future? What was Sevis thinking? Errol slowly opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep. What's with this blanket? When she looked over, she saw Ethan had also dozed off. It turns out Ethan was very tired too. Sleep well, Ethan. She woke up, but it was still dark. She didn't know if it was day or night anymore. Suddenly, she heard something and looked around. What was that sound? It stopped. Did I mishear? Just then, there was a violent crash against the window from outside. Ethan immediately sat up. What's happening? Errol's voice trembled. Ethan, there's something hitting the window. Ethan moved closer to her, asking worriedly, "You said something hit it?" Errol replied, "I don't even know what it was." Ethan turned to the outside and asked, "Hey, what's going on out there?" The coachman turned his head and said, "No, nothing at all, sir. It seems there's no problem." Ethan asked, puzzled, "Then what was that just now?" The coachman replied, "I think it's probably just bugs flying towards the light." Errol worried, "But didn't you say the carriage was enchanted to ward off poisonous insects?" Suddenly, Ethan froze. Errol immediately asked, "Did you hear that?" Ethan replied, "I heard it."
The insect slammed into the window again, causing Errol to shriek in panic. Ethan tensed up. Something was wrong. He asked, "Hey, how much further is it?" The coachman replied, "Just 3 to 4 more hours of driving and we'll be out of the forest." Ethan ordered, "Speed up." The driver immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He said, "The bugs in the forest have started swarming towards us. We need to speed up to get out of here."
The coachman said with a hint of worry, "But if we speed up here now..." Ethan yelled, "If you want to die from poisoning, then feel free to take your time." Inside, Errol was constantly worried. What exactly is wrong? Ethan replied, "I don't know the details. The magic around the carriage was supposed to last for about a week. Given the current situation, all I can say is that the spell has been broken." Before he could finish speaking, a swarm of insects rushed forward and violently crashed into the window. Errol called out worriedly, "Errol!" Panicked Errol asked, "This window is very sturdy, right?" Ethan replied,
At least it's sturdy enough not to break when insects hit it, but I don't understand why the bees are crashing into the carriage again. Errol, worried about the two coachmen, asked, "Are the coachmen okay? What if they get attacked by bees?" He replied, "The bees don't seem to be attacking the coachmen." Errol continued to ask questions. "So why is the carriage?" Ethan said, "The cause is unclear, but one thing is certain. The magic is useless now. Other venomous insects might also be about to attack. If that's the case, Errol, don't worry, I promise to protect you." So, before he could say anything more, a strong thud hit the top of the carriage. Errol, sweating, asked, "What was that just now?" Ethan placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "It seems like something fell." Outside, the coachman suddenly yelled, "Ah, what is this?"
A snake appeared, flicking its tongue as it advanced towards them. Quickly, everyone was surrounded by giant snakes. The coachman screamed frantically, "Help me!" The coachman's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. A snake immediately attacked them, but something seemed to stop it. Ethan said loudly, "If you have the bracelet, you won't be attacked, so keep the horses calm." But they couldn't stay calm. "Snakes! Snakes!" Ethan said, "Overall, the snakes can't attack, so the bracelet's magic is still working normally." Errol asked curiously. Then, Ethan stood up abruptly. The cause must be inside the carriage. He looked around, searching. Errol asked curiously, "Is there something?" A magic circle appeared in front of Ethan. The magic circle was inscribed differently from what was requested. It even seemed to attract animals. Errol was surprised. Could it be an insider? Ethan replied, "In any case, that possibility is very high. There's also the possibility of interference from the aristocratic leadership." Suddenly, Ethan realized something. The bugs are silent now. Is it over? Perhaps the Lord of the Forest has also awakened. Errol didn't understand these words. She asked, "The Lord of the Forest?" Ethan explained, "It's called the forest crocodile, a colossal creature that can crush even a wyvern. If that crocodile is heading this way, it's best to get out of here quickly."
"Mount your horses. Leave here immediately." The stableman immediately replied, "Yes, I'll prepare." Errol asked worriedly, "Ethan, is it okay to leave the carriage behind?" Ethan turned his head back and said, "Although it's dangerous, if the forest crocodiles attack the carriage, it'll be hard to survive, and I can't deal with them alone. Since we have the bracelets, insects and snakes aren't a problem, so the best way is to ride the horses and quickly escape." Errol replied, "I understand." Ethan bowed his head, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dragged Errol into this." Errol looked up at him and hesitated. "I don't—" Before she could say anything more, a loud noise echoed from outside. The stableman froze. Ethan yelled, "Those are forest crocodiles. Hurry, you two quickly ride one horse together. Leave the lamps behind. Forest crocodiles are very sensitive to light, so we could be the next target after the carriage." The stableman replied, "Understood." Ethan held Errol tightly on the horse. "Hold on tight. We might be dragged along with the carriage, so the connecting ropes must be cut simultaneously."
The coachman, holding his whip high, replied, "Yes, it's all ready." Ethan immediately ordered, "Leave it." Then all four of them rode off without stopping, abandoning the carriage. She sat on her horse, feeling very anxious. When she looked back, she saw the alligator behind them roaring fiercely. The four of them kept riding without stopping until the next morning. The four tired people sat in the carriage, having escaped danger. Ethan, sitting behind her, asked, "Are you all right?" Errol, startled, turned to him. "Yes, thanks to you." Ethan sighed in relief. That was close. The two coachmen in the back were pale as ghosts. "I feel like I've just died and come back to life." The coachman behind them slumped. "Me too." Ethan was also very tired. He slumped his head down and whispered, "I need to talk to Eston to quickly track down the mole. A direct threat has emerged, and I don't know when we'll be targeted again." Seeing his exhaustion, Errol said, "Ethan, get some rest." Ethan leaned his head on her shoulder. "All right." A while later, "Are there any rooms?" The innkeeper asked, "How many rooms would you like?" She replied, "3 rooms." The two quickly went inside. Ethan, utterly exhausted, said, "Let's take a bath first, and we'll meet up later." Errol, not much better off than him, replied, "Good idea." She thought to herself, if there was a mole, she couldn't just sit still. In the current circumstances, the southern nobles were the ones she could turn to for assistance. Then she called Count Grieve. "Count Grieve, please quickly provide the documents I requested earlier." On the other end, the Count replied, "I understand." He asked, "Can I send them to your current location?" Errol replied, "Yes, I'm counting on you. I'll await your news." The call ended. Errol let out a sigh, fatigue clearly visible on her face. "For now, this is all I can do." Then she called out, "Ethan." Ethan, holding a glass of water, turned to her. "Errol, how are you feeling?" Errol sunk inside. "No big issues, just a little tired." Ethan, feeling relieved, said, "Thank goodness. For the time being, let's stay here and recuperate today and tomorrow. If we keep going like this, someone's bound to fall ill."
Errol smiled. "I'm healthier than you can imagine, aren't I? I've never had a minor illness or a serious injury before. Still, I'll take my medicine and go to sleep today. Are you okay, Ethan? Are you hurt?" Ethan immediately replied, "Don't worry about me." Errol immediately objected. "How can that be? If you worry about me, I'll worry about you too. That's only fair, isn't it?" A closer look would reveal that Ethan is also very strict with himself. He replied, "Not exactly." After their conversation, the glass of water was placed back on the table, and the two of them embraced on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Somewhere, a person was forced to kneel on the ground. He tried to shout, "Let me go." The person sitting casually with crossed legs on a chair said, "I've received reports that they've safely entered the village. To be honest, it's quite unfortunate." He looked up. "You don't need to worry. There's still a chance." The other person, whose face was covered, sitting on a chair, said, "I've thought very carefully about the difference between me and people like you. There isn't much difference except for the treatment received since birth. but it seems that's not entirely true either.
People like you always think that opportunities exist and that you're entitled to them at any moment. You've already failed 3 times. The first time by turning a blind eye, the second through acquaintances and bribery, and you still failed the 3rd time? Is proper intimidation and prevention really that difficult? The man bowed his head to the ground. I'm sorry, the masked figure coldly said. No need to apologize. As he was being restrained, he shouted, Wait, please, spare my life. No, please, sir, give me one more chance. The masked figure coldly said, It seems you've been given too many chances already. Perhaps you don't know, but opportunities are also a limited resource. You know that, don't you? I've heard that no one survives the wrath of the Velstein family. You've messed with young Master Velstein, and you even failed. Even if I don't kill you here, you'll be killed by Velstein one day anyway. With that, the masked figure stabbed him painfully. Then the masked figure called Obito. Obito immediately appeared. You called, sir? The masked figure ordered. Clean up that trash, and you will take over this task until a suitable person is found. Don't let the young master dig any deeper. If this continues, it won't matter if everyone around him dies. Obito immediately replied. Understood. The masked figure asked with a threatening voice. You won't disappoint me either, will you? Obito flashed a murderous smile. That won't happen. Elsewhere, Olden was currently tearing his hair out over a pile of documents. This is crazy. Why do I have to do that kid's job? What was that noise? Damn it.
Baressa stepped inside. She asked, I guess things aren't going smoothly. Olden looked up. Baressa, what are you doing here? You don't need to worry about your father's business. She walked closer to him and said, I think Errol is really capable. Olden was taken aback. What? What are you suddenly talking about? She replied, Father, you're also tired, and all this time only that child has single-handedly handled things that even I and my siblings wouldn't dare to do. Thinking back, it's Errol who has always supported us. We all owe Errol. So isn't Errol the most important person in this family, Father? Olden leaned back in his chair. That's right. That girl is indeed very important to our family. Baressa was a little surprised. Finally, Father, you're thinking of Errol. She smiled and began, If that's the case then. But she had misunderstood him. To him, only benefits mattered. Olden said, We are going to form an alliance through marriage with the Velstein family, so of course she's important. My daughter doesn't need to think about becoming useless like that girl. On the contrary, Errol is bringing light to us.
The scene shifts to Ariel, who wakes up and stretches. Had Ethan already left? It seems I slept deeper than I thought. I was clearly talking to Ethan. At that moment, Ethan took her hand and said, Ariel, my hands are so cold. Ariel asked, Is that so? Ethan continued, If you fall asleep in such a cold state, your body could get hypothermia or catch a cold, so keep yourself warm. Ariel said, I wonder if I've been out in the rain for too long. Ethan continued, When training in polar regions, soldiers would huddle together to share body heat. If it's not too rude, Ariel, you could also. Of course, you're free to refuse. Ariel stared blankly at him for a moment. Her face flushed, then she threw herself into his arms. Lying in his arms, she said, I already feel warmer. Ariel thought to herself, Ethan's arms are so warm. Back in the present, Ariel smiled, feeling like a little bird, a warmth she had never felt in her entire life.
Is Ethan in the dining hall now? But that was a while ago. Errol then went downstairs. A lovely little girl ran up and asked, Excuse me, are you the guest who stayed here from yesterday? Errol turned to the girl and replied, Yes, that's right. Smiling, the little girl continued, If so, I'll show you the way. The person who came with you has already ordered food. However, is the rumor that you two traveled through Pio's forest true? Errol replied, That's right. Watching the child's boundless enthusiasm, she thought to herself, So much energy. The little girl excitedly continued, Even the locals don't enter Pio's forest in autumn. How did you happen to pass through there? Errol's face flushed and she stammered, honeymoon.
Errol immediately replied, So, love is willing to take risks? That's wonderful. She was startled when she turned and saw Ethan. Oh, the food, it's coming right away. Errol was grateful. Thank you. Ethan sat at the table, smiling. A honeymoon in the Pyout forest? That must be a challenging newlywed trip. Errol immediately said, Don't tease me. From the very beginning, you were the one who suggested we pretend to be newlyweds. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Ethan asked, concerned, Did you sleep well last night? Is your body still aching? Errol replied, I seem to be fine now. How about you, Ethan? Ethan replied, I'm also feeling better. Errol felt guilty. I should have woken up earlier and woken you. Ethan said, Since you've been following such a packed schedule, I thought it would be better to let you get some deep sleep. Errol immediately retorted, You've worked much harder than I have, Ethan. Ethan smiled. My duty is to protect Errol, so I'm fine. Errol asked, puzzled, What good would it do if you got hurt protecting me? Ethan burst out laughing again. I'm still in one piece right now. Don't worry. It's still early, but Errol should start thinking about our next honeymoon destination. Errol's face turned red like a tomato as she shyly exclaimed, Ethan! Ethan replied, I know, I won't say it again. As Errol requested, next we'll go to Pilaso village.
I checked the map and it's not too far from here. Errol was delighted. That's lucky, so... Suddenly, a hairy man carrying a large axe in his hand approached. Are you two planning to go to Piloso Village? You'd better abandon that idea. Ethan turned and frowned. Who are you to say such a thing?
The man waved his hand and said, Piloso Village is my hometown, so I'm well informed. It's no longer a place for humans to live. Errol spoke up. I'm not here as a tourist. I'm looking for missing people. Have you ever seen siblings around my age? He replied, never. If people went missing in Piloso in the first place, no one would bother searching, because that village has been cursed. Hearing that, both were stunned. Errol asked, puzzled, what do you mean? He replied, literally. For the past few years, Piloso Village has endured increased taxation and exploitation, and many have perished. But this time, even demonic creatures have arrived and killed them. People had no choice but to avoid it and label it a cursed land. Currently, no living person would dare show up anywhere near there. Nevertheless, if you absolutely must go, take mercenaries with you, though I'm not sure if any mercenary would even agree to go. Errol said appreciatively, I understand, thank you. With that, he turned away, his pleasantries concluded. Errol fell into deep thought. The situation is worse than I imagined. Nevertheless, I cannot avoid going to Piloso, the home of the missing.
But the thing is, we don't know where the mole is watching from, and I cannot accept Ethan being in danger. Ethan is trying his best to protect me. Is my ambition perhaps adding to the burden? Is the reward worth the risk in a village that has nothing left? Yes, unfortunately. But let's leave the investigation of Piloso Village to Count Grieve and the intelligence agency. He is a trustworthy person after all. Then she spoke. Ethan, I don't think you need to try your hardest to go to Piloso Village. Ethan was surprised. Won't it be all right? Doesn't Errol have something to look into there? Errol let out a sigh. That's true, but I've already had a reliable person conduct a separate investigation. Ethan asked curiously, who is this trustworthy person? Just then, someone walked up. You're Miss Errol, aren't you? Errol was surprised. That's right, who are you? The man adjusted his glasses and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you. I am Gleiber, Deputy Commander to Count Emif. I've come here to provide the documents you requested. Errol looked bewildered. I only made contact yesterday, and it's already here.
Gleiber immediately replied, when you contacted us, we had already completed our cooperation with the intelligence agency. Errol thought in surprise, I know Count Grieve is capable, but I personally didn't expect him to even request cooperation with the intelligence agency. Errol asked, what did Count Grieve say about this? Gleiber took off his glasses and said, actually, during this investigation, we also discovered 3 similar incidents in Count Grieve's territory. All of them were underage children. Even children sleeping next to their parents disappeared. Ethan immediately felt suspicious and asked, even with parents nearby and still not knowing if they ran away or were kidnapped? That's quite unreasonable by common sense, isn't it?
Gleiber sighed. We've thought about it and investigated multiple times, but couldn't find any significant evidence or witnesses. The indifference of the security team and patrols caused significant delays, and the Count was furious. Errol wondered, asking, do you have any idea who's behind this? Gleiber replied, there's a character with a similar criminal record, Marquis Vol'jin. 15 years ago, there was an incident where the Marquis handed over children to pirates, claiming it was to demand more tribute. Errol continued, if the incident was that serious, shouldn't there have been a trial? Gleiber sighed. You two know, he's practically a king in the south, so it gradually faded into oblivion. So this current incident could also be his doing. However, it's just suspicion. There's no precise evidence. If we speak carelessly, we could face retaliation, so we must be cautious. For now, that's all I can tell you two. Errol looked up and said, please convey my thanks to the Count. I'll contact you if there's anything else I need help with. Gleiber immediately rushed off, saying, yes, well, I must go now. Errol was startled. That fast? What about the meal? He's gone. He must be a busy man. Ethan, who was nearby, nodded. He must be a capable officer. Then he held his head and said, anyway, I didn't expect it to be such a rotten area. Taking this opportunity, I'll have to root out the corruption completely. However, Errol, all this time I thought it was a personal matter, so I didn't feel the need to ask. But may I ask the reason you're looking for missing people? If you disappear without a word like last time, I'd be very worried. There could also be situations where I wouldn't be able to protect you.
She thought to herself, realizing she had never clearly explained it to Ethan. Then she spoke. They are the grandchildren of my nanny, who took care of me since I was little. My nanny's hometown is Piloso Village. Throughout her life, because she raised me, the number of times she visited her hometown can be counted on one hand. But during that time, all the other families in her hometown died out. So I really want to find her grandchildren. Who knows, they might still be alive. Because I don't want her to lose everything just because she took care of me her whole life. Ethan saw her reaction and was a little worried. Errol, doesn't that mean we absolutely have to go to Piloso Village? Errol refused. No. The information Count Grieve just gave me has made me certain. We will hand Piloso over to the Intelligence Guild and must go meet Marquis Vol'jin.
He might not be the culprit in the disappearance, but for now, he's the only suspect. Who knows? We might get a clue. Ethan replied, I understand. So the next stop will be Aden Bogdan, a region within Marquis Vol'jin's sphere of influence.
Errol agreed. Agreed. Ethan continued. But before that, since we left our carriage behind, it will take some time to arrange things again. So why don't you take a stroll around the village while the coachmen sort out the luggage? Errol wondered. A stroll around the village? Are you looking for something? Ethan waved his hand. No, just a walk and a drink. Errol still didn't understand his intention. She said, this restaurant sells drinks too. Ethan called, Errol. Errol looked bewildered. Yes? Ethan had no other choice. His face flushed as he said, I'm currently asking you out on a date. Errol's face also flushed. She asked, what? Ethan scratched his face and said, I know the situation is serious, but this is also your first time traveling, isn't it, Errol? I think it would be good to let your body and mind relax when we have the time. I heard this village has a lake that lovers often visit. Errol wondered, lovers? Ethan reacted strongly. Of course, we're not lovers, but... Errol smiled and asked, aren't we newlyweds? They looked at each other for a moment. Ethan burst out laughing. That's right, isn't it? Then let's make some honeymoon memories together. Errol took his hand and replied, of course. Quickly, both of them went outside.
Errol looked at the map and asked, what is this? Ethan replied, this is the city map that the young staff member drew for us earlier. They recommended many places to us. Errol looked around and asked, but this market is so deserted. Ethan offered his observation. I suppose that's because tourism isn't their main source of income. Errol dashed off, but look, there's so much to see here. Ethan immediately chased after her. Errol, wait! Running to a shop, Errol held a sword in her hand. The blade. Ethan raised his hand to examine it. The joints. The shop owner spoke up. Customers. A moment later, Errol was seen holding food in her hands, thinking to herself, all these things I've never experienced before.
A lovely little girl holding a basket of flowers ran over. Please buy one. Ethan immediately bought a flower and pinned it onto Errol's hair. This is for you. Errol smiled. Thank you, sir. She thought to herself, I've never even had the chance to walk down the street for fun before. A little while later, the two arrived at another place. Ethan, walking beside her, said, although it's not as bustling as the city, there are still many things to see. Errol was very pleased and replied, I'm very happy. Where should we go next? Ethan pointed forward and said, that temple must be over there. Errol said, but I thought that temple was quite popular. He replied, that's right, but clearly the temple here is completely different. Then the two went inside. Errol asked, is anyone here? She looked around and thought to herself, it's truly different.
A man saw the two of them and immediately spoke. Oh, I didn't expect a new face this season. The blessings of autumn must surely be with us. It's quite messy here because I'm making furniture, so please be careful when moving around. Errol wondered, furniture? Why are the priests? The man explained, winter in this region is particularly harsh. If we don't prepare now, things will become difficult. Ethan stepped forward and asked, but why do the priests have to labor like this? The priest replied with a smile, it's just my own initiative. The Lord here tries his best to support us, but this year too many people have moved here, so we are quite short on time. Ethan said, so it seems the Lord of this land is truly well liked by everyone. The priest continued, thanks to the Lord, we can truly focus on our work and have a stable life. The town is very lively, isn't it? Errol also agreed with his words, thinking to herself, indeed, this village is very different from what I've seen before. The priest continued, I should welcome guests properly, with a clean appearance, if I follow the rules. But unfortunately, we have nothing prepared right now, so please don't worry about it. Errol replied, we didn't come here to bother you. The priest raised his hand towards the two and said, but since you have come all this way, I would like to offer a simple blessing to both of you. Saying this, he placed his finger on Errol's forehead. May good fortune be with you on your path. After that, the two of them departed. Errol looked at the surrounding scenery and thought, I had thought all of the southern region was lawless, but it's so peaceful here. No wonder my nanny always said it was beautiful.
Looking back, even Sevasrudin mentioned that he wanted to settle in the countryside. Back then, I mocked him, even calling him an eccentric. But upon seeing these landscapes, I understood what he meant. Stepping to the cool lakeside, Errol couldn't help but exclaim, this is truly a wonderful place. I understand why everyone tries to settle here. I suppose if I had stayed in the capital, I would never have known this. She thought to herself, until now I had thought happiness was an unattainable luxury for me. That's why I had vowed to live my second life with the sole goal of revenge. However, I've realized that happiness comes from small things, and it's meaningless to keep focusing on revenge. Cutting short her thoughts, she called, Ethan. Ethan turned to her. What is it, Errol? She smiled, her hair gently swaying in the wind. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me here.
Thank you for being kind to me for who I am, Ethan said emotionally. You just need to be yourself, and that's enough. I'm so happy to have you by my side. Errol felt a flutter in her heart. The impulse of the moment made my heart tremble. If I were a normal girl, my happiest moment would be just like this. Sitting on a bench amidst the picturesque scenery, the two shared a truly romantic kiss. Ethan spoke. The priest's blessing must be true. Errol agreed. Yes. Ethan ran his hand through her hair and said, sometimes I wonder, am I bothering you? And what if bringing you here only brings you danger? What would happen if I imposed my feelings on you? But most importantly, every moment I look at you is the most precious moment to me. Errol mused. I used to believe I had to fight this world alone, but I can rely on Ethan. He has helped me. from the times he gently said, "Are you all right, my dear? No matter what it is, if you want my help, I am always willing to help you." And he always reached out to me, even though I was always called a monster. Is it okay to be honest with someone like him? I don't want to lose the small joys I once couldn't grasp due to the countless worries I've experienced. Ethan took her hand and said, "Errol, when everything ends."
"Are you willing to come here again with me?" Errol gave a happy smile. "I am willing." And so the two of them had a wonderful conversation. The next day, everyone boarded the carriage and departed. Sitting in the carriage, Ethan asked, "How much longer until we reach Aden Bogdan?" The coachman replied, "At the earliest, we will arrive tonight, but there's something I'm a little concerned about." Ethan wondered, "What is it?" The coachman replied, "I've been informed that the safety of Aden Bogdan has been threatened recently." Ethan was surprised. "Threatened? I thought that town was a popular tourist and resort destination." The coachman explained, "Yes, the main routes are carefully managed for profit, but other areas are rife with criminals targeting wealthy travelers." Ethan immediately frowned. "So why isn't security being increased in those areas?" The coachman explained, "Apparently the lord of Aden Bogdan is a loyal follower of Marquis Falson. They have used most of their finances as bribes, leading to a failure in maintaining public security." Errol mused. Even a large city like this was in chaos.
MANHWA continued, "It has reached the point where even major roads have recently been affected, and I'm worried you two might get hurt." Ethan, worried for Errol's safety, turned to her and said, "It seems I need to contact Hogdison to find us a bodyguard. I will do everything to protect you thoroughly rather than apologize." Errol sighed and replied, "I understand." MANHWA spoke up. "We are now entering the territory of Aden Bogdan." Errol looked outside and said, "It doesn't look as bad as you described." MANHWA replied, "This road is one of the tourist spots, one of the few districts."
So, the two of you should be very careful when visiting tourist spots. Sitting in the carriage, Errol accidentally saw someone with a chilling gaze which startled her. These eyes, for a certain period, I won't be able to forget them. A moment later, the carriage arrived and stopped. "We've arrived." Errol stepped out of the carriage and said, "The accommodation is certainly very lavish again." Ethan also stepped out right behind her. Even the manager came out to greet us. A manager came out smiling. "Welcome, both of you. I am Eora, the manager and owner of this hotel. It is an honor to serve you both. And Mr. Hodgson has sent a guest for the two of you." Errol thought in surprise. He just sent someone. Immediately, a man stepped forward. "Pleased to meet you. I have been assigned to be this lady's bodyguard. I am Ben." What a small world. The two of them gaped again upon seeing Ben. Ethan immediately came over and asked, "Why are you here? I'm sure I left you in Vonfron." Ben replied, "I resigned." Ethan flared up. "You what?" Ben replied, "I never liked that job, but the owner's behavior became too extravagant and unstable right after you left, so I resigned. I absolutely don't want to be involved in that." Ethan immediately said, "That's ridiculous." Ben walked towards Errol, extended his hand and said, "It is an honor to serve you once again, my lady." Errol also extended her hand in return. "I'm counting on you." Then the two shook hands without a word. Ethan, fueled by jealousy, immediately cut in. "Manager, please take us to our room." The manager smiled. "Yes, yes, please follow me, both of you." Errol turned her head and wondered, "How strange. I've never seen Ethan so hostile towards anyone before."
The manager introduced as he walked, "We've paid special attention to decorating the hallway." Errol looked at their attitude suspiciously, wondering, do they know each other? When they reached their room, the manager stopped and said, "Your room is on the right. This is our best room. It's popular with couples thanks to its excellent soundproofing." Ethan's face flushed. Errol, however, didn't understand and wondered, "Soundproofing? Why would we need that?" It was only then that Errol understood, and her face turned as red as a tomato.
The room door closed, and the manager turned and left. "You've arrived. I wish you both a wonderful evening." And inside, Ethan tried to keep his mind calm. Soundproofing? I shouldn't think about it anymore. Then he awkwardly said, "It's a good room. Let's unpack our luggage first." Errol called him back, asking, "But Ethan, why did you act that way towards that man?" Ethan wondered, "Who are you talking about?" Errol replied, "I mean Ben. Did something happen between the two of you? I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think he's a bad person." Ethan stammered, "Is that so? Anyway, I never had any ill intentions towards him." Errol said, "If you don't dislike him, then—" Ethan immediately interrupted her. "Errol, are you tired? We'll unpack the luggage, so you should go have dinner first." Errol wondered, but... Ethan was embarrassed, thinking to himself, "I can't say it's because I'm jealous." Errol, confused, thought, "Is that all? It feels more like a warning." Ethan pushed her out. "Go out now." As she walked, she thought, "And why am I so comfortable with Ben? If I talk to him, will I find out?" Afterwards, Errol went to Ben. "Ben, I have a question." Ben turned and replied, "Yes, what is it, young lady?" She asked, "Do you know Ethan, my husband?" Ben said while eating, "The first time I saw him was when I returned to Goodfront. Is he dissatisfied with me?" Errol sat down and asked, "You know already?" Ben replied, "It's quite obvious, isn't it? I understand.
It's natural for him to be wary of an unknown mercenary like me becoming a bodyguard for a lady, but I will certainly protect you, even if I have to pay with my life. Errol awkwardly said, You don't have to go that far.
Ben stared at the pile of food on the table, his eyes almost popping out. Errol witnessed everything and thought to herself, I always thought he didn't like Ben, but he's given Ben so much. Ethan sat down at the table and continued, To approach Marquis Vol'jin, we must meet a few people first. Errol asked curiously, Who are they? Ethan, cutting a piece of meat, replied, Lord Arden Bogdan, Count Lambuk. Errol asked, Is it too dangerous? Ethan continued, We plan to use a different identity and appearance if necessary. As you've heard, the Count once bribed the Marquis with a large sum of money to achieve his goal. There must have been an illegal source of profit somewhere, so we need to find common ground between the Count and the Marquis. To do that, we'll need some preparations, but leave it to me. Errol picked up her glass of water and asked, Is there anything you need my help with? Ethan put down the fork in his hand and said, Not for now. I'll certainly tell you if any need arises. Instead, you will have to help me. You need to earn a living, don't you? Ben agreed without much thought. Understood, if it makes the young lady comfortable. His words made Ethan stare uncomfortably. Errol, flustered, held her head. Why do I feel a bit worried? I hope they don't cause trouble together. The next day, as light shone into the room, Errol sat alone, lost in thought. She looked around. Did Ethan go to the restaurant before me? She then went downstairs and asked the manager. The manager said, Vice-Countess, he and his guard left early this morning. Errol replied, Is that so? She thought to herself, Where did he go without saying a word?
The manager smiled. Your breakfast is ready. You can have it whenever you like. Errol replied, Yes, yes. Immediately, the manager brought the food. The bread was freshly baked this morning. Please enjoy. Errol gratefully said, Thank you. But the manager didn't leave. She stood there for a moment. Seeing this, Errol understood the hint and asked, Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join me? The manager cheerfully sat down at the dining table. I'd love to. Errol thought to herself, I only offered out of politeness. The manager rested her chin on her hand and asked, Where are you from, madam? Errol replied, From the capital. The manager smiled. I'm so envious. I was born and raised here, and our family has managed this hotel for many generations. If I had a choice, I would end this business and move to the capital. But what can I do? It's my destiny. Errol asked curiously, Does your family support you? The manager crossed her arms and said, Oh, you could say so, but managing such a large hotel here is also a kind of blessing. After all, there's only one way for women without power to live in this city.
Turning women into criminals, Errol clenched her fists and asked, What do you mean? The manager continued, As you know, Aden Bogdan has recently become a symbol of a lawless city where power is the ultimate authority. Therefore, leaders of criminal organizations are regarded as nobility, even more so than actual nobles. Those without power join these organizations for protection, and in return, they become property. Errol asked, Is that how you have to live when you have no power? The manager replied, That's just how things are allowed to be here. When those without power voice their opinions, they are found as corpses. Then the manager stood up abruptly, So be very careful. Always make sure to watch yourself whenever you speak outside. I don't want to clean up a messy room. After the manager left, Ethan arrived. Seeing Ethan, she immediately said, Ethan, finally you... Oh my God, are you all right? Ethan appeared disheveled, and he said, I'll go wash up first. Errol replied, Yes. Confused, she wondered, What happened outside? Then Errol looked over at Ben and asked, Ben, where did you two go? Ben, who was drinking water, turned to her and said, Didn't you hear? Errol wondered, Hear what? Ben walked away, refusing to answer. If the Baron didn't say anything, I'll keep silent too. Errol followed after him. Wait, you're my bodyguard, so you have to answer me.
Ben scratched his head and said, We went to clear out a few criminal hideouts. Errol was astonished. Oh my goodness, are you both all right? Ben replied, You needn't worry. He cleared out the back alleys using techniques unbecoming of knights. You should hear the rest from him. I'll take my leave now. Ben then left, leaving Errol alone to wonder what exactly happened. A short while later, Errol also sought out Ethan.
She sat down next to him and said, Have you had your meal yet, sir? Ethan replied, I'm about to. Errol, while drying his hair, said, So what makes you want to do that first thing in the morning? Ethan immediately asked, Did Ben tell you already? Errol asked worriedly, Is it really that important, sir? Tell me, why are you hiding it? Ethan's face flushed. I don't want you to see. She asked, How you fight? Ethan replied, A little, but I don't want you to see me curse. The exchanges in the alleys are often very rude. They can be quite dirty and disgusting. I don't want you to witness those things. I only want you to see my good side. Errol found his expression so adorable, it almost made her freeze. Then Errol leaned against his back and said, But if you're going to do something dangerous, you should at least inform me beforehand. Ethan smiled. My fault. Next time I'll definitely tell you. Errol continued. Good, She suddenly paused for a moment, embarrassed. We are a couple, after all. Ethan smiled. I'll remember that. Then they both laughed happily. At that moment, she remembered Olden's words. You must marry him. She wondered, why do I still remember that now? But can our current relationship be considered dating? Whatever it was, I didn't want my feelings to be used to gain benefits for Olden.
Small events surely wouldn't be enough to bring him down. It would be better if he got deeply involved in the issues in the South. Then I might be able to leave that house, right? Returning to the present, Errol was already sitting in a carriage.
Seeing her lost in thought, Ethan repeatedly called out, "Errol, Errol, are you worried?" Errol replied, "No, I'm just thinking about a few things." Afterwards, Ethan and Ben pretended to be illegal smugglers to continue eliminating criminal hideouts in the back alleys. And today, a letter from Count Lambook arrived. Ethan asked her. They took the bait very quickly. "Errol, are you all right?" Errol held the paper in her hand and said, "Are we leaving right away?" Ethan replied, "No, we need to prepare a few things first. We will disguise ourselves so we won't be recognized." Quickly, Errol conned a different outfit, and she asked a little shyly, "This probably doesn't look right, does it?" Ethan felt a pang of guilt. "My fault. I didn't want you to wear outfits like this." Errol replied, "It can't be helped. I have to look like a criminal's lover, don't I? It's actually quite interesting. I just worry I won't play the part well." Ethan immediately encouraged her. "You don't need to force yourself. If there's anything to be careful about, it's just speaking like an aristocrat. It'll be fine if you use your real name. Just be careful not to let anyone comment on your manners."
I'll take care of the rest, Errol thought to herself. He doesn't care about himself, which means Ethan might act inappropriately. The carriage had arrived by then. "We've arrived," Ethan announced, flinging open the door from inside, his face twisted into an angry, scowling bad boy look. Ethan yelled, "Hurry up." The coachman immediately knelt down, forming a step for him to alight from the carriage. My fault, he stammered. Ethan angrily snapped, "Slowpoke."
Stop overreacting and focus. Errol's face darkened, unable to believe her eyes. Ethan glanced over, unable to get any rest. Errol wondered who the person in front of her was. She couldn't recognize them at all. Errol stepped out of the carriage, thinking to herself, "Do I need to act like him?" The coachman whispered, "My lady, please step down." Errol hesitated, but the coachman said, "That's why I'm here. They'll suspect us if you hesitate." She worried inwardly. "Should I?" Then she stepped down, saying to the coachman, "I'm sorry." The coachman replied, "It's all right." Ethan angrily turned and shouted, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Errol walked over to him, thinking to herself, "I know he's acting, but he's really good at it. I never thought he—" The two walked up to the servant at the door, who said, "Hello, the master is waiting for you two." Errol looked at the person in the doorway, wondering, "Why is that guy looking at me like that?" Ethan put his arm around her shoulder. "This is my girlfriend. I know she's very beautiful, but I don't want her to hear any vulgar remarks. Do you want to be blind?"
The butler, standing by the door, burst out laughing. "My mistake. Please come in." Ethan instructed her. "Errol, you don't need to be so worried. They are the ones who need us, so they can't harm us or drive us away. Just act naturally, let go of yourself, and become a completely different person." The two quickly entered a room where someone was already waiting. Count Lambook, sitting in a chair, asked, "Are you the new smuggler in Arden Bogdan?" Ethan boldly stated, "I am. Has this made you the famous Count Lambook?" Count Lambook stroked his chin and said, "You are certainly different from those under my command, definitely very useful, but my intuition alone isn't enough to prove your loyalty. A deal for the woman right beside you. How about it? Not a bad deal, is it?" Errol was startled. What?" Lambook looked at her face and continued, "That pretty face of hers is enough to satisfy me." Errol, angry, tried to restrain herself. "They're trying to make me angry. I need to retort." Then she hugged Ethan tightly and said, "Excuse me, but bald men aren't enough to satisfy me. You look like you can't even finish one round at night." After saying that, she awkwardly wondered to herself, Is that okay? Is that okay?" Ethan angrily gritted his teeth. "A deal. It seems you don't want to live anymore, do you?" Lambook burst out laughing. "What a pity. Oh, getting stabbed while trying to snatch a girl isn't part of my plan. Please, sit down and calm down." Then the two sat down. Ethan said beside her, "You should have acted." Errol looked at him and suddenly froze. Why did Ethan look so anxious? He was stiff as a statue, and he was the one who told her to relax. Errol gently tugged at Ethan's shirt, and both of their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lambook asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Ethan replied, "Nothing." Lambook continued, "So you want to open a bid in Arden Bogdan?" Ethan immediately replied, "Yes." Lambook said frankly, "I'll be straight with you. I don't sign deals with just anyone. I'd be quite disappointed if you ended up with nothing, unlike what you've achieved recently." Ethan interrupted, "What opportunity? After all, I have what you want." Lambook asked, "So what?" Ethan looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Siege weapons. From ballistas, trebuchets, battering rams, magical tools to explode the ground, to various explosives, it's on a completely different level compared to what these fools here are facing. Furthermore—" "As far as I know, you often face war. Don't you need these things?" Lambook exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Errol sat silently beside him, deep in thought. Minor conflicts had occurred between Delphius and Vol'jin, but not enough to constitute a full-scale bombardment, and a war wasn't necessary at this moment. If he accepted our deal, that would mean he had allied with someone else, like the Desolavan Empire. After a moment of deliberation, Lambook spoke, "So where are the goods hidden?
How do I know you actually have those weapons? Ethan replied. Do you think I would carry those things openly? There are warehouses scattered around the port, so I bought a few spots. Lambuk wanted to shout, so how can I trust you? Ethan clicked his tongue. This is the problem with nobles. Then he sprang to his feet. Damn it, I've come all this way for nothing. Someone who claims to be powerful can't even accept a deal.
Seeing Ethan leave, Lambuk quickly stopped him. Wait, I was wrong. Please sit down first. Ethan angrily yelled, sorry means nothing. Don't order me around. I'm not your subordinate. Errol saw him continuously yelling at the man like a child who had made a mistake and thought to herself, hey, is this really okay? Lambuk seems to have lost all his courage. It's best to stop him before the situation gets too out of control. Errol raised her hand. She ran to Ethan, placed her hand on his face and said, honey, are you going to keep yelling like this? You become so charming when you're angry, but you told me that if things went well, you'd build me a resort villa at the port. Her voice was coquettish. I only want to see you angry in the evening. I really, really want that resort villa. Errol felt embarrassed internally, glad that no one else was seeing this. Lambuk awkwardly said, yes, that's right. Why don't we continue the agreement? You can build that resort house for your beautiful girlfriend. Ethan exclaimed, oh my God. Then he gave her a passionate kiss. Errol reassured herself, it's just acting, I should. Then the two exchanged another kiss before separating. Ethan said gently, if my darling wants it. Errol giggled, her heart wanting to exclaim, my legs. Then both slumped into their seats. Ethan said with a laugh, I'm only doing this for my darling. Lambuk was extremely grateful. Ah, thank you. Ethan tossed him something and said, here, is this good enough? Lambuk caught it and asked, what is this? Ethan explained, what do you think it is? It's the siege weapons you wanted to see. Be careful, it's a bomb. Lambuk was startled and threw it back to Ethan, exclaiming, huh? Ethan explained, when it comes into contact with water, it will explode. I'm telling you now, it can destroy your room the same size as this one. What if we had about 100 boxes containing these spheres? Its price is quite expensive, but I will make you a deal because this is my first contract, so make sure you let me know if you change your mind. There's always someone else who will want this, like Duchess, right? But obviously your limbs will be torn off when you are acquainted with treason. I don't want to end up like that. That's why I want to give you this opportunity first, so make a quick decision. Lambuk smiled delightedly. The Duchess Empire. Then you've come to the right place. The cooperation you want with that empire, I can be the bridge for this deal. Errol exclaimed inwardly. He's fallen into the trap. He dared to declare that he could become a bridge for a deal with an empire with a stranger, even an untrustworthy one.
I'm quite grateful, Ethan asked. What about you? How will you manage it? Lambuk explained. Listen, Duchess has poured out their wealth to strengthen their national defense system, but they've had difficulty sourcing weapons relative to the amount invested. This is the perfect time to supply them with weapons. Just imagine all the money we could make from it. I'm very tempted to ask where you found such weapons, but I've placed my full trust in you. You see how much I want this cooperation to succeed, don't you? You supply the weapons, I become the intermediary for the deal. What do you say? Errol mused. A businessman would surely accept this deal. However, we cannot simply be satisfied with that. Ethan said, honestly, I find it a bit hard to believe. I know you're a leader in this region, but you're only a lord of the southern region. That you could mediate between us and an entire empire? I think it's natural for me to be skeptical, isn't it? All I'm saying is that I'm being cautious. These weapons aren't easy to come by, and there are simply too many risks in this deal. Lambuk immediately raised a hand to interrupt. Ha, that's not true. Trust me, you won't find anyone else.
Ethan offered a calculating smile. How can I trust you? It's all just empty words. What if you change your mind later? Of course, I'm not saying to call this off. Let's see. Marquis Vol'jin is the one behind you, isn't he? If you can negotiate a deal with the Marquis first, then I will accept your agreement with the Empire. How does that sound? Lambuk was surprised. Why the Marquis? Ethan stated plainly. No, if you don't want to, then the deal is off.
Lambuk immediately stopped him. No, not at all. I was just surprised. He thought anxiously to himself. I acted too hastily in trying to protect myself. It's come to this point. Should I see it through? Yes, there's nothing else for the South. Marquis Vol'jin might find it easier to trace the origin of this young man's weapon. He finally made a decision. I will arrange a meeting. Errol rejoiced inwardly. It's a success. Ethan smiled and continued his words. And a contract, too. Lambuk wondered. A contract? Ethan replied. Who knows? After all, what if someone betrays the other side? Better safe than sorry. Lambuk agreed. Indeed. As Lambuk signed the contract, his hand tightened and trembled. But remember, if you don't keep your word, you'll pay with your life in this South. If this matter gets out, Ethan put the contract into his pocket and said, all right, I understand. I want to meet the Marquis tomorrow, so send the letter quickly. That will be the best deal for survival. Finally, the two got into the carriage and left. Ethan held the stack of papers in his hand and said, everything concluded smoothly. Errol was also delighted. Indeed, we finally got the sign.
They looked at each other, suddenly recalling the scene when they were in the Count's room. The moments of playful pouting and kissing made them both blush and turn their faces away in embarrassment.
Ethan changed the subject. Nice weather, isn't it? Errol stammered. Yes, she thought to herself. Am I the only one recalling it? At the training grounds, An said with his arms crossed, Why does his lordship always arrive late after summoning everyone? The Marquis, scratching his face beside him, replied, Well, you're asking me the same thing. I'm sure His Highness has a lot on his mind. Constant exploitation and public complaints, coupled with the rising crime rate after the armistice, and the conflict between war proponents and those who only desire peace, worsened daily. An sighed. Peace, huh? There's no such thing as lasting peace anymore. Becoming complacent due to the lack of immediate danger could mark the end of everything. I wish I could see what's in the minds of those idealistic peace advocates. Eston heard their conversation and turned to look. Then he put on his coat and approached, saying, Why didn't you tell me you were here? An immediately shifted the blame to the Marquis. This skinny fellow is worried about your safety, so I was listening to his complaints. He's very anxious. The Marquis, hearing himself called skinny, asked back, Skinny? Eston sighed. Worried indeed. Actually, I summoned you two here to discuss a few matters. There have been many suspicious activities near the border.
Dyslavan has continued to expand their military power even after the armistice, potentially creating a power imbalance. Furthermore, there are rumors that they are even recruiting mages. An was utterly shocked to hear this news. Are you saying that those research fanatics might join the war? Eston's eyes were dull with worry. Until recently, our military equipment has been malfunctioning, and I can't help but wonder. Since when has our army been operating with substandard equipment? What would happen if war broke out now? It doesn't sound good to say this, but it's highly likely we would be defeated by Dyslavan. The Marquis was also full of worries. It seems we are forced to prepare for war at this time. I can only hope that Duke Brixia does not become a mere bystander. An sighed. The Duke looks like a hawk, but in reality, he's a timid cat. If the Brixia family, a core noble family, were to become indifferent, support from other nobles could also waver. In that case, our borders would become even weaker. On second thought, is there any new information about the two people in the south? Eston replied. Not yet. Nevertheless, I believe we will soon receive good news. After all, I still have great faith in my friend. An scoffed. Why do you place your trust in that brat? Instead, the Brixia heiress seems more trustworthy.
The scene shifts to Ethan. We have achieved one of our goals. If the royal family can find Earl Lambbook's secret ledger, the investigation into the south will be concluded. Errol put a hand to her chin and said doubtfully, It's a bit strange. It seems much easier than I thought. The information might be misleading. Ethan asked curiously, Where? Errol replied, The conflict in the south stems from the dispute between two marquises, doesn't it? Ethan explained, Most mid-level nobles would not know the details of the conflict.
This has become a long-standing detrimental tradition over many centuries. Furthermore, Marquis Vol'jin's allies have maintained close ties with Dyslavan. This might have played a role in it, but it's possible we've been looking in the wrong direction. Errol picked up the stack of papers to examine them. But according to data from the intelligence department, despite numerous battles involving the Marquis, the number of casualties was almost zero. That means the battles were agreed upon by both sides. She thought to herself, tension could have been created simply by establishing opposition between forces. Why push for an actual war? Then Errol exclaimed, That's it! Countless items lost from the battle. They are likely smuggling the missing items from the battles to sell to Dyslavan. In that case, the south is merely an equipment distribution factory. An incident of this scale means they have likely created an escape route. If we're not careful in how we approach this, we won't be able to catch the ringleaders. Ethan leaned back in his chair and said, Now that we have an overview of the situation, all we need is definitive proof. Errol asked, Do you have any ideas? Errol replied, It's best to take the lead despite the risks. We must obtain Marquis Vol'jin's ledgers. Port Iperia, a port city under Marquis Vol'jin's command, boasts waterways larger than most other harbors. Ethan turned and said, We'll rest today, but tomorrow we'll go meet the Marquis, using Lambbook's letter of introduction. Errol awkwardly asked, So we have to disguise ourselves again? Ethan chuckled in response, No need for that this time.
Unlike Lambbook, Marquis Vol'jin won't be swayed by provocations. He is the king of the city, so he cannot be underestimated. If we succeed in collecting his ledgers, it will become crucial evidence that could change the entire South. Therefore, this time I intend to go alone. This trip carries too many risks. Errol wondered, but aren't there more reasons for us to go together? Ethan, a little worried, said, I'd be glad, but the Marquis has his own army, in case we're discovered. I'm not confident I can protect you completely, nor do I want you near a debauched man. Instead, I want to ask you for a favor, Errol. Errol asked, puzzled, Ask me for a favor? Not long after, Welcome both of you to Iperia Port. Do you remember me? Errol didn't care. She asked, Sure, can you give me the documents first? Looking at the stack of documents, she thought to herself, So this is the case of missing people in the capital, and this is the case that happened 2 days ago in Iperia. Just as I thought, they are similar. Hogdison left gloomily. How cold. How can you? Errol mused.
Because it has been happening across the Osloan Empire for many years, between each case, connecting them into a single case will be very difficult.
The children who went missing 2 days prior were siblings born in the same year. Their parents realized their children were missing immediately after they disappeared, but there were no eyewitness reports. Although everyone knew who the children were because their parents owned a stall at the market, they still disappeared mysteriously.
Errol, still lost in thought, Ethan approached and asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Around 600 people in the past 10 years. Even though this has been happening across the empire for a long time, there are too many cases to handle. There must be a larger purpose, but what is it? Why do they need so many children?" Ethan said, "Human trafficking, organ trafficking, slavery, and forbidden magic, or even human experimentation magic." Errol was stunned. Don't tell me he's talking about the human experiments conducted by mages over 100 years ago. In the past, many mages conducted experiments using slaves or refugees, and these illegal human experiments were said to be brutal and cruel. The moment their actions were revealed, those involved in human experimentation were branded as users of forbidden magic and expelled from the Mage Guild. From that point onward, all research conducted by mages within the association adhered to strict regulations. Of course, they were still considered evil due to their past actions. Even the great Grandmaster Sieves Rudin was ostracized for being a mage. Errol put her hand to her chin and continued, "Although it's still unclear why only children are being targeted, if these cases are related to human experimentation, then every empire will have to rise up and condemn what's happening." Errol voiced her thoughts. "But I thought we no longer had anyone capable of using forbidden magic." Hodgson immediately interjected, "That's true at first glance, but there are still many people in this world who will defy everything just to achieve what they want. It's very difficult to say that they have completely disappeared." Errol gloomily said, "We can only hope it's just our hypothesis." Hodgson then smiled reassuringly at her. "There's no need to be sad over uncertainties. I hope you're not too tired after your tourney. I'll take you two to a very good restaurant at Iperiaport."
She thought to herself, "Right, it's just the worst-case scenario in our hypothesis." Then Errol spoke up. "Matt, thank you. The hotel you recommended to us last time was very good." Hodgkinson beamed. "Really? I'm glad to hear that." The next day, Ethan was dressed in a very nice suit. He asked, "Do I look all right?" Errol smiled. She walked over and said, "It would probably look better if you unbuttoned a few buttons, and it would also be better if you rolled up your pant legs. Ethan, don't make things too hard for yourself. If you feel it's too dangerous, just run, okay? Make sure you come back without a scratch." Ethan leaned closer to her face. He smiled. "Thank you for worrying about me. That makes me very happy." This made Errol blush and exclaim, "I'm serious." Ethan laughed. "Haha, I know. I'll be very careful." "After this case is over, shall we go see the sea together? You once said you've never seen the sea, right?" Errol agreed, saying it sounds wonderful. Ethan gently said, "We have to go now. I wish I could stay here longer." Errol cautioned, "Be careful." Ethan replied, "You too, Errol." Errol confidently placed her hand on her chest and said, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." Ethan turned to leave, not forgetting to say his last words, "Of course, I'm counting on you." After Ethan left, Errol stood alone, pondering, "Why do I have this uneasy feeling? No, I'm just overthinking." Hogginson urged, "My dear daughter, shall we depart?" Ben also arrived with Hogginson. Errol brushed aside her scattered thoughts. She had to complete what she needed to do first. Hogginson led the way. "The parents of the missing children live around here. Anyway, you seem to be attracting quite a few gazes, my dear daughter." Errol, noticing everyone around her paying attention, wondered and asked, "Why? I'm certain I'm wearing the most inconspicuous outfit."
Ben snorted from behind and said, "No matter how you dress, both of you look very much like nobles." Hogdison scratched his head. "Really? I really hope this won't hinder things." Ben asked again, "Hinder? Commoners don't have a good view of nobles. A small mistake can destroy their entire family, so they are very cautious and wary around nobles." Errol wondered, "Are they afraid of us?" Ben replied, "That's the difference between commoners and nobles." Errol thought to herself, "I never thought it would be this bad." Ben continued, "But the situation is better than before. The more people who think like you, the better the world becomes." Errol sighed. "A better world?" Hogdison was already far ahead, waving and calling, "This way, you two." Then he knocked on a door and asked, "Anyone home?" A man poked his head out, revealing only half of his face. He asked, "Who is it?" Hogdison asked, "Are you the father of the 2 children who went missing 2 days ago?" He replied coldly, "Yes. Everyone believes they simply ran away from home. Why would nobles visit such a humble place? Please leave." He lowered his head. "Goodbye."
Errol yelled, "I don't think they ran away, sir. The children have been kidnapped. Someone is targeting the children. We're here to help. Because there's no way those children could have run away without being seen. I mean, they're not even 10 years old." The man slammed the door shut, but our guards and high-ranking officials have no interest in this matter. Errol, puzzled, thought to herself, "What on earth happened?" Despite his coldness, Errol didn't give up. She yelled, "Please, are you just going to give up? Just like that? You shouldn't lose faith that your children are still alive, no matter how much time has passed." He opened the door and angrily yelled, "This is none of your business."
From inside, a woman emerged. The man immediately turned to her and said, "My dear, you need to rest. You're still sick." The woman slowly stepped out, asking, "It sounds noisy outside. What's going on? Who is it, dear?"
The man walked over to his wife, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "It's nothing. They're about to leave. Now, please go back inside. What if you faint again?" Knowing the mother wouldn't easily give up on her child, Errol seized this opportunity and shouted loudly, "Please wait a moment. We might be able to find the children." The woman's face darkened as she turned to her and said, "How dare you?" The man still tried to ignore Errol. "Don't pay attention to them. It's just empty talk. What good is it to listen to those selfish nobles?" The woman immediately disagreed, shouting, "But she said she might be able to find the children. They're talking about our children, aren't they, dear?" Errol, standing outside the door, called out, "We are investigating the case of over 100 missing children, similar to your situation. It's only been 3 days since they disappeared. It's too early to give up. I hope you two will have faith once more." With Errol's persuasion, she was invited inside. The woman, sitting on the bed, said apologetically, "We apologize for having nothing to offer you, and even for lying on the bed in front of noble guests like yourselves." Errol, of course, didn't care about such trivial matters. She said, "It's no problem at all. Please continue to rest. We are the ones who suddenly dropped by without notice."
As mentioned previously, it's a relatively new case, so I thought it best to get to the source of information as quickly as possible. While it might seem a bit rude, and I understand it could be difficult, could you explain what the situation was like back then? It was at this point that the man finally agreed to cooperate. "No problem," he said. "We've discussed this many times with the patrol teams and others. My wife and I were selling our goods at the market, and the children were always roaming around as if the whole place was their playground. Everyone on that street knew them, but one day, the children, who had been running around the market, suddenly vanished, and no one saw what was happening. Initially, we thought something was wrong, so we requested an investigation, but the patrol teams dismissed it as a runaway case, and no action was taken.
In fact, they even asked me with a smile if I abused my children, suggesting that might be why the kids ran away. Errol asked, "Did you notice anything suspicious?" The man, completely clueless, replied, "Absolutely nothing. No one in our town has a motive, and our children aren't naive enough to follow strangers. That's all we know about that day." Hoggeson bowed, thanking them both for their cooperation. The man then saw Errol off, saying, "Thank you for listening to us. No one has ever taken us seriously before. I apologize for earlier." Errol replied, "No need. What you did was perfectly reasonable. There's no reason to apologize." Suddenly, Errol saw something and froze, but then she turned her face away. The man spoke up, asking, "You mentioned you were investigating similar cases. Did you happen to find them?" Errol still didn't understand him. "What do you mean?" The man said, "I mean the missing children. Those children, can they be brought back to their parents?" While Errol was still anxious about his question, Hoggeson spoke up. "We have. Not all of them, but we found some cases, only the more recent ones." Hearing him say that, the man felt a glimmer of hope. "I'm truly relieved for the children and their parents." Faced with this lie, Errol couldn't help but worry. Is it really okay to lie like this? Why can't I deny those words? Then Errol turned and left, saying, "We will definitely get back in touch with you." The man replied, "Yes." Although he had been strong, as soon as Errol left, the man collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Afterward, the three of them also left. Errol asked, "How did they leave?" Hoggeson shook his head. "It's the same here. The patrol teams only randomly questioned a few merchants and never truly cared to investigate the matter."
Ben spoke up, but the situation regarding the missing children was the same for everyone. Not even a single trace was found. Errol put a hand to her chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "Could it be that the children were magically transported?" Howdison replied, "It's a possibility, but not many people on this continent can achieve such a level of magic." Ben also offered his own deduction. It's possible that a magical tool was used, but teleportation items cost as much as an entire castle. Using them to kidnap children would be inefficient. Howdison crossed his arms and said, "Rendering someone invisible can only be achieved by high-level mages, and there's no way to create an underground path using magic."
The speaker said, "It seems you know quite a lot about magic." Hoggeson flinched awkwardly. "Oh, Errol mumbled, "A wizard." Hoggeson continued, "I stopped studying it, but wait, isn't that a bit surprising?" Errol raised her head to the high sky, wondering, "So it's impossible to take the children away using magic. Where did the missing children go? If the children went missing on this road, someone must have seen them. If someone tried to secretly take children out, their luggage or belongings would be checked. But if this were the case, those children might still be on this road." Finally, Errol returned to her room, sitting on the bed lost in thought. "The market started 2 days ago and will end in 2 more days. We must find the children before it ends. Hopefully the intelligence department will do their job properly."
Anyway, Ethan is late. Don't tell me something happened at Vol'jin's place. Who am I worrying about? He is the young master of the Velstein family and a knight. Then Errol decided to call Hoggeson. From the other end of the line, Hoggeson asked, "Errol, is something important?" Errol paced back and forth anxiously. "Ethan still hasn't returned. Have you received any information?" Hogdison was also surprised. He still hasn't returned? Let me check. I've confirmed that a carriage left Vol'jin's place in the afternoon. I think he should be arriving soon. Errol's face brightened. Really? Thank... Before she could finish her sentence, a knock came from outside. Errol walked towards the door and asked, "Who is it?" A voice from outside echoed, "It's me." Errol immediately recognized that voice. Ethan's coachman. Then she flung the door open. "You're back?" But what met her eyes was the coachman with a large wound on his shoulder. The coachman, his voice trembling, handed her a letter. "This is for the young lady. Master. Danger." Errol was aghast upon hearing this. "Ethan." Errol immediately bandaged the coachman's wounds and called Hogdison. Hogdison said, "I was very surprised that the connection ended so abruptly. What happened?" Errol said worriedly, "I think Ethan's in trouble." Hogdison was astonished. "What?" Errol explained, "The coachman who accompanied him returned injured, along with a letter from Ethan." Hogdison asked curiously, "A letter? What does it say?" Errol opened the letter. "I'll read it now." The letter contained only 5 words. "Check the notebook." Errol wondered, "Notebook?" Hogdison asked, "Did you find anything?" Errol said while rummaging, "Ethan left a few things in his notebook." Errol opened the notebook and was surprised. "This is a map of Marquis Vol'jin's castle." The coachman returned with a body full of wounds, and the note at the top of the map in the notebook. Could it be that he wants me to find him because he's been imprisoned? Errol immediately shouted, "Hogdison, Ethan might have been discovered," startling Hogdison. "Huh?" Errol placed the notebook on the table and asked, "Did you know Ethan went to meet Marquis Vol'jin?" Hogdison replied, "Absolutely not. I only knew about it because you asked about his location earlier. Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Errol stood before the notebook, thinking to herself, "That's right. He tried to do everything in secret without anyone knowing, just so everyone would wait for him. How did they discover him?" Hogdison from the other end of the line reassured her, "Please calm down. If you go to the Marquis's place without a proper plan, both of you will be in danger." Errol remained calm, saying as she took off the clothes she was wearing, "No need to worry. I won't do anything so foolish."
Furthermore, there's no reason the Marquis would harm the young highness of House Velstein when he alone commands half of the Empire's military forces, Hogdison said, a little worried. But if the Slaven Empire is backing the Marquis, then there's a high chance he will act more rashly. Errol asked, "Hogdison, what kind of person is the Marquis?" Hogdison replied, "Well, opinions are divided, but most seem to agree that he is greedy and lecherous. He knows how to utilize people, but his greed knows no bounds." Errol, tying back her long hair, said, "How many armed forces can we mobilize at this moment?" Hogdison replied, 40 knights and 300 soldiers, for attacking pirates and smugglers, but considering we are in the heart of Marquis Vunji's territory, they are utterly insignificant. Errol held the mask in her hand, thinking to herself, "We no longer have time to wait for reinforcements from the capital." Then she called out, "Hogdison." Hogdison immediately replied, "Yes." Errol said, "I will go rescue Ethan myself." Hogdison said worriedly, But you can't go alone." Errol, finally ready, stepped out and said, "That's why I need your help."
The scene shifts to another location where girls are attending to Marquis Vol'jin, smiling with delight. The door suddenly opens and Vol'jin asks, puzzled, "What is it?" The servant replies, "I apologize for the interruption, my lord, but someone wishes to see you." Vol'jin, without much thought, orders, "Send them away. Didn't I tell you not to interrupt my precious time?" The servant hesitantly says, "I understand, my lord, but it's the person you've been waiting for."
Vol'jin wondered, "Is this the person I've been waiting for?" The servant replied, "The Lady of Brixia." Vol'jin gave a calculating smile. "The lady." He immediately stood up. "Serve her some good tea while I get ready. I'll be there shortly." He quickly went to meet Errol. Errol asked, "You wanted to see me?" Vol'jin plopped down onto a chair. "Aren't you the one who came here wanting to see me?" Errol sat with her legs crossed, confidently unfazed. "You were the one who sent the invitation first." "Though you are quite rude," Vol'jin sneered. "Aren't you? How's the tea? A cup like this costs dozens of gold coins, and they can only harvest a tiny bit each year." Errol immediately dismissed it. "Not to my taste. To me, it's quite cheap." Vol'jin burst out laughing. "Ho ho ho! As the beloved daughter of Brixia wishes, I shall bring a better kind." Errol immediately refused. "No need, as everything here must be cheap anyway." Errol's blunt words only amused Vol'jin further. "Interesting. I like it very much. It seems I've acquired an amusing toy." Then he asked, "What do you want?" Errol didn't answer. She countered with a question of her own. "I'm the one who should be asking that. What do you want? Why did you imprison the young highness of Velstein? It seems your life is too idle, doesn't it?" Vol'jin burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Some things can only be achieved by gambling with one's life. Consider it a form of gamble. Your neck might be torn in the process. It will be torn, of course, but only after I've achieved what I want." Vol'jin raised a hand to her chin and demanded, "Take off your mask." Errol asked in an icy voice. "Reason?" Vol'jin glared threateningly. "If you want to save your young highness, shouldn't you be a good girl?" Errol, unfazed, asked, "Are you threatening me?"
Vol'jin replied, You're here because of a threat from the start, aren't you? Errol stared into his eyes and said, people who tell me to take off my mask fall into two categories, curious about my ugliness or wanting to elevate themselves by comparison to my ugliness. Which type are you? Vol'jin immediately replied, both. Errol immediately took off her mask. Seeing her face made him stand rooted to the spot in astonishment. Errol asked, well, has it met your desire? Vol'jin then flashed a smile like a lustful devil, after which he immediately pushed Errol to the ground.
I truly didn't expect this. I thought you were hiding something hideous with that monster title. Errol replied, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Vol'jin continued, yes, but it's not bad at all. After all, beauty is still better than ugliness. Vol'jin then pushed Errol away, causing her to cough violently. He thought to himself, captivating, she must be in pain. And yet, despite her young age, she maintained her composure in the face of death's threat. Ordinary people would cry and beg not to be killed. How boring. But she accepted the fear of death emotionlessly, which went beyond ordinary composure. Interesting. She's truly too alluring. I want her. I must have her. Then Vol'jin extended his hand with a smile and said, Daughter of Brixia, I will release the young highness if you choose me. What do you say? Errol asked, does just that satisfy you? Faced with this question, Vol'jin was surprised. What? Errol closed her eyes tightly and continued, isn't there something better than just owning me? What do you think? A partnership?
If you release the young prince, I will assist you with your human trafficking business. Vol'jin sat down on the chair and said, cooperation? Perhaps you've forgotten where you are, or perhaps your aristocratic upbringing has blinded you to your true situation. A flick of my finger could end both your life and that of that young master. Do you realize that? Errol sat cross-legged, confidently stating, if you kill me, you won't get what you want. Vol'jin wondered, what do I want? Errol continued, something more valuable than my beauty. You want a domestic sales channel, don't you? You must know that the business is led by the Brixia family, right? Vol'jin said, of course, your family has a monopoly on military goods. Errol continued, transporting weapons by sea is very convenient, but it also carries many dangers. The sea freezes over in late winter and early spring, changing ocean conditions, ever-increasing cargo, and the complete loss of a winter season, compounded by the nuisance of pirates. Wouldn't it be better to find another route? You wouldn't have to pay off pirates, and transporting goods would be easier with storage facilities near waterways. You also wouldn't be bothered by frozen ports. I am the lady of the Brixia family and handle most of the business in my father's stead. With my help, you won't need to worry. So which will you choose? A moment later, Errol was shoved into a room. Get in. She stumbled but managed to keep her balance. Errol gripped the doorknob tightly. Damn it.
Previously, Vol'jin did not give an immediate answer, but said, that's too big a decision to make right now. I will postpone my answer for now. Meanwhile, you will be cared for under my supervision for safety reasons. She gritted her teeth. This slippery fellow, this luxurious prison. Her neck hurt terribly, and it was truly terrifying. How strange. She had never been so afraid of death, but the desire to live in that moment was overwhelming. Now was not the time for reminiscence. She had to act according to the plan. With that thought, she immediately called Hogdison. Hogdison immediately replied, everything is ready. We only have one chance, you know that, right? Errol, of course, understood what he meant. Hogdison continued, I'm very sorry to put you in such a dangerous situation. Errol remained unfazed. She replied, that's still better than going into enemy territory. Don't worry about me. Then she ordered, begin. Hogdison immediately acted. I'll see you soon. The sound of a large explosion echoed, and Errol realized everything had begun.
Outside, panicked voices rang out. What is it? Errol went to the door and asked, what's going on outside? The person outside replied, we are checking, so please stay where you are. Errol slipped a small piece of paper from under the door, saying, if possible, could you give this to the Marquis? It's very important. The guard at the door asked her, what is this? But a moment later, no further sound came from outside. Errol leaned back, wondering, did it work? Then Errol opened the door. It really worked. They've been drugged with sleeping medicine. This one-time door-opening spell is really useful. Maybe I'll ask him to make more for me.
This one-time door-opening spell was created by Hogdison. Errol walked calmly, all the guards having left due to the explosion. Good. The explosion was at the west entrance, so my current location should be around here. That means this is where the antiques are stored. If Ethan's prediction is correct, the ledger should be kept here. She then went in and rummaged everywhere. That was the second explosion. I need to be faster. From outside, voices echoed in. Make them guard these antiques at all times. Our boss is definitely not normal. Damn it, are these vases really that important? We just have to follow orders. Errol immediately crouched down in a panic. Vases, I should have checked them first. I hope they leave soon. Suddenly the soldiers stopped, having noticed something. What is this? Why is this ribbon here? Right, why? No one but us has come here. The soldier immediately drew his sword. There's an intruder. Errol, terrified, could only pray. Don't come this way. That's not my ribbon. From somewhere a hand covered her mouth and pulled her away. Shh, quiet. Errol was suspicious. That voice.
The soldiers searched and searched but found nothing. What? There's nothing here. What's with this mark? Maybe some crazy person did something here. What are you talking about? The only crazy person could be our boss. The space gradually became quiet. The person who had gagged Errol asked, "Are you okay?" Errol turned in surprise. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" Ethan, also surprised, said, "I wanted to ask you the same question, Errol." Errol, as if about to burst into tears, cried out, "I came to find you after seeing your notebook." Ethan was stunned. "Didn't you see my plan in the notebook?" Both looked at each other blankly, having misunderstood each other, huh? A few hours before arriving at the Marquis's place, Errol repeatedly urged, "Is it done yet?" Howdison, tormented by capitalism, also wanted to burst into tears. "This takes a lot of time to make, and it's also been quite a while since I studied magic." Back to the present, Ethan asked curiously, "So you came here after seeing the plan I wrote?" Errol replied, "I thought it was a distress signal." Ethan asked, "Me? To whom?" Errol pointed to herself. "To me." Ethan was dumbfounded. "Huh?" "The reason I left the notebook was because I didn't want Errol to worry." Errol, still not understanding him, asked again, "Worry?" Ethan replied, "Yes, I was worried I wouldn't be able to escape." Of course, something difficult happened while I was moving to the location after the conversation with Marquis Vol'jin. The disguise effect of the potion disappeared in less than a day, and someone suspected or recognized me. So I asked the coachman to deliver a message, but didn't it reach the right place? Arrow recounted the coachman's condition at the time. He had returned in a tattered state. She thought Ethan was also injured. He said he had snuck out, but it seemed someone was following him. Ethan denied it. "No, it seems they deliberately let me go to drag you into the situation." Errol asked curiously, "And how is that note supposed to reassure me in the first place? If it was such a detailed map, anyone would see it as a distress signal. Didn't you write various plans on the back of the map, meaning if plan A failed, you'd switch to plan B?" Ethan asked in surprise. "How did you figure that out?" Errol replied, "We made a pact that you'd tell me everything if you did anything dangerous." Ethan paused for a moment, then reached out to her and said, "I didn't want to drag you into such a dangerous mission, but in the end I still made you worry. I'm sorry." "Errol, that mark." Errol touched her neck and said, "Oh, it's nothing serious." Ethan immediately asked, "Did that person do it?" Errol smiled and replied, "Yes, but nothing strange happened to me, so please don't worry." Even so, Ethan's heart still ached as if cut, thinking, "It must hurt so much, because of me." Errol reassured him, "I'm fine. Now we should focus on finding a way out of here. Besides, Vol'jin has already taken the jar containing the ledgers. What do we do now?"
Ethan crawled out from under the table. You don't need to worry about that, because it's already in my hands." Errol urged. "Great, let's get out of here quickly." Ethan stopped her. "Wait, I hear an explosion outside. Is everything all right?" Errol replied, "It's fine, because I requested it." Hearing that, Ethan was stunned. "Oh." Errol turned back, smiling as she explained. "I asked Hognisson for help. I requested 2 explosions. The first explosion made them stop paying attention to me, and for the second explosion, I asked him to destroy the waterway gate marked on the map."
"Now we just need to escape," Ethan chuckled, seeing how meticulously she had planned everything for him. "I know, let's escape quickly." The two quickly made their way out into the corridor. Ethan, walking ahead, turned back and said, "Errol, have you perhaps studied strategy and tactics privately before?" Errol replied, "No, I've never studied them. They just naturally appear in my head. Is that all right?" Ethan could only utter 2 words. "Excellent." After walking for a while, Ethan stopped. "Here." Errol asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" He replied, "I don't know if it's because this is an ancient city built hundreds of years ago, but some paths disappear as doors are leveled by adding layers." Ethan touched the wall, and a passageway appeared, just like this spot. The two then walked along the passageway. As they walked, Ethan said, "If we go a bit further, we'll find a waterway that leads to a river beneath the city. We'll use that route to escape." Errol, worried about the ledgers, asked, "Will the ledgers get wet?" He replied, "It's all right. It seems to be fire and water resistant thanks to magic."
Errol wondered to herself, when did he check that? After walking a little further, there was a murmur at the exit. Ethan stepped in front of her and said, "Errol, be careful." Errol poked her head out and said, "I'm fine. It's probably Hognisson." Suddenly, Ethan stopped, causing Errol, who was walking behind him, to bump into him. Ethan said, "It's a trap." No sooner had he spoken than a squad of soldiers pointed their spears at the two of them. A voice spoke up, "You finally arrived. Welcome." The owner of this voice was Marquis Vol'jin. Ethan, shielding Errol, asked, "You knew everything?" Vol'jin replied, "Of course. By luck, I didn't believe the servants when they said they hadn't seen the night, but as soon as the princess disappeared, I was certain she had taken the secret passage. Heaven also helped me. Errol's subordinates have also been captured." He continued, "You've worked cleverly with only a few people, haven't you? Hand over the ledgers to me, or all of them will be killed." Ethan took a ledger from his coat pocket and then threw it towards him. Vol'jin picked up the ledger and said, "I knew you were aiming for this, but I never thought I would find it even if it were hidden. Moreover, you even mobilized that little princess to escape. Truly astonishing."
Wait, are you satisfied with the gift? Errol wondered. A gift? Vol'jin provoked. I've left a mark on the body of the princess you've tried so hard to protect. Therefore, it would be best if you listened to my advice in return. Because of your stubbornness, that lovely princess will later face terrible things. Of course, I will treat you well, so you just need to watch. How about it? Happy? Errol yelled. What did you say? Ethan immediately stopped her.
Ethan's voice was indifferent. Errol, just now you mentioned saving me. Errol looked at him, puzzled. Huh? What do you mean by that? Then he smiled. This time, let me save Errol. Errol was bewildered. Huh? While still bewildered, Ethan lunged forward. A very fast punch struck the face of the guard behind him, so fast that even Vol'jin couldn't react in time. Even his comrades were stunned. Next was Vol'jin's frantic scream echoing throughout the room. This brat, has he gone mad? In just an instant, Vol'jin's men had fallen. Only one remained, crawling towards Errol. He reached out his hand, but before he could do anything, Ethan's thunderous punch sent him flying. Errol recalled Ben's words. Madam, you absolutely don't need to worry. He even uses martial arts techniques unlike a knight and sweeps through the alleys. Errol thought to herself. In fact, perhaps half of the Velstein family's power comes from the Empire's military might, not the number of soldiers, but rather the Velstein bloodline and the family's descendants.
By this point, Vol'jin had been continuously punched and battered, pleading for help. Help, help me. Once Ethan had finished venting his anger, his face brightened considerably. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you, because if you were to die before being officially tried in the royal court, it would be very awkward. But I must demand a price for the actions you inflicted upon Errol. What should we do? Since we can't pull out your entire tongue, how about cutting half of it? Or taking an eye? Or how about cutting that instead of your brain? Vol'jin, his voice trembling, continuously pleaded, Please spare me. I was truly foolish to sell weapons to another nation. I was wrong, so please. Errol cleared her throat and said, We don't need you to admit that. The ledgers are enough. Furthermore, I didn't expect you to tuck your tail between your legs so quickly. To the strong, you are called weak. The rulers in the south are nothing special either.
When you were asked to kidnap children, you weren't this cowardly, Vol'jin asked, puzzled. What are you talking about, kidnapping? Errol replied, I know all about you orchestrating the disappearance of children in this village. Vol'jin asked, Why would I do that? Errol pressed, for the purpose of human trafficking, just like 15 years ago. Vol'jin repeatedly denied, I don't do troublesome things like that anymore. Besides, I'm being careful because I'm afraid of attracting the royal family's attention. Errol shouted, Don't lie. If it wasn't you, then who in the south took the children? Vol'jin cried, I don't know either. From the beginning, individual disappearances weren't a big deal. Errol thought to herself in surprise, if it wasn't Marquis Vol'jin who orchestrated it, then who exactly kidnapped the children, and for what purpose? Ethan turned to her and asked, What should we do with him? I'll leave the decision to Errol. Errol pondered for a moment before making a decision. Release him. Her decision left Ethan bewildered. Huh? Errol, taking a book from him, said, Anyway, if it's revealed that this ledger has gone missing, those recorded in it will try to kill the Marquis, so we won't need to get our hands dirty.
So, try to find a way to save your neck by locking yourself in that giant fortress. If you want to live, attend the royal trial and submit a petition. But it won't do any good anyway. Treason is a grave crime, punishable by the extermination of 3 generations. You will be dismembered and burned alive. Just wait and see what kind of death awaits you. Consider this your karma, the retribution for the misdeeds and sins you brought upon yourself. With that said, the two of them left, and after everything that happened, they returned to their room. Errol asked, The matter with Marquis Vol'jin is concluded, so we'll return to the capital now, right? Ethan replied, It seems we'll depart as soon as Hodgkinson has everything ready. Errol nodded, I see. Now everything is truly over. If it couldn't be resolved, I would have entrusted it to Count Grieve and left. But looking back, it wasn't a long journey, yet so much has happened. My being a frog at the bottom of a well, and also taking off my mask. And I've also come to know Ethan's feelings. Errol turned, her face flushed, and said, You've worked hard, Ethan.
Ethan immediately replied, No, rather, I feel guilty for putting you in danger. Errol chuckled. What is there to apologize for? It's all just memories. After saying that, they both looked at each other in silence for a moment. Ethan placed both hands on her face and called out, Errol. Then Ethan pressed a passionate kiss onto her lips. His hands moved slowly down from her neck. Their eyes met. Ethan lightly kissed her neck. He called out, Errol. Errol gasped, Ethan. Ethan paused. Huh? She thought to herself, Ethan, who usually never wavers, is acting like this. Is it because of me? As she spoke, Errol punched him for being so impulsive. Don't mess with me. A woman walked in from outside. I've come to deliver a message. Errol awkwardly went to receive the message. Thank you. Then she chuckled and turned to ask, Are you all right, Ethan? Ethan lay on the ground resignedly. I was too greedy, so I got punished by heaven. Errol couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ethan sat up and said, Next time we should take it one step at a time.
Is she uncomfortable? Suddenly she sprang to her feet, startling him. Ariel, are you really truly uncomfortable? Ariel mumbled, Found it. Meanwhile, Ethan still didn't understand what was happening. Huh. She smiled and said, The missing children. She quickly went to find Hogdinson. Hogdinson, are the children really here? Hogdinson helped her down from the carriage and replied, yes, this way. She then stepped down and entered a dark room where she saw 2 children inside. Ariel anxiously turned to the person next to her and asked, is the child unconscious? The other person replied, they're just sleeping. They've always fallen into this state, seemingly due to using magic instead of a special solution. Ethan approached and sat in front of the 2 children, saying, I'll have to do a few more tests to understand, but it seems the children's health is not an issue. First, let's calm down. Ariel wondered, asking, how are the children found? Hogdinson replied, as I said, I searched the places the children usually frequented. It turned out the door was hidden by magic. If it weren't for a magic user like the assistant, they would have just passed by it normally. Very few people know how to use magic, so I understand why they couldn't be found until now. Ariel said, in recent cases, similar incidents like this must also be reinvestigated. But how do we wake the children? We can't take them away in this state. Ethan approached the child to examine them, saying, let me try. This is...
His hand touched her neck, and suddenly the child jolted awake. The little girl looked bewildered. Where am I? Then she panicked and burst into tears. Help me, please. Errol rushed over and hugged the little girl, comforting her. Don't cry, it's okay. Everything is fine now. We won't hurt you, and thank you for surviving. A moment later, the little girl stopped crying, and Errol asked, are you calm now? The little girl stammered, My little brother? Errol replied, he's fine. Your brother is also unharmed and about to wake up. Ethan, could I ask you for a favor? Ethan immediately nodded in agreement. Of course. Then he approached and repeated the same action, and the child also woke up.
Seeing her younger brother crying nonstop, the girl worriedly asked, he's not hurt, is he? Errol smiled and replied, he's just a little surprised. If you're okay now, can I ask you something? The girl replied, yes, what is it? Errol curiously asked, do you know that you were kidnapped? The girl immediately nodded and replied, yes. Errol continued, if there's anything you remember about that day, please tell me. The girl replied, I'm not sure either. I was just walking on the street when everything suddenly went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was here. Errol sighed. So that's how it is. It's indeed very difficult to get any information from children. Then she turned and called out, Ihan, how are things over there? Oh, I see. Thank you for telling me. Now let's go home. Upon arriving at the children's house, Errol knocked on the door from outside. Is anyone home? The man walked towards the door and asked, who is it at this hour? Please leave us alone right now. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the 2 children smiling and calling out, Dad! The man was astonished, his mouth agape. No, it can't be. His wife also stumbled out at this moment. Husband, what's going on? The boy saw his mother and immediately ran towards her. Mom! The mother, seeing her missing child, was also surprised. My darling, our darling. It's really you, isn't it? The boy, crying, said, it's me, Mom.
As the whole family reunited, the usually strong man couldn't hold back his tears, pulling them all into a hug. My dear wife, oh my God, thank you, thank goodness, truly thank goodness, I was so scared. Mommy's here now, everything's all right. Errol, observing from the side, said, finding the children, this must be the first time, right? Ethan replied, most likely. Errol, with resolve, said, this is just the beginning. We'll be able to keep finding them again and again. Ethan agreed with her. For other incidents, clues can be easily found if similarities are discovered. We will send an investigation team as soon as we return. Errol replied, thank you, sir. Watching their family reunite, Errol thought to herself, Mom, what is this longing? I never knew a father's love or a mother's boundless compassion, but now, unexpectedly, I can feel this emotion.
Seeing her lost in thought, Ethan called out, Errol, Errol. Errol smiled. Shall we go? A moment later, she continued. This time it was truly fortunate. We found the child and were able to speak with the parents. How does it feel to be separated from your beloved family? It must be terrible, right? So many families have had to endure this, while others act indifferently. We must quickly apprehend and convict the criminals as soon as possible. Ethan, I want to punish those who caused this, and I want to bring peace to everyone. Not long ago, I only thought about wanting to escape that family and live freely. I thought that if I left the family, my reason for existence would disappear. But I also thought that without me, the family's value would disappear. However, I was mistaken. Errol placed her hand on her chest and continued, even if it's not the family business, there's still something I need to do. This journey has been full of hardships, but I've also learned so much. When I return, based on this experience, I intend to think specifically about the path I want to pursue.
It's thanks to you always being by my side that I was able to do it. Ethan, thank you for making me realize my own worth. Not long after, Ethan returned and reported everything that had happened. That concludes my report. After his words, silence fell over the spacious room. On spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Behind the mountain range, a small group gathered and did this. It's hard to believe just by looking at the surface. Does everyone think this makes sense? Marcus replied, why not? Marquis Vol'jin's ledgers are backing up the claims. However, what worries me is that compared to what we suspect about the 2 marquises, absolutely no information has been obtained about Marquis Delphius. Moreover, this ledger contains information about the ability to conceal evidence while deciphering codes. Eston spoke up. Marquis Delphius's accounts will be confiscated and investigated, and to some extent, he might incriminate himself. After that, it won't be too late to cross-reference with Marquis Vol'jin's ledgers and grasp the transactions between the royal nobility and the South. However, before that, during the process of carrying this out, our information was leaked. As a result, Ethan and his comrades nearly lost their lives. Honestly, I was very surprised. What I mean is that everyone here knows about this Southern investigation.
Even though the culprit is unknown, it's quite irritating. Therefore, I definitely want to issue a warning. If they obstruct my plans a second time and attempt to take the life of my longtime friend, they will pay with their own life. A moment later, everyone had left, leaving only Eston's confidants. Eston spoke. I apologize for making you attend a meeting right after you return. Ethan replied. Don't worry about it. I was going to report right away anyway. Eston smiled. If you say so, then thank you. But even so, I heard that you went through a lot of trouble to bring these ledgers back. Rumor has it your identity was discovered, and you were almost imprisoned. Ethan looked at his father and said, I've been through worse before. On sighed, lifted his head and spoke. All right, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is quite delicate, you know. For this kid, being imprisoned is just a way to rest. Just rest. Ethan crossed his arms and also sighed. Ah, so because you like resting so much, you never leave your room, do you? By the way, I'll move to the back mansion so the elderly can rest comfortably. An heard his son implying he was old and reacted strongly. Old man? This kid. I'm still full of vigor. Do you want to be my opponent, kid? Just 2 or 3 rounds and you'll be on the floor. That'll show you. Ethan calmly said. Can you see the future now, father? I think we should set up a roadside stall instead of the back annex. Why don't you try fortune-telling there? He angrily yelled. You wretched son! The two continued to argue. Why are you so angry, father? As a knight, I will prepare a retirement age suitable for your personality. An was not to be outdone. Knight? In the title of knight, huh? Very well said, kid.
A young man who knows so much about knightly conduct brought a young duchess from the ducal family and asked her to play the role of a married couple, huh? Ethan, as the old man pointed directly at him, was a little embarrassed. What? The old man continued to question him. You even stayed in the same room for over 10 days under the guise of a newlywed couple. Ethan put on the defensive, his face flushed red, his voice became a stutter. That matter, the old man continued. You had a lot of fun, didn't you? What I mean is taking advantage of the Duchess's innocence to satisfy your selfishness. Ethan retorted, that never happened. Where did such absurd words come from? The old man relentlessly pressed on with the accusations. How many impure thoughts did my son have while sharing a room, sharing a bed for 10 days, huh? It's truly deplorable to think that my son is a scoundrel who only pays lip service to knightly conduct. Ethan's face was now as red as a tomato. He exclaimed loudly, calling me a scoundrel? Do you think I look like a brat with depraved thoughts in my head? The old man slammed the table and asked, is that not the case? Ethan immediately asked, do you have proof? The old man immediately roared, right here, this brat was born that way. Everyone who heard him say that was utterly shocked. The atmosphere once again fell silent.
Eston saw this and forced a smile. Shall we disband? The scene shifted to Errol. The nursemaid's voice rang out. Young lady, you've returned so early. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Errol replied with a smile. I'm fine, nursemaid. Her eyes clouded with sadness. And I'm sorry, I still haven't been able to find your family. The nursemaid gently touched her face and said, Young lady, you were like family to me. As long as you returned safely, that's enough. Errol felt a pang in her heart. She hugged the nursemaid. Thank you, nursemaid. But everyone is so quiet, aren't they? The nursemaid replied, Young Lady Arthurine has returned to the academy, and young Master Barractas doesn't seem very busy. While the young lady was away, the mansion was truly chaotic.
She asked curiously what happened. The nursemaid recounted what had happened. Some noble officials and knights had come looking for the master. They were persistent and urged him to quickly retrieve some documents. Errol looked at the pile of papers on the table and thought to herself, could it be that? Can't even such simple documents be handled on their own? No way, it turns out it was originally my job, so I overlooked it. Then she spoke, so what happened? The nursemaid explained everything. What else was there to happen? At first he thought it would be resolved by simply submitting the documents and that would be the end of it. The next day, the chaos grew and people rushed in, asking what to do if things were handled so carelessly. Errol sat down on the sofa and thought to herself, there must be something wrong. It seems he just stamped them carelessly and dismissed them. I don't even need to look to know. Seeing her leave, the nursemaid asked curiously, where are you going, young lady? Errol replied, to father's library, because I have something I want to confirm. The nursemaid said, he's probably not there right now. Errol turned back and smiled. I know. A little while later, Errol arrived at the library. I guessed it beforehand, but it's such a mess. He didn't even read them, just approve them. He can destroy himself just by sitting still, can't he? This isn't the important thing. There must be clear evidence of a connection between the South and Olden. He's corrupt as a matter of course, so there's no way he'd leave the South alone. The accounting figures and the family's assets are different. How could he spend such a large sum of money by himself? Unbelievable. He should have gone bankrupt long ago.
I wonder if he's secretly conducting any other business, if he could even manage to do so secretly.
Sure enough, it's just smuggling. That's a baseless assumption until convincing evidence is found. Finding evidence won't be difficult because I know better than anyone else about this family's loopholes and weaknesses. I'll leverage that to get the salary, allowances, and compensation for emotional damages that I couldn't receive while working here. Should I start with an amount that could easily buy a castle? As I was engrossed in writing, a knock on the door came from outside. Nanny? Please come in. Beressa opened the door and poked her head inside. Oh, Errol, are you busy? I haven't seen you for a week, so I was very worried. As you can see, work has piled up a bit.
I see, you're working on father's orders, Errol replied. Of course. She thought to herself, this is actually my own work. Suddenly, Errol asked, are you satisfied with the room? I can switch it for you. Beressa immediately waved her hand. No, that's not it. It's just that instead of the annex, I want you to come live in the main house. Errol replied with a smile. Well, there are only people eager to bother me there, so that might be difficult. As you can see, there's no one here to hinder me at all. Except for you, Beressa let out a sigh. Oh, I see. Errol asked curiously, so is there something you came here for? Beressa only just remembered and immediately said, oh, father is looking for you. Errol asked curiously, why? Beressa also shook her head. I don't know either. He just said for us to gather. Errol stood up, thinking to herself, if Olden gathers his children, it seems only bad things happen. Then she spoke. I understand. No matter what, he couldn't last a week, could he? Right after returning from the south, he didn't even think about dealing with the atmosphere, but called me like this instead.
Beressa hesitated. That? Errol smiled and said, personally, I feel very comfortable. No one is hindering my work, but indeed, people never change. Errol looked at her and thought to herself, you're still the same as before. Why are you so kindly trying to approach me, as if you want to reach out to me? Even now, when I was once a child, you turned your back on. If we hadn't met in Brixia, perhaps we could have maintained a slightly better relationship. But since it's the Brixia family, I can't fully trust Beressa. Soon the two of them arrived. We're here, father. As soon as they entered, they saw Olden sitting on a chair. He said, I will explain why I called you here. Then he presented a letter, and Errol pondered. That letter, could it be? Olden clasped his hands together and rested them on his chin, saying, it's a grand party being held at the Velstein family estate. Duke Velstein, who hasn't participated in social events recently, will personally host it, and many noble families will attend. But I have no intention of attending this party. I'm only sending you children. Hearing these words, Errol thought to herself, I was humiliated at the royal party, I suppose. Olden continued, the reason for the party hasn't been disclosed, but everyone speculates that the Duke is trying to find a suitable match for his son. Therefore, for this party, I intend to send the three of you, Beridus, Beressa, and Arthurine.
Beressa nervously wanted to refuse. Father, I'm sorry, but at this party, Olden didn't give her the chance, immediately interrupting. Especially you, Beressa, I have high hopes for you. Since you haven't socialized with other young masters before, you can shine brighter than other young ladies. A young lord proud of his knightly spirit would be very pleased with you. Errol thought to herself, I didn't expect the level of provocation to be this low. He's trying to keep me under his thumb. If I want to attend the party, I'll have to obey him. Then she spoke up and asked, will the Velstein family be pleased with our family? At the last royal banquet, father showed a poor image, and I wonder if our family will even catch their eye, considering they value politeness and honor as much as life itself. Olden immediately replied, didn't I already apologize for that? There's no problem at all. Errol continued, in that case, I understand. Then only 3 of us need to go. This made Beressa exclaim in surprise, Errol. With that, Errol turned and left. I wonder how everyone will react when they see the Duke's children, who were humiliated at the last party, being used as a shield. Even without seeing it, I'd already know the outcome. Olden, trembling with anger, pointed at her and yelled, you ungrateful wretch! As Errol strode away, she thought, I thought I would fall for such cheap provocation, and since there might be humiliation there, it's better to completely play along with Velstein. Don't think too much about it. Right now, there's a mountain of work to do.
Errol walked to the window and stopped. She looked out into the distance, raising her head. Ethan, I miss you. The party was soon underway, and the 3 Brisia brothers were already present. On's voice, tinged with anger, rang out. That damned Auden completely ignored my letter. Eston wondered, what did you send? On replied, guess what I sent. Eston pondered for a moment and then said, given Duke Velstein's personality, it seems you clearly wrote to send his beloved daughter Errol. On growled, you know too well, don't you? However, despite the request, he only sent those children. Isn't he intentionally disrespecting me? Eston shrugged, thinking to himself, I don't know why, but if it were me, I probably would have written that. Then he turned to Ethan and asked, must be a shame, huh? Ethan turned back. What is it? Eston replied, because it seems you were waiting for Errol to arrive. Ethan turned his head away, a hint of disappointment in his voice. She must be busy.
Eston smiled and asked, so you mean you understand her? Ethan replied, How could I not understand her after all that? Besides, she's already been through something like this before, so maybe she doesn't want to come. If Errol herself doesn't want to come, I don't want to force her. Even so, don't you miss her a lot? Eston was stunned. What? Ethan continued. From what I see, all these people are no different from wearing masks themselves. These people say Errol is wearing a mask. It's truly absurd to criticize and mock her, Eston. Seeing Ethan leave, Eston immediately called out, Where are you going? You're the main character. Ethan turned his head back and said, I'm going to rest for a bit. After all, we still have until tomorrow night. The story returned to Errol's thoughts. Princesses in fairy tales are loved by everyone, dance at parties with handsome princes, and live happily ever after. But for me, someone living in reality, even a luxurious meal and a harmonious family are distant dreams. Therefore, I don't really like fairy tales. Ever since I was little, my daily life is far from a fairy tale.
I don't regret not being able to attend the party at all, and I can also bear not seeing Ethan. We've been together throughout the trip. It's not like I can't control my emotions to the point of feeling anxious just because we can't meet for a few days. Now is the time to focus on my goals. If it's for that, I can endure anything. Errol opened the door and stepped inside, seeing Olden waiting. Did you call for me, father? Olden waved her over. Come here and sit. Errol walked to the chair and sat down. Olden said, You look so much like your mother. Aren't you curious? What kind of person was your mother? Errol replied, I'm not curious at all, especially about the one who sold me here. Olden stared at her and said, It's been 15 years since you came here. It's surprising that you, of all my children, possess such outstanding talent. Thanks to you, our family has endured until now. I don't deny that. Errol angrily stood up and shouted, What are you talking about? Are you only going to praise me now?
It seems you're too drunk, father, so I'll take my leave, Olden said. Indeed, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? I'm very surprised that you caught the eye of the young master of the Velstein household. Errol turned back and asked, What did you say, father? Olden leaned his hands on his knees, stood up, and said, Your mother was a wonderful beauty. No one could resist being captivated by her gaze, even just once. By that beauty, except for that man. She was a foolish girl. What was so good about a man who only swung a sword on the battlefield that she clung to him like that? And he was already married. When I think about how blindly she clung to such a man, all I can do is laugh. Errol wondered, What's the point of saying all this? Olden stepped towards her and said, I will give you an opportunity, or perhaps it's my atonement. Errol asked, puzzled. Atonement? Olden continued, After this week, I will officially push for your engagement to the young Duke of the Velstein household, and you will be married before next summer. Errol slowly backed away. Who wants that? He said, It means you will marry that man, as you wished. Errol retorted, I don't want to. Olden's tone became strange. Didn't you refuse to take my hand to marry that man? Errol asked, confused. What is this about? Olden suddenly grabbed her hand. If you would only take my hand, we could both be happy.
But will you reject me this time too? It's all my fault, Alicia. Errol struggled and shouted, Let go of me. Olden looked up and called, Alicia. Errol said angrily, If you're drunk, go have a deep sleep. Don't bother me. And no matter what you're thinking, about engagement or marriage, don't entertain such fanciful ideas, because I have no intention of doing it. I won't do anything my father wants. After that, Errol ran down the hallway, thinking to herself, Don't mind it. Just ignore it. There's no need to listen to a drunk person's nonsense. I'm fine. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It's very quiet tonight, Errol. Are you all right? Seeing him made Errol exclaim in surprise. Ethan, why are you here? She asked curiously. Aren't you supposed to be at the party right now? Ethan said nothing more and directly embraced her. I've missed you so much, Errol. The main character of the party didn't show up, so I came directly to pick you up. Errol asked, But you're the main character, Ethan. Ethan leaned close to her face. We are both the main characters. There's a story that often happens in childhood fairy tales. The fairy godmother appears because the poor princess is trapped in a tower.
It was the story of taking her to the party in a beautiful dress. Looking at Ethan's face, she asked, Ethan, do you read fairy tales like that too? Then he snapped his fingers and light slowly appeared. He said, Today, I will be that fairy prince. Errol was utterly thrilled. Ethan held out his hand and asked, Well then, princess, would you like to come with me? Errol was silent for a moment, thinking to herself, If it was for something I wanted to do, I thought I could bear it.
Then she smiled, took his hand, and replied yes. That patience seemed to vanish when facing him. Like in a fairy tale, Errol said, sitting in front of the dressing table. By my reckoning, you're kidnapping me. Ethan softly replied, I know. Errol continued, I'll owe you. Ethan added, meaning I'll get to see you again, which I welcome. Errol was now ready. She stepped out and said, Honestly, I've never read a fairy tale about going to a party with the prince who rescued me from the tower. Ethan, who had been waiting for her for a long time, asked, Is that so? Errol emerged looking beautiful, her mask removed. But a fairy tale like this isn't so bad. Then Ethan led her down the hallway. He said, if you feel uncomfortable, you can wear the mask. Errol refused, saying, there's no need for that. I don't mind anymore. Errol slipped her hand through Ethan's arm and took a deep breath. That's right. Now is the time to be brave, because I am not a sinner. The doors opened, revealing a still vibrant party. Upon seeing Ethan, everyone was surprised and began to whisper, the young Duke, the young Duke. On the first day of the party, he didn't even show up. What sudden wind brought him here? However, who is the lady walking beside him? Errol said nervously, there are more people than I expected. Ethan reassured her, don't worry, just think about the two of us. When they reached On, he called out, Father. On turned around and chided, so you finally decide to show your face to everyone now? How rude. Suddenly he froze and involuntarily uttered the name in his mind, Elijah. Upon hearing the name, Errol remembered, Elijah, that name clearly.
Olden's voice still buzzed in her head. It's all your fault, Alicia. On rushed over and asked, why are you here? Errol looked bewildered. Huh? On froze for another moment. Then he scratched his head, forcing a smile and said, well, I must have mistaken you for someone else because I'm old. That's right. Haha, I apologize. Errol replied, no, it's quite all right. He introduced himself. I am On Friedrich Velstein. Feel free to call me On. Errol politely responded, I am Errol Frey Brixia. You may call me Errol, Duke On. On immediately turned to scold his son. So that's it. You were absent from the very first day to go pick up Lady Errol? Ethan frowned. Shouldn't I be praised? From the beginning, didn't you also want to meet your beloved Errol, which is why you organized the party? He said, at least you should have told me before you left, and clearly you didn't even announce bringing Lady Errol before suddenly walking in. Ethan gritted his teeth. If I had, would you have been gentle? On didn't back down either. Anyway, this brat doesn't want to say a word to his father.
My son only knows how to speak rudely and lacks refinement when dealing with women. This boy still has many shortcomings, but please bear with him. Errol hesitated, replying, no, it's all right. Suddenly, someone next to him called out, Sir, Duke, wait a moment. The Duke replied, I know. Then he waved goodbye. Excuse me, something has come up. You two enjoy the party. Errol politely said, yes. Errol turned to Ethan and said, he seems quite busy, even at a party. Ethan replied, he's always caught up in work. In the past, it was on the battlefield. Now he's buried under piles of paperwork. He lives a busier life than anyone else. Errol smiled, thinking to herself, despite his blunt speech, he actually always respects his father. Come to think of it, Duke On also mentioned the name Illyria. Who could that be? Is it someone related to me? Suddenly, she looked around at everyone and said, we're attracting too much attention. Ethan said, the main character always draws everyone's eyes. Do you feel uncomfortable? Errol replied, it's all right. Even if I took off my mask now, I wouldn't feel a significant difference. After all, those people are also wearing masks that the naked eye cannot see. Ethan agreed. I truly think so too. Everyone on the outside is congratulating, but deep down they're thinking something else.
Somehow, they wanted to build close relationships with the noble family and gain greater power. Do you know how many engagement proposals I receive in a day? About 100 crates, and I don't even know the faces of the daughters from the families who sent them. Errol exclaimed, you're truly famous, my lord. Ethan replied, what good does that do? It seems the person next to me has no thoughts on the matter, does she? Errol asked in surprise, me? Ethan hesitated and asked, Errol, don't you like it? Something like engagement or marriage? She hesitated. Suddenly she remembered Olden's words, marry young Duke Velstein. After this week, father will officially push for your engagement to young Duke Velstein. Then she stammered, I haven't had such thoughts yet. Ethan looked stunned. He sighed. So that's how it is. I apologize for my presumption. Errol continued anxiously. More than anything, I don't want my feelings to be exploited. I don't want to get engaged or married according to anyone's designs. I've worked like a puppet my whole life for the family, so I want to make my own choices.
I want to be with the person I love, to lean on them. If I do so, I won't regret it, no matter the outcome. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll cut ties with Ethan. It might sound a bit cold, but even if some time passes and we revert a little, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Ethan also agreed with her words. Errol was right, and if Errol was by his side, the wait would also be pleasant. Errol closed her eyes tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. From somewhere, a voice rang out. Arthurine, stop right now. Arthurine yelled, let me go. She quickly ran towards Errol. Hey!
You filthy bastard, how dare you deceive us all this time? Beressa roared. Arthurine, can't you stop causing trouble? Arthurine pointed directly at Errol and shouted, aren't you angry, Errol? She stabbed us in the back. Did you tell us to go alone to hide that dirty face of yours? That's right, pretending to be pitiful and seducing the young Duke too. What was with that disguise? Perhaps it's her dirty, illegitimate blood that makes her act so deceitfully. Beressa grabbed Arthurine's hand, trying to stop her. Didn't I tell you to stop? Arthurine kept yelling. Why should I? Don't you want to interrogate her too? Beressa admonished in a cold voice. I should have known your tendencies when our parents spoiled you excessively. You can't do that, Arthurine. Arthurine frowned and asked back, what do you mean? Are you hurt somewhere? Beressa warned.
This is my final warning. Step back and watch your words. Don't open your mouth until the party ends. Arthurine gritted her teeth. Watch what? Why should I? Arthurine snatched her hand back. Why are you treating me like this? How can you cover for that illegitimate child?
Isn't that right, brother? Burrito stammered. What? That... He glanced at Ethan, saw him staring, and felt a pang of nervousness. Then Burritos spoke up to intervene. Stop it, Arthurine. Arthurine was surprised. What did you say? Burritos pulled his sister's hand. There are too many people here. Don't disgrace the family any further. Be quiet. Arthurine looked confused. No, that's not it. Why only me? Burritos offered no further explanation, pulling Arthurine away. Let's go quickly. Don't disturb their conversation. Arthurine cried out. Rudder! Burressa sighed, bowing her head. On behalf of Arthurine, I apologize for her reckless words. I'm sorry, Errol, and I also apologize for my unpleasant attitude, Your Grace. Ethan forced a smile. No need to worry about it. Burressa looked at Errol and said, When we return, I will discipline Arthurine. Errol replied, It's not the first time. You don't need to worry, so you shouldn't either. I'm used to it. Burressa continued, Then I must discipline her even more. That's not something one should get used to. I apologize. Errol didn't make it difficult for her, saying, An apology is enough.
Suddenly taking my side? What are you thinking? Are you surprised to see someone who should be at home appear here? Burressa smiled and replied, No, I'm not surprised by that. Wherever you are, it's your freedom. I'm just curious. You, who always worked for the family without a single complaint, are now standing against father. You've started speaking up for yourself. Burressa, hinting at Ethan, said, I'm curious who is guiding you like this. Ethan looked at Errol and said, It's not because of me. The Errol I know has always been someone who knows her own worth. Burressa covered her mouth and laughed. Is that so? There's more and more to be curious about. Errol, if you return to the mansion, could you spend some time with me? From now on, I want to become a little closer with Errol. Would that be all right? Errol replied, I'll try to think about it. Burressa asked curiously, Will you be returning right after the party ends? Ethan placed a hand on Errol's shoulder and said, Of course. I foolishly brought my beloved daughter Errol here, so I will take her back tomorrow. It would be rude to cause everyone inconvenience on their way back. Burressa chuckled. Then I'll leave her in your good care, sir. Errol, travel safely. I'll see you at the mansion. After Burressa left, Errol, stunned, turned to ask, Ethan, what did you suddenly say just now? Ethan smiled. I've already ordered a room to be prepared, and clothes are all ready, so all you need to do is show up. Errol, would you like to eat some pasta before we go? Errol's face flushed as she wondered to herself. A room? Why a room? I understand what it means to sleep together when you're in love. Since Ethan is a knight, I thought he wouldn't have such desires, right? The South also... Okay, don't be scared. I'm an adult now, after all. While she was deep in thought, they had already arrived at the room. A voice spoke up. This way, my lady. This is the room. Errol opened the door and stepped inside, utterly astonished.
She turned and asked, Am I using this room alone? The maid replied, Yes, miss. Are you accompanied by anyone else? Errol froze at the question. She awkwardly asked, No, I'm not, thank you. The maid replied, Yes, if you need anything, please call me, miss. Errol flopped onto the bed, feeling exasperated. Earlier, Ethan had instructed her, The maid will lead you to your room. I thought he would arrive first and wait for me. What are you thinking, Errol Brixia? Errol felt lost in an endless void. Is it strange that I feel so detached? No, what's that sound? Ethan is only treating me as a guest. Time to get ready for bed. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Errol walked to the door and asked, Who is it? She secretly wondered. Could it be? A voice spoke. It is I. The door slowly opened. I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep? Errol, bewildered, replied, No, not at all. Is something important? He asked, Do you have a moment? Afterwards, the two of them took a stroll around the grounds. He asked, How was the party? It's been a long time since I hosted one, so I'm not sure if you enjoyed it. Errol replied, It was wonderful. It seemed like many nobles gathered, like a royal banquet. He smiled. Places with abundant food are usually swarming with red wolves, which is why I don't like parties, but it was a necessary way to summon you here. Errol was surprised and asked, Me? For what reason? She thought to herself, puzzled, recalling that Ethan had said something similar. Errol remembered Ethan's earlier words. Initially, father also wanted to meet his beloved daughter Errol, which is why he organized the party.
Returning to the present, An turned to her and said, I've really wanted to meet you. You might not know it, but you've caused quite a stir in the royal family. Errol asked curiously, Is that about the mask incident? An denied it, explaining, It's not about the rumors concerning your appearance. It's about the abilities you displayed in the South. If you weren't the Princess of Brixia, you would be such a talent that I would want to invite you into the army and appoint you as my assistant. Errol blushed awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. An turned away, saying, On a positive note, I am quite objective, so I see people for who they truly are. I see that it's truly a pity for talented individuals like you to be bound by Olden. Suddenly he paused. Winter had already arrived, and with it, the winter flower. This beautiful flower only blooms for 1 or 2 months a year, coinciding with the arrival of winter.
She is also the flower I like very much, Elysia. Hearing this name once again, Errol couldn't help but wonder, Elysia again. Elysia, who exactly is she? I want to confirm. Then she immediately asked, do you know her? All replied, beautiful and pure like this flower. That's why, because I couldn't accept her affection, I feel even more guilty and regretful. Elysia Benelux Pringlenview, the famous daughter of the general. 30 years ago, many people were plunged into sorrow when 2 empires erupted in war. The Pringlenview family directly stepped forward to help those suffering from the war. They directly went to the battlefield to protect the country, dispersed their assets, and distributed food. But war, with only such limited dedication, was difficult to overcome. Many people were starving due to lack of food, even food provided by the enemy country. Dislavan knew how to target the hearts of those yearning for survival, and instead of giving them food, he enticed them to betray Pringlenview. Consequently, their plan succeeded. That night, Pringlenview Castle burned to the ground in the blink of an eye. Regrettably, everyone in the family, except for Elysia, lost their lives.
I was the one who delivered the news of her family's demise to Elysia. It was a moment of great sorrow for her, and for me too. From then on, I single-handedly tried to take care of her out of pity. It was only natural for Elysia to lean on me when she felt lost, but since I was already married, I couldn't accept her true feelings. After the war concluded, Elysia vanished, and despite all my inquiries, I couldn't locate her. To this day, I occasionally feel a deep sense of regret. There was clearly an opportunity to have held on to her. Her sweet smile, shared with everyone, remains so vivid in my memory. We had only just met, and she already wanted to tell me everything. Huh. Errol quickly responded, No, that's not true. He suddenly stopped, looking at Errol, and was reminded of her mother. Then he spoke. After meeting you, I believe Olden might also know Elysia's whereabouts, because he was desperate for her affection. Errol reacted sharply. Then that person, indeed, that person is... On replied, I can't be certain, so why don't you ask Olden, your father? Errol choked up, thinking to herself, to hear it from their mouths. A sudden gust of wind swept by. On then stepped closer. Having been held captive in such a cold place for so long, I have no right to say anything to my son. Errol responded, No, I'm all right. On said, If you're all right, then you should come inside. As she walked, she thought Elysia might indeed be her mother. Seeing her looking downcast, On spoke up. It seems I've been constantly telling you heavy stories, but I don't mean to apologize. I just wanted to tell you about it. She was a warm and gentle woman. As the two entered, they saw Ethan waiting. He asked, Where are you going at this hour? Seeing Ethan waving, she quickly called out, Ethan! On immediately asked, I went for a late-night drink with Princess Brixia. What, are you dissatisfied? Ethan immediately questioned, What are you drinking in this cold weather? On, not to be outdone, retorted, I want to enjoy myself and chat with guests in my own home. Why are you complaining so much? Ethan growled, It's not dissatisfaction. The weather is a bit chilly, so it's better to drink a hot cup of tea. So, lady, please go back and get some good rest. Errol replied, Yes, thank you, Duchess. With that, Duchess left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the two of them. Ethan gently turned to her and asked, Are you all right? Errol looked up and replied, I'm fine, but you were angry with Duchess. Ethan gave an embarrassed laugh and replied, You don't need to worry about that. My father and I are always like this. Errol, puzzled, said, Oh. Ethan quickly changed the subject. First, let's go inside. To warm you up, I'll get you a cup of tea. Errol wondered and asked him, Do you have something to do with this late hour? Ethan replied, I wanted to talk with Errol for a bit. I know my father was very eager to meet Errol, but I didn't expect him to take you out like this. Isn't it inconvenient? Errol shook her head and said, Not at all. On the contrary, I prefer it. Ethan was surprised. You prefer it? Errol replied, Yes, very much. I got to hear a story I had never even considered. Aren't you curious? Ethan smiled. To say I'm not curious would be a lie, but I have no intention of forcing you. She smiled happily, thinking to herself, Ethan always cares about me. No matter when, he always stands one step away and watches over me. So sometimes, when I don't have enough courage, I wish Ethan would make a move. Suddenly, Ethan called, Errol. Errol looked up and replied, Yes? Ethan moved closer to her and said, Let's sleep together tonight. Errol blushed shyly. This time? Really? The moonlight was high in the sky now. Errol lay beside Ethan, her heart in turmoil, unable to sleep. She thought to herself, I don't wish for him to recklessly pull me into his arms, but it seems I'm the only one who's nervous. Then she turned to look at him and called, Ethan. Ethan immediately replied, Yes, Errol. Errol asked curiously, What are you thinking about? Ethan turned to her and smiled, Thinking about Errol. Errol frowned. Don't joke. Ethan ran his hand through her hair. I'm not joking. Thinking back, I've been used to being with others as a knight, but Errol is different.
However, you surprised me by accepting the sudden invitation to go south, and I'm very grateful. Errol clenched her hands and explained, I also had a purpose for going along, so it's no surprise. Ethan just smiled gently and said, Is that so? Errol asked, Then, Ethan, could I ask you for a favor this time? Ethan wondered, A favor? Errol gripped the bedsheet tightly and stammered, Yes, it might be an excessive request, and it could even put you in danger, Ethan. Ethan immediately sat up straight. Tell me about it, he said. Errol also slowly sat up and said, Soon, I think I'll be leaving home. Ethan couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? She explained. To be precise, it's not exactly leaving home. It's more like asking for protection for my life. Although I'm not sure when, I plan to leave as soon as I'm ready. Ethan wondered, May I ask the reason? Errol stated her upcoming plan. I intend to expose the internal corruption of the Brixia family. Ethan asked, Is the internal corruption related to military supplies, as was found previously? Errol denied. No, I plan to proceed with that after gathering more documents. This time, the plan is something I will act on myself. Not long ago, I looked through the ledgers and found more discrepancies than I expected. These figures are so large that they can hardly be considered errors, and they've been occurring consistently every year for about 10 years. The budget differs from the Brixia family's current profits, and the reality is even more surprising. With Olden's capabilities, it's impossible for this to be legitimate business.
Olden must be up to something private, I guess. Ethan immediately asked, making illegal money? Errol replied, That's right, and I think that method is smuggling. A smuggling ring was discovered in the south, but the supply ledgers ultimately haven't been clarified. I can't confirm that the supply ledgers belong to Olden, but who knows, we might also find out which nobles use the weapons. This is the opportunity. If the case is exposed, we can learn more about the truth behind it. Therefore, I need a safe place to analyze the case. Ethan immediately said without hesitation, That place is right here. Protecting Errol's life wouldn't be too difficult. If official procedures were followed, the royal family couldn't arbitrarily interfere. Errol rejoiced. But Ethan interrupted her and said, But Errol, I object. His objection made her bewildered. Huh? For Errol's safety, Ethan explained, if Errol delves deep into the corruption of the Brixia family, she might find clues related to the situation in the south, as the situation in the south is clearly a problem that needs to be resolved. Errol immediately blurted out, But why? Ethan continued, Because of that, this is a military matter, and the internal affairs are not as clean as you think. No matter how high-ranking a knight, if they dig into it, bodies floating down the river every early morning is a common occurrence. What happened in the south wasn't accidental, but the result of someone colluding with the enemy. If I had known that would happen, I wouldn't have brought Errol along.
I don't want to put you in any more danger. Because I love Errol, your life is now more important than my own, Ethan said, pulling her into his arms. Ethan's words left Errol in a thoughtful daze, a matter more important than my own life. Even if it wasn't about personal revenge, this was an unmissable opportunity for a better future.
But if I ignored Ethan's words here, it would be a betrayal of his heart. I don't want to disappoint him. I cannot betray this love because he values me more than himself. The following morning, Ethan held a stone in his hand and said, This is called a twin seed. It's a magical tool that allows me to return to the place where I first used it. As expected, I used one when I came to find Errol. Errol wondered, Isn't teleportation very expensive? Ethan replied, This is something I obtained from the Southern investigation, so you don't need to worry. Duke An appeared, waving his hand and asking, Is everything ready? Errol replied, Yes, it's all ready. An sighed, You should have rested well. I hope my son didn't bother you? Errol didn't complain at all. Instead, she gave a bright smile. Not at all. I rested very well, didn't I, Ethan? Her question was met with silence. Seeing this, An walked over, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said with a smile, Come again sometime. If it's you, I'll welcome you 100 times over. Errol shyly said, I've already received so much, I can't incur any more debt. An still smiled at her. I do it because I like to, don't worry too much. It seems the time was too short. I feel a little sad. Also, I know you can't be her, but please consider this an old man's request. An bowed his head slightly and said to Errol with all sincerity, Please be truly happy. Errol felt joy and happiness in her heart. Just then, Ethan called out, The teleportation is ready. An placed a hand on his chest and smiled. Then travel safely, and don't forget that I always welcome you anytime. Errol gratefully said, Thank you, Duke An. As soon as she reached Ethan, he asked, What were you and my father talking about? Errol kept it a secret and said, It's a secret. Duke An sighed. Work piled up every day. Ethan suddenly called out, Errol? Errol replied, Yes. He said, I hope you weren't too disappointed with our conversation yesterday. I just didn't want Errol to be in danger, so... Errol replied, I'm fine. I understand your intentions, Ethan, so please don't worry. She thought to herself, there must be another way, to prepare a devastating blow that leaves no room for retaliation. So, as Ethan said, for now, just wait. Another opportunity will come. Ethan blushed.
Thank you for understanding me. Errol smiled brightly and called, Ethan. Then she stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on his lips. Thank you for worrying about me. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but be amused. Ethan was surprised. Errol? Errol gave her a radiant smile. So, see you again, Ethan.
In Errol's room, the nanny was still tidying up when she heard her voice call out, Nanny, I'm back. The nanny joyfully turned to face her. Miss, you're back? I was so surprised to hear you suddenly went to a party. Suddenly, the nanny became astonished. Miss, your face. It was only then that Errol suddenly realized. Huh? Oh, right. That's how it is, Nanny. The nanny covered her face, unable to hold back her tears. Errol called out, Nanny, Nanny. The nanny rushed over and hugged her tightly. Oh, miss, this is wonderful, truly wonderful. A few days after the party ended, I sensed the changed gazes in the mansion over the past few days. Busy adapting day by day, Errol then had a conversation with Baressa. Baressa picked up her teacup and said, Father said he would be back today. Errol asked, puzzled. Today? Where has he been all this time?
Baressa's face darkened. What's that? You know Father's temper. I don't want to know. Errol nodded. That's true. She thought to herself, if Olden returns today, she might finally be able to ask. A moment later, Errol went to Olden's room and knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Olden said, Come in. I'm busy, so make it quick. Errol called out, Father. He looked up and asked, Why do you remind me of her? Seeing her appearance without the mask, he exclaimed in surprise, No, it's not Alicia. Is that Errol? How? That face? Errol calmly said, I've come because I have something to ask you, Father. I've heard from Duchess about the girl you mentioned, so don't pretend you don't know anymore. Her voice became serious as she requested, Tell me about the person named Alicia. Olden, startled, plopped down onto a chair. He clutched his head and asked, Why are you curious? Errol clenched her fists and questioned, That person, she's my mother, isn't she? Is she dead? Olden looked up and asked in confusion, Why are you curious about that? Didn't you say you didn't care about your mother? Errol replied, I heard about it. That person is very much like me, altruistic. She helped everyone, even during the war, and she's also the one who helped the current Duke Velstein. Olden leaned back, rubbing his head and pulling at his ears. That Ovan seems to be getting old and overly sentimental, quite talkative.
Errol replied, So tell me, how is that person now? If you're my father, you must know. Unable to hide it from his child any longer, Olden decided to reveal it. All right, you have the right to know. Alicia is indeed your biological mother. As for her life or death, I don't know either. Errol exclaimed in surprise. What did you say, father? Olden again slumped his head onto the table, clutching it. I don't know much about Alicia either. To be honest, I've tried to find her, but half of the information was useless. But what's certain is that right before she disappeared, she came to me and entrusted you to me when you were just a tiny baby, then vanished. Errol's hand pressed tightly against her chest. She wondered. Disappeared? Olden continued. She was a strange girl, a girl difficult to grasp, both body and heart. What was she thinking, entrusting you to me and not someone else? Ultimately, it was because I would at least get her attention that I used the excuse of an illegitimate child to my family to accept you. However, I instinctively felt that I would never see her again. As you grew up and I saw you increasingly resemble her, I was in great pain. But that wasn't the only reason I pushed you away. Emil asked, puzzled. Then what is the reason? Olden pointed directly in Errol's eyes and said, Your eye color. It's vastly different from Nanon's red, or Alicia's beautiful lake blue eyes. But yours, it's red like flowing blood or a burning flame, an unlucky color that no one on this continent can possess. So aren't you seeing what I've done for you? Even though you're not my child, you still bear the Brixia surname, grew up, and were protected here. Errol couldn't help but be stunned by this information. The person named Alicia was her mother, and Olden was not her biological father. Then, who is my biological father? Olden placed his hand on the table, stood up, and said, I told you not to be curious about her whereabouts. 30 years after the war ended, and 20 years have passed since Alicia entrusted you to me. Decades have gone by, and I haven't even heard a single piece of news about her. Alicia is no different from a dead person. So even if you miss your mother, don't go looking for her. That's the only advice and information I can give you. The scene shifts to another location, where a mysterious figure is clad in a full-body hooded outfit. Suddenly, someone calls, this way. The door opens, and the mysterious figure steps inside. A hand gestures, have a seat. The mysterious figure takes off their hood, revealing their face. It is Obido. Facing him is Marquis Rublin of Dijsselvan. The Marquis began. The border situation has been tight lately, so I wanted to avoid meeting in person. Obido replied. That won't last more than 2 months. Obido tossed a stack of documents. Marquis Rublin picked them up and asked, What is this? Obido replied, The contract. Rublin glanced through them for a moment and then said, If it's a contract, then... Obido continued, I'm proposing a new contract, so please take a look. Annually, inspection teams will be dispatched to examine and evaluate each legion in the coming period. Those documents contain information about the individuals being sent near the border. Among these key figures, pay special attention to the person on the last page. Rublin asked, puzzled,
Isn't that the beloved daughter who just came of age? Obito said. She knows too much about it. She has been deeply involved to the point where she could easily cause trouble. Therefore, we plan to deal with her. To do that, we need your side's assistance. Holding the stack of documents in his hand, Marquis Rublin thought to himself, killing the beloved daughter wouldn't be difficult, but aren't the people on this list either key military strategists or renowned nobles? If there's even a slight misstep.
Seemingly understanding Rublin's hesitation, Obito spoke up. Don't worry, because war will not break out. If this is done well, we will provide gunpowder and methods for crafting various types of offensive bombs that Marquis Rublin desires. What do you think? Rublin pondered. It was a bold proposal. As he turned to a page, he asked in surprise, wait a minute. Does this include this last man? Obito replied, of course. Rublin hesitated slightly, but it won't be easy with the young Duke of Elstein. Obito stood up abruptly, pulling his hood over his head, and said, the method is very simple. If we capture Princess Errol first, we can control him, for the monster princess will become the whip of the fierce beast. On Errol's side, she still couldn't forget what Olden had said. Clearly, the truth that Olden was not her biological father had shocked her.
But on the other hand, it was a relief, and all my guilt disappeared. Olden was not my biological father. Someone else was. He had never fulfilled the duties of a father. Instead, he demanded my sacrifice and tried to kill me. Now there's no reason to hesitate anymore. I will find a source of illegal income and everything related to Olden. While I was deep in thought, a knock came from outside. Errol walked towards the door and asked, who is it? She gripped the doorknob, wondering, is it the nanny? The door opened, revealing not the nanny, but Eston. He smiled. Long time no see, Errol. Once inside, Errol sat down and asked, Your Imperial Highness, what brings you here? Eston cheerfully said, wait a minute, I was passing by on the way and suddenly remembered, so I stopped in. Errol said, but what about others? Eston interrupted her. I've told my escort knight to wait by the carriage. She said, no, I meant father and the other family members. Eston paused for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, what? That doesn't matter. Anyway, the upper echelons have been quite stirred up lately. Errol picked up her teacup and said, is that so? That's not my area of expertise, so my news is a bit slow. Eston happily expressed, the woman who captured the heart of Duke Velstein, whom everyone desired, who is she after all? Errol's face darkened. People seem to have too much free time, don't they? Only such trivial matters become hot topics. Eston leaned back in his chair and said, not only that, but Lady Errol's nicknames are also increasing. Besides Monster Lady and Masked Lady, there are many other names.
That's the name Harpoon. Errol frowned and asked, isn't she the fairy queen living in hiding among humans? Eston immediately replied, you know about that? The first time I heard it, I didn't even know it was a fairy tale. Do you like it? Errol immediately shook her head. No, I don't like its ending. The fairy queen longed for humans and lived hidden among them. Harpoon, she treated a prince who was injured in an unfortunate accident and became his princess consort. But when war broke out, the prince, who strived to protect his country, fell in battle. Harpoon, who always strived to protect the country to carry on the will of her beloved prince, had her identity discovered by humans and was abandoned. The fairy tale ended with Harpoon desperately embracing the prince's corpse and leaping off a cliff. She then put down her teacup and said, I don't care what others call me. Can you get to the point now? Your precious footsteps didn't come all this way just to tell me about that rumor, did they? Ashton asked, do I look like such a calculating person? I can come to visit even if there is no particular business. Exactly as cold as ever, Errol sighed. You flatter me. Then his tone became serious. I need your help. Errol asked again doubtfully. Help? Ashton said, I know you've had a tough time recently. I also feel a bit ashamed to ask for another favor, but no matter how I think about it, Errol is very suitable for this task. Errol asked curiously, what is it? He replied, it's simple. Join as an advisor to the annual military inspection. Errol was surprised. An advisor to the inspection team? She thought to herself, at the end of each year, Oslo dispatches an inspection team from the Royal Army to monitor and evaluate the financial and administrative situations of each province. The inspection team usually consists of military commanders and high-ranking nobles deployed by region, so why would they ask me to join? Holding her teacup with both hands, she said, I don't think I can do anything special if I participate. Ashton immediately said, not at all. You are very much needed. What I need Errol for is not related to finance or strategy.
Recently, the volume of goods shipped to the border region has been increasingly higher than in previous years. Errol wondered, isn't it that so many people need them? Eston replied, rather, there have been reports that the goods sent are not being handled properly. It's similar to the previous issue of water seeping into boots. So I dispatched several investigations, and all 8 investigators submitted reports stating that there was nothing unusual. Errol asked in surprise, nothing unusual? What do you mean by that? Eston continued, that won't do, so I came to ask for your help because we need an outside perspective. Duke Velstein recommended you, and Ethan also intends to join the inspection team. Hearing this, she felt a little excited, but immediately realized she had fallen into Eston's trap and stopped short.
Eston stood up, bowed, and said, "So you've accepted my request. I'm counting on you, Errol." Having said that, Eston also left, leaving Errol alone, shyly wondering, was I that obvious? A few days later, Errol was tidying up a pile of belongings. Lately, there hadn't been much to do at home. Suddenly, Baressa walked over and asked, "Errol, what's all this?" Errol replied, "I'm packing my bags." Baressa wondered, "Packing your bags?" Errol said, "I'm going to the north for a while." Baressa, a little surprised, asked, "Going north? Patting through the capital? That's a wasteland there." Errol replied, "I'm going to the border. I received a request for help with some work." Baressa put a hand to her chin and said, "If it's the border, are you perhaps joining the inspection team?" Errol didn't expect her to know about this. She asked, "How did you know about that?"
Baressa explained that Father also said he would join the inspection team dispatched to the north this time. He would take on the position of team leader, going as a representative. "I'm not sure why," she added. Hearing this, Errol was a little disappointed. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to that proposal. She thought to herself, what kind of team leader? What is that person who dislikes working, ultimately thinking? Whatever it is. Then she called out, "Nanny, are you there?" The nanny immediately stepped inside. "Yes, young lady, do you need something?" Errol said, "Prepare the carriage for me." The nanny asked back, puzzled, "A carriage? Now?" She frowned and said, "I have to leave today because I absolutely do not want to depart with that person." Not long after, Errol arrived at her destination. She stepped out of the carriage, her face looking weary and exhausted. A servant asked, "Where are you headed, miss?" Errol handed him a piece of paper. "Here." The servant took the paper and asked in surprise, "You're here so early, miss." Errol sighed. "Somehow it turned out this way. Can you prepare a room for me?" He immediately replied, "I'll show you the way." A moment later, in another location, the voices of two people could be heard. Anyway, it seems like the decision to gather the team members early was a good one. A few more people have already arrived. "Besides me, is there anyone else?" "Yes, a young man with blonde hair." "Ah, you've arrived." The person speaking was Ethan. Seeing the newcomer, he was stunned. "Errol," he said, "let me show her the way." The other person replied, "Ah, yes, yes." Then the two went up the stairs. He asked, "Why did you arrive so early?" Errol interrupted, "No, it's that whole thing. I'll tell you about it later."
"But Ethan, why are you standing so far away?" Ethan replied, "I just worked out. My whole body is covered in sweat, so..." Errol moved closer to him. "I'm fine." Ethan, on the other hand, was standing so far away that she didn't know what to make of it. Ethan stammered shyly, Even so, could you stand a little further away from me? Because I mind." Errol quickly moved away. "Hee, I understand." When they arrived at a room, Ethan stopped and said, "This is Errol's room. My room is next door, so if you have any problems, just call." Errol nodded and replied, "I understand." Just as she opened the door and stepped into the room, Ethan suddenly called out to her again, "Errol, go take a shower right away, and then we can go sightseeing. Can I wait for you?" Seeing her silence, he became flustered. "It's absolutely not any improper thought, but it's been a long time since I last saw you, so I want to chat."
"Actually, it's not that I'm not doing anything, but I miss you so much I just wanted to talk." Errol blushed deeply, thinking, he's just going to blurt it out like that? Then she smiled and replied, "All right, wait for me then. See you in a bit." A little while later, Errol had finished her bath. As soon as she came out, she saw Ethan sitting at his desk. She walked over and asked, "What are you looking at, sir?" Hearing her voice, Ethan turned his head. "You're here? These are the necessary documents for this inspection." Errol bent down to look, inadvertently revealing her cleavage, which made Ethan fall off his chair. "Oh, I didn't see anything at all. I'm sorry." Errol awkwardly turned away. "No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it too much." Ethan scrambled back up and said, "I've caused Errol too much trouble." She replied, "It's all right because we're used to living together in the South." Ethan sat back down, his ears still crimson, and said, "I have something I want to tell Errol. Tomorrow many people will gather. Eston will also be in a different inspection team. Since the border commander is Eston's maternal uncle, he said he would receive help with this and that."
"And tomorrow, Duke Olden Brixia will join us as the head of our audit team." Errol's sullen face darkened. I heard that the original team leader withdrew due to health reasons. It seems His Majesty the Emperor's influence led to that process." Ethan continued, "It could also be the influence of the increasing prominence of the appeasement factions in recent years. This inspection team consists of half warhawks and half appeasement advocates. Each person's objectives and evaluation criteria are different, so we need to be as concise as possible. In particular, this time a young man who can be considered a core member of the appeasement faction is participating." Errol asked curiously, "What kind of person is he?" Ethan replied, "Although he is young and has not yet been granted a high noble title, his mind and strategic insight are excellent. He is known as a young man with a natural talent for controlling situations." Errol picked up the paper and asked, "Is that Count Taylor Capote?" "It's the first name I saw." Ethan replied, "The young master of the Capote family. He is a person we need to pay attention to. Until now, he has never been to the battlefield. Currently, many people are discussing his eventual appearance, but looking at the current state of affairs, I guess it's for money. Over the past few years, the entire fund of the appeasement faction has been supported by their representative, Marquis Marathi.
It doesn't seem to be a particularly wealthy family. In my personal opinion, Marquis Maradi's fund is essentially the fund of the appeasement nobles. The ability to continuously support a limited amount of money would not be a temporary arrangement, cannot be above board. So the chosen method for income is, Errol spoke up. There might have been interference from the appeasement faction in dealings with the southern nobles, as well as collusion with the Deslavan Empire. What does that mean? Errol picked up the stack of papers in her hand and said, "Of course, these are all my predictions, but we should also consider the possibility that they have built some kind of relationship under various circumstances."
In this situation, it's suspicious that Count Carbon is acting directly. Errol, don't worry too much. Just do what you can and I'll take care of the rest. Errol softly replied, "I understand." Ethan turned to look at her and said, "Also, the important part is..." Suddenly, he realized Errol had fallen asleep without him noticing. Then he stood up, walked towards her, and carried her to the bed. Sitting beside Errol's bed, he said, "Errol, are you listening? I was really happy to see you today. It felt like I received an unexpected gift, and even though I knew it would be an overwhelming schedule for Errol, I couldn't stop Estem."
I apologize. As a knight, I have been trained to abandon ambition, but before Errol, everything becomes futile. Sometimes I worry that my greed will make you angry, but if that day comes, I will take responsibility for everything. So Errol, please dream a beautiful dream without any worries. The next morning, Errol rubbed her eyes and came down after a long sleep. Seeing her, Ethan immediately waved and called out, "Over here, did you sleep well?" Errol walked to the dining table and said, "Yesterday, I apologize for falling asleep like that." Ethan smiled. "Not at all. Coming all this way must have been very tiring. Don't worry about it too much. First, let's have our meal." Errol replied cheerfully, "That's great." Suddenly, someone next to her spoke up. "All right then." Errol immediately turned, and seeing Eston, she exclaimed, "Prince!" Eston gestured for her to be silent and said, "Here, it's Eston."
Ethan bowed immediately upon seeing the Crown Prince. "You're not on my team, are you? What brings you here?" Eston chuckled, wanting to share something interesting with everyone and also having something to apologize for. Then Eston sat next to Errol and said, "First, I apologize for the matter concerning Duke Brixia. When I asked for his help, I didn't know he would be appointed as the head of the delegation." Errol could only let out a weary sigh. What was done, and there was nothing else to be done. Eston raised his hand and said, "Instead, I bring interesting information about Olden Brixia's business. I heard the Duke has been strangely expanding his business recently in the direction of private support, right? Well, that's donations." Errol was surprised. "Donations?" Ethan, unable to believe it, asked again, "Are you sure it's donations?" Eston replied, "Developing his existing business, donating food, clothes, and farming tools. It's been going on for years." Errol pondered for a moment, then put her hand to her chin and said, "If that's the case, there's something noteworthy. Donations are effective in saving tax money, so they should be recorded separately." Eston agreed. "That's right." Errol continued. "However, in the ledgers I've reviewed, there are no such records."
She thought to herself there was no way a miser like Olden would be willing to donate such a huge sum of money. Then she made her observation that it was a donation in name, but in reality, if one wanted to embezzle and appropriate about 10% of the discarded military supplies, there would be no records, and it could also be done under the guise of a donation. If it's just a guess, then I have nothing more to say, but I think there's a certain degree of truth to it more than anything else. Seeing that Big Butt Olden personally went all the way to the northern border, it seems he's trying to hide something. On Olden's side, the carriage stopped. "We've arrived, Sir Chief Inspector." Olden immediately stepped inside, where everyone was discussing. Seeing Eston, he bowed in greeting. "Hello, sir." Eston waved his hand. "Long time no see, Sir Chief Inspector." Then he turned to Errol, "And I was still wondering whether I should go with you or not, but it turns out you've already gone ahead." Errol's voice was cold. "Is there a need to care so much? After all, we're strangers." Everyone there heard her words and immediately started whispering. "Did you hear that? It seems there's something going on with the young Duke. She called him a stranger." Olden heard, gritting his teeth. "Those brats." Then he walked over and said to Errol, "Let's talk for a bit." Ethan's annoyed expression was clear. "Can't we just talk here, Sir Chief Inspector?" Olden sighed. "Do you want to hear about my family matters? The young Duke is not in a position to interfere in the affairs of our Brixia family, is he?" Errol took his hand and said, "Ethan, it's okay, I'll go and be right back." Ethan had no other choice. He let out a sigh. "I understand." As soon as I entered, I heard Olden's voice questioning. "Who are you to take orders from the Crown Prince and join the inspection team? You're acting too arrogantly." Errol replied frankly, "It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's command. Do I have the power to ignore it?" Olden replied, "Clever words, just an excuse to escape. Don't be complacent because you've blended in with them. You're just bait, the prey that will marry that young lord and bring me many things." Errol stood opposite him without yielding. "I have no intention of listening to you." Olden turned away. "No, you must listen. I raised you, even though you're not my flesh and blood, so shouldn't you repay me? As for the documents, you handle them yourself. It won't be much different from what you did at the mansion." Errol fumed inwardly. "I had anticipated this, but nothing has truly changed."
Olden glanced at her and continued. However, don't touch the documents sealed with a lion emblem. Hand them over to me. They are documents only the head of the team is allowed to see, so if you tamper with them, nothing good will come of it. Errol crossed her arms and said assertively, if the documents are that important, can they really be handed over to me? What if I open them on my own? Olden burst out laughing. If you want to, look as much as you please. That is, if you can look. Errol then went outside, mumbling, lion-sealed documents. Seeing her, Ethan immediately called out, Errol, are you all right? Is this like last time? Errol smiled and replied, I'm fine, nothing like that is happening. Hearing the commotion, she looked down and asked, it's quite noisy down there, isn't it? Ethan replied, the remaining inspectors have arrived. There are many people on our side. Also, do you see that young man over there? Errol asked curiously, who is that? Ethan replied, Count Cobham, whom I mentioned yesterday. Cobham. Taylor inadvertently looked towards her. Errol was a little surprised, but suddenly Taylor flashed a sinister smile that made her jump. What was that? That guy? Instinctively, she felt that young man was very dangerous. Not long after, we've arrived. This is Peruzzo, a fortress with natural barriers that have never been breached or destroyed. In the history of the Oslo Empire, Peruzzo Allaport. 300 years ago, the hero of the Oslo Empire was knighted as a woman and led many victorious wars. It is said that this massive fortress was named after her in honor. Errol looked around. It's so cold, and they're still praying? Ethan smiled and said, luckily the weather is warm, so it was easy to get here. A moment later, thank you all for coming here despite your busy schedules. I am Count Albeck, captain of the Peruzzo Guard. We will strive for everyone's safety and comfortable rest until the inspection period concludes. The second floor on the left is for men, and the right side is for women. Breakfast has been prepared. Anyone who wishes can go to the dining hall. A moment later, the two also left. Errol asked, Count Albeck seems like a kind person. Ethan sighed and said, not exactly. Errol was doubtful. Really? Ethan began to explain. He's a typical opportunist. People say he's a petty man who knows how to play both sides ever since he was a powerful advisor in the capital. As a result, he committed many acts of corruption and accepted not a few bribes, leading to his demotion from the capital to the border. Hearing these words, Errol secretly thought, so no matter where you go, there are people like that, just like someone I know.
Ethan leaned closer to her and whispered, just now I saw him meeting the Duke of Brixia for a drink. Errol asked in surprise, meeting for a drink? He replied, he must have clearly seen the benefits from Olden, so he's considering returning to the capital. Errol scoffed, they really are a perfect match. Then she spoke, the captain of the guard has been drinking since early morning. I can see the hardships of the soldiers here. Ethan replied, that's what I mean. Then he stood up, we're done for today, let's head back now. She asked curiously, can't we help the others? He said, because the work is divided according to necessary specializations. Even if we went there, it would be difficult to help. Errol finally understood, so that's how it is. As they were walking, the two of them encountered someone. Errol approached and asked, who is that? The other person, holding a stack of papers, said, ah, you must be Lady Errol, right? The leader asked me to give you this. Errol took the papers and let out a sigh. After handing them to her, the person quickly ran off, saying, well then, if you'll excuse me. Ethan came closer and asked, what is it? Errol replied, Olden's scheme. These documents, whether these tasks were actually carried out or not, the approval has been completed, and all that's needed is to categorize the documents. However, if I were to leave the arrangement of these things...
It's a test for you, to see if you'll yield to your own impulses, Ethan asked. What are you going to do? Errol pondered for a moment and then said, let me consider it first. She then walked over to a nearby fireplace. Errol stood looking at it for a moment, her lips pressed tightly together. Then she raised the stack of documents she was holding high and directly tossed them into the roaring fire. Ethan walked over and asked, is that really okay? She replied, I don't know. Ethan turned to her in surprise. Huh? Errol turned and walked away, saying, I don't know. But even if it is a problem, it's not my responsibility. They're the team leader's documents. Ethan mumbled, that's a bit extreme. Errol just said coldly, is that so?
Now I don't need to be a good and obedient girl anymore. I will do as I please. Or does Ethan prefer me to be obedient? Ethan immediately raised both hands. No, absolutely not. It's just that this is the first time I've seen this expression from you. I feel like I'm seeing a different person. Errol affirmed again. It's just that I'm determined to change myself. I'm still the same as before. Ethan walked over and pulled out a chair for her. That's right. Those words are all true. Are you tired? Errol sat down and replied, I'm fine. I want to take a walk. Given this weather, it seems no one would try to cross the city walls in such conditions. Do you have work to do outside the city? Ethan poured a cup of tea and said, It said that the war period 30 years ago was also very harsh. Heavy snow fell for 6 days and all roads were blocked. Because we were confident in our geographical position, we didn't deploy guards, and we were ambushed by Desalavan from behind. So no matter how cold it is, we still have to go outside the city to work.
Because of that, the soldiers here are treated quite well, but still, the work is arduous, so not many soldiers volunteer. Errol asked curiously, has Ethan worked here before? You seem to know a lot. Ethan replied, I worked here for about half a year. Since it was late winter, it wasn't this cold, but Suddenly he stopped, not continuing. Seeing this, Errol immediately asked, "Ethan, what's the matter, sir?" Ethan replied, "It's nothing, I just thought I saw someone." Errol immediately turned her head and asked, "Where?" Ethan pointed into the distance. "Over there." Errol asked curiously, "From Mount Selos?" Ethan continued, "I must have been mistaken. With weather like this, who would go up the mountain? It's nothing short of suicide. Don't worry about it too much." Errol worried inwardly. "Are you sure you were mistaken? There's no way anyone could be in a place like that." True to her worries, in the distance, on the mountain, a person stood amidst the falling white snow. 3 days had passed since they arrived, and those who couldn't adapt to the harsh cold were complaining everywhere, except for one person. Errol sat in her room reading a letter. "It's a relief you can endure longer than I thought. Have you gotten used to traveling in the south yet?" Suddenly there was a sound outside, and Errol immediately stood up and asked, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "It's Count Taylor Kabul." Errol wondered, "Kabul? Why would he?" Taylor said loudly, "Nothing special. Could you open the door a little?" Errol replied, "Wait a moment."
The door was then opened. "Thank you, young lady, for your time. I've met you many times, but this is the first time we've spoken like this. I am Taylor Carvin." Taylor poked his head inside and asked, "Are you working?" Errol replied, "Yes, but what brings you here? It would be good if you could get straight to the point." Taylor replied, "Nothing in particular. I was thinking we could gather for a wine party today. What do you think?" Errol asked again, puzzled. "A wine party?" Seeing Errol's suspicion, Taylor explained, "You don't need to be suspicious. It's just a social gathering. Many people are curious about this, the famous masked princess. I am too." Errol immediately refused. "Unfortunately, I'm not good at drinking alcohol." Taylor asked again, "Is that so? I am on the opposing side to the princess, so I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I?" Errol became anxious, but Taylor continued, "If that's not the case, then let's—" Just then, Ethan's voice spoke up, asking, "What are you doing?" Taylor immediately turned around. Ethan frowned, crossed his arms, and asked, "Are you disregarding my words? I'm asking what you are doing here, Count."
Taylor awkwardly explained, "It seems you've misunderstood something. I'm just inviting her to a party." Ethan questioned. The invitation seemed quite threatening. Besides, if it were any woman I knew, I think she would definitely refuse. Taylor thought to himself, "I know." Ethan immediately dismissed Taylor. "You can leave now. Neither she nor I have any intention of attending the party, so please don't bother us any further." Taylor stepped back and waved. "All right, that's it. I'm leaving now." Ethan growled at him like an angry cat. Then he gently turned to Errol and asked, "Are you all right?" Errol replied anxiously, Yes, I'm fine, Ethan. Are you okay?" "He's a person of interest, but is he pretending?" Ethan crossed his arms and said, "He's not worth getting close to."
And no matter how important anyone else is, Errol's safety comes first for me. While he was flirting with Errol, the sound of knocking continued from outside, making Ethan angry. This kid doesn't know when to give up. He opened the door and yelled, "Go back right now." But the person who appeared wasn't Taylor. The brown-haired young man, holding a stack of documents in his hands, said in a trembling voice, I just intended to deliver this to Lady Errol." Ethan hesitated. "Thank you for your trouble." Errol took the stack of documents and went inside. Ethan followed behind her and asked, "Is it those documents again?" Errol replied, "Yes, it's always like this." Ethan said wearily, "That's a lot." Errol flipped through the documents, page by page, and said, "It's fine, they're all just kindling anyway." She looked intently at the stack of documents. This one can be discarded. This one too. This one needs to be checked. When she came across a red lion seal, she paused. "This one?" "The lion-shaped seal." Ethan asked curiously, "What is that?" Errol replied, "I told you, those are documents only the group leader can view. Olden said not to touch them." She stared intently at the document, and immediately after, Errol snatched the document out, making Ethan jump.
She said, "You have to try reading it. We can't lose such a good opportunity." Ethan replied, "That's true, but—" A moment later, Ethan held a stack of documents in his hands. Both looked tired. "What have we even looked at? This can't be a secret document. Isn't it just a report without a proper format, scribbled down haphazardly? It's not a code or military language, nor does it contain ambiguous sentences. Why is this—" Errol clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "If you can, just read it. Is that what it means? What on earth is Olden thinking?" Not long after, a soldier ran over in a panic to report. "Urgent news, an avalanche has occurred. Report immediately to Count Albeck." Albeck had also immediately heard the news. He said, "Early this morning, heavy snowfall led to an avalanche. Unfortunately, the path everyone took has been blocked. The snow is so deep that even the guards find it difficult to stand firm." The others, upon hearing this, immediately shouted, "So does that mean we're stuck here with no promises? Tell us you'll find a way immediately." Errol, standing next to Ethan, said, "The situation isn't good at all, is it?" Ethan replied, "If the avalanche is around here, just clearing the snow will take more than a day. Moreover, with this wind, it seems the heavy snowfall won't subside for a day or two. Currently, everyone is in utter chaos, shouting, "What should we do now? We can't just wait here until the snow stops. Or we should at least request help from other areas." Albert tried to calm the situation. "First, we've established contact regarding the situation, but they might also be delayed due to restricted movement. So for now, we don't know when this heavy snowfall will stop." Errol accidentally met Taylor's gaze, and she immediately looked away. Ethan spoke up. "By the way, has it come to the point where even the guard duties on the barricades are interrupted? Something doesn't seem quite right." A moment later, Errol sat down on the sofa and said, "I guess they finally told the soldiers they'd found a way to clear the path. Are you tucking your tail between your legs because Olden is causing a ruckus?" Ethan put down the plate of food and said, "That's just how I am." Suddenly, she overheard someone talking nearby. "Have you heard about that? Before the avalanche, someone said they saw someone going up the mountain, didn't they? Is that even possible? Climbing that mountain is nothing short of suicide."
That's why it's so strange. Why would anyone climb a snow mountain in this kind of weather? It wasn't just one or two people who witnessed it. She immediately recalled what Ethan had said earlier, and indeed, it was true at the time. Then Errol turned to Ethan and said, "You heard that, didn't you?" Ethan also mentioned seeing someone. "Could it be?" Ethan interrupted her. "If the person I saw is the one who caused this avalanche, then it's highly likely he was also swept away and died in the avalanche." Errol wondered, "Can't that person be found, even their body?" Ethan said, "There was about a day between when I witnessed it and when the avalanche occurred, making it very difficult to find them in the snow." Errol asked skeptically, "If so, could the avalanche be related to that person?" Ethan said, "You probably won't know until we investigate it." Errol had no other choice. Indeed, that's what had to be done. Just as they returned to the room, the person who delivered the stack of documents to Errol was already waiting at the door. Ethan sighed, truly fed up. Errol also said tiredly, "Because it's work we're forced to do every day."
Seeing her holding a stack of documents, Ethan immediately asked, "Are you going to try the test again?" Errol removed the seal and took out a piece of paper from inside. Errol mumbled, "How to care for and the types of grains that grow in winter." She thought to herself, there must be something. Or was Auden mocking her? Auden, Ethan approached and said, "Errol, may I see it for a moment?" Errol was startled back to reality. "Huh? Oh, sure." Watching Ethan's retreating back, she wondered, why am I suddenly like this? Or am I just more sensitive than usual? Suddenly, Ethan poured hot water onto the paper, making her exclaim in surprise. "Ethan, what are you doing? If you dip it in water, then—" Ethan said, "It's just an ordinary document anyway. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility." After that, he fiddled around, doing all sorts of things like pouring candle wax onto the paper. Errol was speechless with him. "It's not like you can do anything. There's no difference. Or is it hidden by magic?" She thought to herself. The paper looked so pathetic. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening outside. The two immediately turned and asked, "Is something wrong?" The other person poked their head in and said, "Oh, about that. The restaurant's drain pipe is burst, so the meal can't be prepared smoothly. Therefore, I plan to replace lunch with emergency rations. Is that all right?" Both had no other choice. "All right, there's nothing else we can do." The other person was delighted. "Great. It can't compare to freshly cooked food, but it tastes quite good. Oh, and I advise you two to avoid going outside if possible. Due to the broken water pipe, old sections inside the building's walls have also been punctured, so cold air is pouring in. So let's go now." Errol only then realized, "That's why I've been feeling chilly." Then she spoke, "It's truly chaotic. A broken water pipe due to an avalanche, and even cold air."
Suddenly, Ethan realized something and immediately turned away. Errol called out in confusion, "Ethan!" Ethan rushed off without saying a word, and Errol immediately ran after him, asking, "What are you going to do?" Ethan went outside, holding a stack of papers in his hand, and said, "The cold of the snowy mountain region must be what causes this reaction. I don't know whose idea it was, but it's simple yet effective." At this moment, the writing, which reacts to the cold, appeared on the paper. Errol saw it and was astonished. "I can't believe we can see this content here." Ethan, like her, said, "I'm surprised too. Among those behind the child kidnapping, including the border nobility, we finally have a clue." Ethan held the paper in his hand and said, "It turns out it's ink made from white swallow tree sap. The sap of the white swallow tree is transparent at warm temperatures, but when the temperature drops, it turns black. In the past, this method was used for transmitting secret military intelligence, even resorting to this old trick to conceal content. When I first learned about Deslavin's involvement in the entire South, we naturally had to remember that it was related to the border nobility. The kidnapped children were not at sea, given that they had already passed the border fortress protected by the Oslo Imperial Army."
It was clear that the border nobles had condoned it. The border nobles were those who had held their positions before Ausland was established. They had probably abused diplomatic privileges, applied under the pretext of being able to mobilize military power. Errol thought to herself, so conversely, because they were nobles of their own country, it was harder to reveal the situation. But they wouldn't be the only ones involved. There would probably be capital nobles who had condoned the abduction of their people. Furthermore, Olden, who had secretly received this document, must also be involved. Ethan approached her and said, "I'll also have to try checking the remaining documents. Do you know when Olden checked these documents?" Errol replied, "He probably checked them before returning." Ethan said, "If that's the case, then in the next 2 days."
"No, because the road is blocked. We'll have a few extra days off. I'll hold on to this. If it's found out later, I'll handle it." Errol asked worriedly, "It's not dangerous, is it? I'd rather—" Ethan immediately cut her off. It's not just Olden, but everyone involved in this matter is in danger. We don't know what they'll do if they're discovered. Errol sighed and said, I understand. Ethan gently touched his forehead to hers and said, Thank you for understanding, Errol. Errol warned worriedly, Even so, Ethan, you must be careful. Snow fell continuously and heavily, and misfortune seemed to have been waiting as cold air enveloped the building due to a burst water pipe and a breached inner wall. Even the magical device that regulated the indoor temperature was broken. Eventually, control was disrupted, and everyone was exhausted by the cold, so the atmosphere became gloomy. Everyone shouted, How much longer must we endure this? We need to quickly break down that wall so we can get out of here. Act now, Count. The Count tried to calm everyone. I understand your feelings, but if I send soldiers to work in this bitter cold, there will be cases of frostbite or fatal accidents. Everyone protested. Then if not the soldiers, who will solve this?
Isn't sacrificing for us their honor? Exactly. Isn't that what soldiers are inherently supposed to do? The soldiers who heard these words frowned unhappily. Even Errol was annoyed, thinking to herself, how could they say such a thing? One of them, finding the words offensive, immediately spoke up. What are you people talking about? Are you implying that our lives are inferior to yours? Sacrifice the lives of 5,000 people to protect the shortest route in this country so that 50 nobles can return? Is that what you mean? Everyone here has a home to return to. They are citizens of this country, with siblings, families, and loved ones waiting to welcome them. But we have to sacrifice our own lives to save over 50 of you nobles? An angry noble retorted, Ah, you dare. Ethan immediately stepped forward to prevent things from escalating. That's enough talk, for I understand your full thoughts. This is enough. I know how disrespectful their words are, and I understand your suffering. But if this conflict escalates, I will have no choice but to intervene. Hearing Ethan's words, the soldier yielded to the nobles. Ethan and the soldier both bowed their heads. Ethan said, Please forgive their disrespect. And the soldier added, I apologize. Ethan then continued, We will discuss this matter later. It's better to disperse now. Ethan turned to Errol, bowing slightly as if asking for permission. I'll talk to them for a bit and then return. You go rest first, okay? Errol replied, I understand. With that, Ethan left, leaving Errol and the group of nobles.
Only then did the nobleman dare to speak up, saying, If you just charged in like that, I would have scolded you. Yes, that's right. Errol left dejectedly. How frustrating. She hadn't gone far when she stopped short. Over there. Taylor saw her and smiled, asking, Aren't you surprised? Leading many soldiers with just a few words is not something everyone can do. I thought only Duke Bernstein carried such a sense of oppression, but it turns out the young Duke is the same. A tiger begets a tiger, as the saying goes. Errol frowned and asked, So what do you mean?
Taylor complained, I'm completely hated, aren't I? That's so sad. I'm a philanthropist, so I don't want to be hated by everyone. Errol didn't care and walked away. Those two things aren't related at all, are they? Taylor flashed a calculating smile. Young Duke Velstein is clearly a wild beast, isn't he? On the surface, he looks like a tamed beast, but in reality, only a few people can tame him, making him very difficult to control. Annoyed that someone was bad-mouthing her lover, Errol turned back and said, If you want to talk behind someone's back, you've come to the wrong person. Taylor stood in front of her and said, My point is you don't necessarily have to attack the beast to catch the beast. You just need to catch the tamer, so take care of yourself. Errol could never forget those words. The tamer of the beast. Could he be referring to me? Catching the beast. What scheme is he ultimately brewing? Just then, Ethan ran back cheerfully, calling out, Errol! As soon as she saw him, she asked, Ethan, is there nothing else to do? Ethan replied, No, I just offered some advice. Errol wondered, Advice? Ethan explained, Right now, the most important thing for them is to return home safely, so I conveyed the message not to be swayed by what happened earlier. Did anything happen while I was away? Errol said, They said the water pipes burst and froze again, making it difficult to use water, and due to food shortages, rations have been reduced. Ethan put a hand to his chin, worried. That's a big problem. It coincides with the food procurement period.
Additionally, I'm also worried about not being able to work long-term on the city walls. Errol is also very worried about what has happened. If it's this cold, the weather will become an obstacle, won't it? He said that could happen, but no one knows who that wall is hiding. As they were conversing, a voice suddenly spoke up. Young Duke, I heard you were here. Ethan turned and asked, What is it? The noble replied, I just saw that the soldiers were quite obedient to you. Why don't you just tell them to break down that wall? Ethan immediately refused coldly. If the wall is breached, there's a high probability the soldiers will face danger. They cannot sacrifice their lives in a place like that.
The nobleman, who happened to see Errol, immediately said, Even in such an emergency, you're still comfortably here with that girl. I suppose I can think that, right? It's true. Right now, it's better to be lost in the warm embrace of a lover than a cold bed. Others are struggling to escape, but even a family like Bernstein can't resist in front of a girl.
Ethan, enraged, grabbed him by the collar and threatened, "Are you looking to die? Is it so cold that you can't tell what you should or shouldn't say?" The terrified nobleman, his voice trembling, gasped, I can't breathe." Ethan threatened, "You'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll throw your useless chunks of flesh into the fireplace instead of firewood. Understood? Now get out." With that, Ethan threw him sprawling onto the ground. The nobleman immediately fled in terror. Ethan turned to Errol, covering his face, and said, "I'm sorry, Errol. Because of me, you had to hear such insults." Errol replied, "No, it's not. He continued, "I should go back so I don't cause you any more trouble." Errol hesitated. "Ethan, no, I'm fine." Ethan hurried away. "Then you should rest." After that, Ethan left, leaving Errol alone, lost in thought. "He'll come back, won't he? At least I should prepare tea." A while later, Errol, holding a teapot, thought to herself, "It seems he really won't be coming today." Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside, making Errol joyful. "Come in. Would you like some hot black tea?" But only silence from outside the door answered her. Errol froze. "Ethan, I clearly heard the door, but it didn't open." When she turned, she was immediately seized by someone who held a knife to her throat. Errol screamed in panic. "Who is it?"
The masked man gestured for her to be silent, shushing her. Elsewhere, amidst a heavy snowfall, a guard on duty suddenly saw someone approaching. He immediately asked, "State your rank. Who are you?" Upon closer inspection, the guard realized that this person was suspiciously masked. He immediately yelled, "Intruder!" Before he could finish speaking, a stream of fresh blood gushed out. The intruder took an explosive device from their pocket and threw it into the pool of blood. A terrifying explosion immediately erupted, creating a loud noise. This noise woke Errol with a start. "Where am I? What happened?" That's right, someone had broken into my room. Seeing her awake, the kidnapper approached and asked, "You're awake?" Errol frowned and asked, "What do you want?" The kidnapper replied, "Nothing, just stay here and be a hostage when we need you." Hearing the masked man's tone of voice, she thought to herself, his accent is so strange, like a foreigner speaking Oslo. Errol asked, "Are you using me as leverage against Ethan?"
The kidnapper's identity is a bit surprising, isn't it? You know it well, right? We don't want to kill you early, so don't struggle. You have to stay alive, otherwise that beast won't be able to just barge in. Errol was shivering all over at this moment. She lowered her head and said, "It's just death. Kill me now." The kidnapper turned back and said, "I don't intend to kill you directly. Even without my hands getting bloody, you'll slowly freeze to death anyway, so wouldn't it be better to just cooperate?" Errol yelled angrily, "Get lost." The kidnapper said, "You still seem quite fine, don't you?" Errol lowered her head and said, "I want to ask something. You're from the Diaslavan Empire, aren't you?" The kidnapper was utterly astonished to hear her question.
Errol continued to ask, as if seeing through every situation and breaking in at the right moment. Clearly instigated by someone. Surely someone must have provided information, right? The kidnapper angrily clenched his fist. Too noisy. Errol continuously revealed information about him. "Are you the peace faction? Count Cabald, the mastermind behind this incident, isn't he? Let me give you some advice. It's not too late. Cross the border and go back. Don't you know what the situation is like right now?" "I know. That's why I'm telling you. You were wrong to think you could control that man just by capturing me alone. Ethan is Ethan himself. No one can tame him." The kidnapper laughed. "Let's see if that's true. I don't know if you'll still be alive by then." With that, he left, leaving Errol alone in the dark room. Elsewhere, another explosion erupted. The knights immediately announced, "Under attack. Everyone prepare for battle." "Intruder." Before he could finish, a sword pierced through his chest. The atmosphere was utterly chaotic at this moment. A nobleman, hearing the desperate screams, rushed out and asked, "What in the world is happening?" What met his eyes were soldiers lying cold on the ground. He turned around. "There's no one here." Before he could finish, a sword point was aimed at his face, saying, "If you don't want to die, stand still. Bring all the remaining nobles here." The terrified nobleman immediately complied. Understood. A moment later, the nobles had been captured. "What kind of game is this? Please save me." After capturing everyone, the kidnappers announced, "All nobles have been gathered." The leader looked around and asked, "Where is he?" A nobleman looked up and asked, "Huh? Who are you talking about?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. The leader's eyes widened. Finally, the protagonist has arrived. Ethan stepped inside, his face filled with murderous intent, asking, "Who are these people? Where is she?" The leader feigned ignorance, replying, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Someone behind him was immediately struck down. Ethan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. "I asked, where is she?" The leader broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, "This is incredible. Velstein's power is to shed his human guise, becoming a demon, a monster. The thought of being able to control someone like this gives me goosebumps, but in the end, he's still just human." Then the leader bowed his head and said, "Bestavaro, a knight of Diaslavan." Ethan coldly replied, "I didn't ask for your names." Bestavaro continued, "I know, you're curious about the whereabouts of your beloved, aren't you? I never imagined a solitary monster who struck down hundreds could be entangled in love." Ethan glared. "If you don't want to die, you'd better confess obediently." Bestavaro clenched his fists. Damn it, he's full of murderous intent. But there's no need to be afraid. I'm practically holding the leash around this guy's neck. Then he confidently stated, "You can't kill me. I'm the only one who knows where she's being held." Ethan advanced towards him and said, "In that case, after I've wiped out all of you, I'll quickly find her myself."
Bestavaro also advanced towards Ethan, wondering how Ethan could be so reckless. Ethan gripped his sword tightly, knowing that with this weather, they couldn't go far anyway. Ethan immediately unleashed a slash, causing Bestavaro to panic. Die! Immediately, one of Bestavaro's subordinates was struck down. Bestavaro yelled, "If we keep dragging this out, we'll never find that person." Ethan's voice was icy. "You don't need to concern yourself with that."
Bestavros threatened, "How long do you think you can survive in these conditions without a coat?" Hearing this, Ethan froze. Bestavros continued, "At most 1 to 2 hours, so if you want to save her, he thought to himself smugly, "Good, this way Velstein's monster will be in my hands." Ethan smiled, "If that's the case, do you think I'll obediently follow your orders?" Hearing these words, Bestavros' face went pale with fright. He recalled Errol's words, "It's not too late, cross the border and go back, no one can tame him." Those words meant, Ethan cut him off, "Don't worry too much, if you die, I can find plenty of people I need to protect." With that, the sword immediately plunged into him. By now, there was no one left around who could fight. He asked, "Are there any soldiers left alive?" A soldier replied, "Yes, sir, there are." Ethan ordered, "Gather the soldiers in one place and await orders. Also, make a list of the nobles who are not currently present. Pursue the fleeing enemies. Interrogate those captured to find the mastermind." The soldier asked anxiously, "Where are you going, young Duke?" Ethan turned back and replied, "I'm going to find Lady Errol." On Errol's side, she was now despairingly awaiting her approaching death. What an unfortunate life, she thought. She never expected to experience death twice. If she had known it would come to this, she would have looked a little longer.
If I had known it would be this complicated, we would have clung to each other every day. Back then, I didn't want to die. Suddenly someone approached, and a flicker of hope to live once more was sparked. She silently called out in her heart, "Ethan." Just then, a person appeared from the shadows, calling her, "Errol." Meanwhile, Ethan ceaselessly searched for Errol in the snowstorm. "Errol, please, just endure a little longer." Suddenly he saw something. A light over here. Ethan immediately ran to open the door. "Errol." Ethan suddenly froze when he looked inside. Ethan asked curiously, "What exactly is going on here?" Seb's Rudin heard someone open the door and immediately turned his head to look. Ethan immediately drew his sword. "What did you do to Errol?" Seb said. "Ethan, calm down." Ethan asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?" Sebs replied, "I came to help Errol, so you don't need to be so wary." Ethan stepped inside and looked around, thinking to himself, there's definitely a strange sense of security in here. Even in this kind of snowy weather, it's very difficult to warm up just with firewood. Or is it magic?
At this moment, Errol also woke up. She sat up and asked, "Ethan, why are you like this?" Seeing her wake up, Steve spoke. "Long time no see, Errol. Now that life has returned, are you satisfied?" Errol was astonished and stunned. Steve's Luden. A moment later, all three sat down at the table to chat. Errol asked, "You know everything? Have you been watching me all this time?" Steves nodded and replied, "I have been watching everything. I have always been by Errol's side, sometimes as a mercenary, a member of the intelligence team, or running an inn."
All of that is because my demonic bloodline is connected to yours. Errol, surprised and disbelieving, asked again, "Me? Connected to your blood?" Sevis explained, "If I were by your side, the demonic bloodline you inherited would awaken, which is why Alicia, who loved you, wanted me to stay away from you when the time came." Ethan, still not understanding what was happening, interjected, Wait a minute. You belong to the demon race and Errol inherited your bloodline?" Errol lowered her head, clenching her hands tightly, and reproached him. "When I was little, you didn't tell me directly. Why did you deceive me by saying nothing? Wasn't it ridiculous, my longing for love, even when my father was right there?" Sevis replied, "Errol, you know that's not true." Errol yelled loudly, "Then what was the reason? Why did you abandon me alone in that terrible place and leave so quickly?" Sevis replied, "Alicia wanted you to live as a human. The lifespan of the demon race far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Errol, you would have lived alone for thousands of years, just like me, and I didn't want you to have to experience the pain of bidding farewell to those you love as they depart before you."
"So if father stays away from you, that bloodline won't awaken and you'll enjoy a normal life." Errol immediately asked, "If that's the case, then why are you telling me now?" Seve said, "I can't ignore it anymore. There's something you must know." Errol asked curiously, "What is it?" Seves touched Errol's forehead and said, "Errol's memories are corrupted. From now on, I will show you two again. Errol Frey Brixia, for personal gain through the sale of military equipment and for colluding with the enemy. Do you plead guilty?" Ethan, brought to a different space, looked around in confusion. "Where is this?" Errol, kneeling before the crowd, said, "Regarding that, your esteemed imperial majesty and the father I once cherished all this time, they are wrong. I have committed no crime. Although you call me a demon, aren't you the true demons?" Errol was astonished. "What is this? It's different from my memories." Errol, with a birthmark on their face, said, "Overthrowing the Oslo Empire, exploiting and cursing your own people. I mean, aren't those who are draining their strength the true demons?" The emperor roared, "Silence!"
Arrow continued to question. The demon used dark magic to assassinate the Emperor of Oslo, and the people of the capital were also used by you as sacrifices for dark magic.
These words astonished Errol. What did you say? Errol, with the birthmark, continued. The place where I once set foot and laid down my weapons is now not the enemy, but the Oslo Empire, my homeland. All of this is maintained by Ethan Lloyd Velstein, whom I love, the last master of the Velstein family. Errol, with the birthmark, looked up, recalling a time in the past. Back then, she ran towards him and said, "Ethan, it's too dangerous. There's no guarantee you'll return alive." Ethan, with determination, replied, "Even so, I must go. Even if there's just a glimmer of hope, I will fight to the very end for Oslo." Errol tried to stop him. "Don't go, Ethan. Without you, I'll be lonely again. No one will ever love someone like me." Ethan wiped away her tears and said, "Errol, don't mind the words of those who spread rumors about you. I told you before, the reason I love you isn't because of your appearance. It's your perseverance and courage. I love you, Errol. After everything is over, will you marry me?" Returning to the present, Errol, with the birthmark, screamed at the Emperor, "You have destroyed everything I love. I will never submit to you, Emperor." He ordered his soldiers, "Seize her and silence her."
But Ariel, with the birthmark, still spoke up. "Brixia, you destroyed our country by selling our empire for a paltry amount of power." After that statement, Ariel with the birthmark was gagged, and her eyes burned with resentment. Next, a sharp sword was aimed at her. Just then, Ethan rushed over, frantically shouting no, but it was too late. The sword had already pierced through her, and she fell. "Do you remember now? How did you die?" Ariel was bewildered by what she had just witnessed. Horrified, she returned to the present as Ethan asked curiously about what had just transpired. Seva said, "That is the truth." Ariel broke out in a sweat. "What truth?" "Clearly, Before she could finish, Ethan pulled her into a tight embrace. His voice trembling, he asked, "Are you all right?" Clearly, you were stabbed by a sword." Ariel replied, "I'm fine, Ethan. That was just an illusion."
Sevis immediately retorted, "It's not a hallucination, it clearly happened. The Emperor of Oslo died, and Dislavan invaded Oslo with dark magic, and you were arrested for providing weapons and money to those fighting to reclaim Oslo. Then you were executed. After that, I turned back time using the power of the ring I gave you. During that process, there might have been a slight distortion in your memory. If it had gone according to the original plan, I would have waited until Ariel revealed the truth herself, but time has become urgent." Ariel asked curiously, "Urgent about what?" He replied, "The ending, just like the past, is approaching faster than expected." Ariel immediately stood up. "Sevis, you knew everything, so why didn't you step forward directly?" Sevis replied with a heavy heart, "I am bound by many restrictions. Furthermore, my purpose is not to protect Oslo, but to protect you, the one Elysia loved. To do that, I had to intervene just a little. I found this nearby." Ariel wondered, "What is this?"
Sevis replied, "It's a magical weather controlling tool, and magic is not allowed to be used in Oslan." Ethan offered his own assessment. "If what you said is true, then the raid was planned with their help to deal with the inspection team." Errol immediately turned and said, "Isn't that too reckless? Even if isolated, the number of soldiers and nobles cannot be ignored." Ethan replied, "No, this raid has a clear objective. Looking at the captured nobles, I noticed a few were missing. I guess the absent nobles are the traitors, and Errol's kidnapping puzzles me."
Sevis also agreed. "That's right. Errol must be alive to be valuable as a hostage, but they left her behind as if they didn't care whether she lived or died." Ethan wondered, even if it was a dispute between factions, we haven't sided with anyone yet, so I don't understand why they're dragging us into it. Errol seemed to realize something. She said, "We are not peacemakers or warmongers, but people who have delved deep into the issues of child abduction and arms trafficking. And the person who can set up a situation like this, that person knows about my relationship with Ethan. Although it's not my area of expertise, that person has the authority to invite an inspection team." Ethan exclaimed in surprise, "The Crown Prince? Do you mean Eston intended to kill us? How could that be?" Errol choked out, "I don't know either. Honestly, I want to deny it, but in the past..." Ethan stood up abruptly. "Indeed, I must go confirm it myself. Eston's inspection team is still..." Sevis said, "He's already left." Ethan asked, "What did you say, sir?" Sevis replied, "The Crown Prince has returned to the capital. I heard he's hosting a welcoming banquet for the Diaslavan envoy." Ethan angrily turned away. "Damn it, Eston. We need to return to the base first." Errol also left with him. "I'll go with you, sir." Sevis called out. "Errol." He smiled and said, "Good luck." Errol returned his smile. "Yes, thank you."
The scene shifts to another location. Dig a bit more over there, but first, clear the main road. Nagawan, the snow that seemed like it would fall forever, stopped in an instant, as if by some magic. At this moment, someone approached and asked, "Is everyone safe and sound?" The soldier replied, "Both of them are safe and sound, and there have been no further casualties." Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. "What a relief. Can I send a messenger pigeon?" The soldier said, "The sky is clear today, so it seems possible." Then Ethan turned to Errol and said,
For now, I'll have to send more messages to my father in Belfort. Errol agreed. That's a good idea. Immediately after, a knight ran up to report. I beg to report, upon reviewing the nobles not present at the scene, all of them belong to the appeasement faction. Ethan said. Just as I thought. The knight continued. Furthermore, when the snow stopped and I checked, I discovered a path behind us. I suspect they escaped using that route. They had planned thoroughly. And I also found these documents. Errol asked curiously, what's the content? Ethan handed her the papers and said, it's a continuation of the previous documents, detailing the child abduction situation and collusion with border nobles, along with information about those involved in smuggling. It also states that most border officers are participating in this, and among the national officers, there's also an uncle of Eston.
Both of them were disappointed by this information. Errol wondered, what are we to do if it's the Crown Prince? Ethan's gaze became tense. I will ask him directly. Does he truly intend to commit treason and kill the Emperor? Or perhaps he deliberately neglects this country, letting it rot from top to bottom? Errol wondered, then why did he keep me and personally assign me to investigate the corruption case? Ethan had the same question. Why call Errol to this place? Errol clutched the paper in hand. There are many things I want to ask. Ethan replied, then we must depart before it's too late. To the capital. Our series concludes here with an open ending. The author has also confirmed that this is the end. We hope this journey has left you with unforgettable emotions, memorable moments with the characters we've come to love, and it was truly a joy to have you all accompany us. Thank you for patiently following and supporting me every day. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to give me more motivation. This will help me have more opportunities to bring you new and even more interesting stories in the future. See you in my upcoming works.